Well, greetings, everyone. My name is Michael Downey, and I'm honored to be joining you from the West Coast of the United States. And I'm even more honored to welcome you to our final day of FOSSASIA Summit 2021. Yes, our time together is finally coming to an end for this year, but don't fear, many of our sessions from the past 9 days are already uploaded to the FOSSASIA channel on YouTube, and the rest will be there very soon. So we encourage you to subscribe to stay up to date throughout the year with FOSSASIA's many activities, even beyond this week's summit. Now, this may be our last day together, but the schedule is fully loaded, so let's get started. First up, we have a series of several lightning talks on a wide variety of tech topics from some really exciting speakers. Now, for those of you who may be new to conferences and open source conferences in particular, lightning talks are short and limited to just 5 minutes. Now, we may cut off the speaker if they go over their time limit, but despite that challenge, they're a great way to share a small bit of knowledge with your audiences. So if you've never spoken at a conference before, they're also a really great way to build your confidence in public speaking, even if at a virtual event like this one. Now, if you've got any questions as the lightning talks are underway, you're free to use the public chat tab on the side of your web browser to interact with our presenters. They'll be in the chat room throughout the talks today. So without further delay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Our very first lightning talk is called Scaling Up the Ethereum Blockchain, and it's presented by Sudhanjay Godre. And we'll go ahead and get that started. Enjoy.
Hi, there are more than 11,000 nodes running worldwide with a very high degree of decentralization. The number of users on Ethereum are accelerating at a rapid pace. The recent user surge can be attributed to the growth in DeFi or decentralized finance, where users are able to create entire economies in a trustless manner. But not everything is looking great for Ethereum right now. Ethereum is based on proof of work consensus model, which is great for security, but uses a lot of the world's energy and is not sustainable. To address this, Ethereum will be moving to a proof of stake model in the near future as a part of ETH2 upgrade. Right now, the Ethereum network is very congested due to the high demand, which drives up the gas fees, making transactions costly to process. The biggest challenge is of scalability. Right now, Ethereum can process only 15 to 45 transactions per second, which is quite low. Before we look at the scalability solutions, we need to understand the blockchain scalability trilemma. Although not proven mathematically, it states that between scalability, security, and decentralization, blockchains can choose to have only 2 of these characteristics. The third one comes at the expense of the other 2. Ethereum chooses to be a decentralized and secure while sacrificing scalability as a trade-off. But there are still ways that would enable Ethereum to scale. We can categorize them broadly as layer 1 and layer 2 solutions. Layer 1 is modifying the underlying blockchain itself to have a higher transaction capacity. We could try to increase the block size, but this is quite challenging as it would lead to a more centralized network, since not everyone can run a huge node. Ethereum is solving this problem by sharding the chain as a part of the ETH2 upgrade. The other way for improving the scalability is to change the way users are interacting with the blockchain, which are termed as layer 2 solutions. So instead of submitting all activities, the user would perform the bulk of their activity off-chain, and the main chain needs to verify everything happening off-chain is according to the rules. Let's look at sharding. Right now, every single node has to store the entire state and process all the transactions. So sharding is an attempt to solve the scalability trilemma to a certain extent by creating new shard chains which can communicate with the main beacon chain, and each of these shards process only a certain percentage of all transactions to spread the network's load. Now each validator only needs to process the data of the shard they are validating instead of validating the entire network. State channels. These are a layer 2 scaling mechanism which is ideal when there are a group of participants who want to make multiple transactions between themselves. They would log the current state on the main chain, create a new channel where they can settle all the transactions of the main chain. They can close the channel once they are done and submit the final balances to the chain to verify. Rollups is another great layer 2 solution. Rollups work by bundling or rolling up sidechain transactions into a single transactions and generating a cryptographic proof which is sent to the main chain instead of sending the entire data. The proof is also called a snark. There are two main types of rollups. ZK rollups, which uses zero knowledge proofs as the cryptographic proof generation mechanism, and the other is the optimistic rollups. Right now, the Ethereum community is converging towards using rollups to give a big boost to the scalability along with sharding. The future of Ethereum scalability looks something like this. We are right now at 15 to 45 transactions per second. 45 is when all transactions are simple transfers, and 15 is when those include complex privacy preserving transactions. With rollups, we could be able to support about 1000 to 4000 TPS. Once sharding is completed, the TPS is expected to be between 25 to 100k when used along with rollups. Thank you. I am available here to take a few questions.
Great. Thank you to our first lightning talk, and a reminder to everyone, we don't have typically lots of time for questions for our lightning talks, but please do use the chat, and our speakers will be available there to answer your questions in the public chat tab on your window. Now, our next presentation is from Pubali Mukherjee, and she's here to talk about a case study on the application of WRF on public cloud infrastructure, specifically AWS. Please enjoy our second lightning talk.
Hello everyone, my name is Pubali Mukherjee. I'll be talking about a case study of application of weather research and forecasting model WRF on public cloud infrastructure AWS. WRF or Weather Research and Forecasting Model is the most popular numerical weather prediction model available right now, and it is extensively used for operational climate research and weather related researches. But being an earth science model, it's inherently very computationally intensive and very data intensive. In fact, when you're trying to run the model at a very high spatial resolution, and conventionally for the past few decades is the such earth science models or WRF is simulated on a conventional HPC platforms. Now these HPC platforms have come with their own set of limitations. First of all, they are very expensive and in terms of setup cost and maintenance cost, and at the same time when you submit a job to run a simulation, it goes into queue, and the time taken to complete a single simulation is also very high when you're planning to run the model at a very high spatial resolution. So this is exactly where the use of public cloud infrastructure comes into play. Since these public cloud infrastructures like AWS, as the user only has to pay for the time period the user is planning to run the simulation, so the cost of running a simulation also goes down. There is no cost of maintenance. So it gives the feasibility to the scientific community or rather researchers as to simulate the model at a very high resolution at much lower cost, which is a very advantageous point for academic groups with the funding crunch. Now, the proposed problem statement here is to do a comparative analysis between two simulations. One would be the conventional method of simulation using 1 month spin-up time for a 1 month spin-up time given to a model. Another is using a proposed window splitting technique. Now, what happens is when you're planning to run the model, WRF model, for 1 month time, suppose you are planning to run the model for July 2018. So you have to initiate the run from June 2018 and run the model continuously till July 2018. So one initial 1 month of the 1 month simulation is rejected at spin up, which is the time given to the model to stabilize. So you can only use the simulation results from July 2018. Now, so a lot of time is being wasted in order to give the model a reasonable amount of spin up time. And so what we are proposing is a window splitting technique, which essentially means the entire simulation period, for example, from June to July 2018, 2 month period will be divided into 12 10 days is windows, with each window having a 50% of overlap time with the previous one. So for each window, the user has to launch multiple EC2 spot instances, which also adds up to the manual labor. In order to ease the entire method, what we have done is we have automated the entire process of instance launching through a newly launched technology called Terraform. What it will essentially do is the script, it will launch the instance, and within the script there will be instructions to install the model, automating the installation of the model, running the model, and ultimately redirecting the output of the entire simulation to an S3 bucket. So what happens now is that this 2 month simulation, which would conventionally take in an HPC about 7 to 10 days of time, depending on the time period. So approximately to run on 2 month on simulation, it would take around 7 days. It can be reduced to only 3 days with its such code optimization and fine tuning of the model. And of course, the model has to be set with correct egg parameterization schemes. So this is all that I had to say. Thank you for listening to me. And if you have any questions, please you can redirect it to me. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. We really appreciate your presentation, Pubali, and it's great to see case studies of real-life examples of some of this technology so people can better understand that. We definitely appreciate you sharing. We are moving right along. Hopefully you're able to see how fast these lightning talks go. Please remember Pubali and all of our speakers are available in the public chat. If you have an idea sparked by their presentation, please do contact them in the chat for further discussion. They'll be happy to talk more with their about you with their ideas. And our next presentation, we're moving right along, is from Joydeep Mitra. And Joydeep is going to be talking today about a design methodology for building secure Android apps. We've certainly all heard about a lot of security issues with applications and mobile applications in the past several months. So this is going to be a very insightful topic, and I hope you enjoy it.
Hello, everyone. In this talk, I'm going to introduce a design methodology that I've developed for building secure Android apps. So we all know that Android apps have become an integral part of our lives. We use them to manage our finances, for communicating with others, and for other security-related things like two-factor authentication. Hence, it's important that developers who build these apps make sure that, that these apps are secure and do not have vulnerabilities that may cause harm to the user in any way. But even today, we find that vulnerabilities are often discovered in apps. For example, we found a couple of vulnerabilities in the Google Camera app and the Gmail app that allowed the leakage of information, private information, and it allowed a malicious app to exploit the vulnerabilities and carry out a denial of service attack. A recent study by IBM shows that the average cost of a data breach is quite high, which means that if vulnerabilities are found in apps, they can be quite expensive to fix. So this brings us to this question that how do we secure Android apps? Well, the current prevalent approach is to take a curative approach and detect vulnerabilities in an app after the app has been built. Now, the problem with this is that after an app has been built, and if you discover vulnerabilities, that's going to raise development costs and maintenance costs. So an alternative is to take a more preventive approach and to consider and bake security into the app's design itself. Now, this is not commonly used in app development, which is why this is the focus of my research. So my proposed solution here is to bake security into the storyboarding phase of an app development process. So when an app is developed, it begins with storyboarding, which briefly includes first defining the screens of the app, and then the flow of the app is defined in terms of those screens, and then the designer will go and sort of define how the app will interact with the user and the underlying platform, or other web services or databases, for example. But the problem with this is, in this phase, it is difficult to reason about security properties and what kind of vulnerabilities that may occur, because there is no capability to express security features in an app's storyboard. So the question is, can we extend the traditional features of an app's storyboard in a way that will allow the developer and the designer to collaborate and reason about security in a meaningful way? So it turns out that we can, which is what my methodology is all about, where the developer and the designer will collaborate, and they'll start off with this storyboard, which is no different from what existing storyboards are. And we have sort of extended the traditional storyboards capability that will allow the developer to specify the security properties of known vulnerabilities that can occur in an app. And then the developer can go and verify those properties in the app's storyboard. If those properties are verified, then it's fine. Otherwise, the developer will be told where to fix them. And once everything is good, the developer can generate code and extend the generated code with business logic as well. So a proof of concept of this methodology has been implemented using Android Jetpack's navigation graphs, which help us build these storyboards. At the back end, there is an Android lint, which sort of analyzes the storyboard to look for violations of security properties based on existing vulnerabilities. And then there's a plugin to generate code from the storyboard. This is available in the Bitbucket repository. It's open source. I encourage you to go and check it out. And if you want, you can also contribute to it. You can contact me if you want to collaborate on this. So there are a few issues with the existing realization we have, is that when the code is generated, the properties that have been verified at the storyboard stage may not be preserved in the generated business logic code because the developer can change it. So we have to think about ways to sort of preserve that, and one way is to use sandboxing techniques. The other thing that I want to do is to integrate this approach with existing cross-platform app design tools like Flutter, and also to find out a way to express security properties that are based on privacy policies of apps. So that brings me to the end of this talk. I look forward to interacting with you in the live chat session. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Joydeep, for your presentation. Very insightful, and as I said, very timely. I think we're all hearing about security issues, especially on Android and the App Store. So something for us all to be mindful of, and as we start participating in our building apps. Our next topic and our next lightning talk is on a topic that our presenter calls Schulfrei. And this is a very interesting project related to education. So joining us from all the way from Germany is Benedikt Suska. Benedikt, we are looking forward to your talk, and thanks for joining us.
Hello. Hello, I am Benedikt Suska. I'm 17 years old and I'm from Germany. I'm a member of TechECB, a German free software and youth organization that brings free software and young people in several projects together. And one special project I will talk about now is called Schulfrei. The word Schulfrei is a German pun that literally means off school, but contains the word free in school. And yeah, the main goal of this project is to make it easier for schools and other educational institutions to use high quality free software in education. But first, let's talk about the benefits of free software. If schools use free software, they're independent from single suppliers and they don't get commercialized by big tech companies. You think especially schools are in an area that shouldn't be commercialized too much. And yeah, free software can solve this problem. There are now big companies behind that. By using free software in school, we think it is important to include young people as contributors into the project too, because they are the main group of persons who will use the software later, and they should be included in the development part, and yeah, they can bring diversity into this project. But why isn't free software used that much in schools yet? One big problem of free software is that many aspects are often unclear. For example, the quality. There are so much solutions for different problems, but people who want just to get a software, they pay for it and they get a whole package, and the software should just work. And with single solutions of free software, it's often difficult for people who aren't interested or aren't into this FOSS world that much. And Schulfrei wants to solve this problem by collecting the software, the high quality software, and offering to schools. And in our current Schulfrei stack, we have the solutions Nextcloud, Big Blue Button, Moodle, Alexis, and Debian Edu. All of these single solutions work together very well. They are all integrated, and the users of this software just need to have one account, for example, and can use all of them. And yeah, the school can decide if they want to use all solutions or just Big Blue Button, Moodle, and that is the freedom they have, the schools. If you are interested into our project, you can join us, or you can tell people about our project, or if you're a service provider, you can become a dedicated Schulfrei consultant company. That means that you can offer support for schools, and you can reach us on different communication channels via Matrix, or you can follow our development process on EduGit. And yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Benedict. I think everyone's realizing very quickly that some schools at least have a lot far to go with their technology, and it's great to see you and your projects work on helping schools get up to speed with free software. So it's very good to see that happening. Now, the next talk on your schedule, our next lightning talk scheduled is listed as LibreCV, which is a free and open source computer vision and machine learning organization. Unfortunately, Edgar, the speaker for that talk, we had some technical difficulties and weren't able to get his presentation loaded into the system. We will try our best to get this posted to the YouTube channel along with all of the other lightning talks. So if you're interested in computer vision or just curious about what that project is, first thing, put LibreCV in your search engine and take a look, and also keep an eye for the lightning talk if we're able to get that uploaded. But we'll move right along. Our next talk on the schedule after that is a very interesting one. And as we load it in here, we go. The title of the talk is Managing Network Functions Like You Manage Apps. And to join us and talk to us about that is Eris Kayati Ristianto. Looking forward to hearing this, and
Hello,
welcome,
my name
Eris.
is Aris. Today I want to demonstrate how to manage the network functions like managing applications in the computing system. This is my topology. I will use my host machine as a development environment, and then I will use a VM for deployment environment where the switches and host and also network controller is inside. Then I will implement different use cases with the same applications for network functions like L2 switch, firewall, traffic rate and also some scaling into be working in different topology. Now we can see some simple topology, but if you can see here, the communication with the host is not possible because there is no applications that allow them to communicate. Now I will apply a simple applications that will allow all the hosts can communicate similar to the functions of the L2 switch. Now I will compile as a Java applications, and then after it complete, and then I will install into the network controller, and then after it is finally installed, we can see that now H1 and H2 can ping each other or can communicate each other. Okay, now how if we change the functions into a firewall? That means I want to block the H1 and H2 to communicate. So I will change the application branch, and then I will compile the same applications from different branch, and then after it's complete, with the same way I will install the application into the network controller. Now if we can see here, on the H1 and H2 cannot ping each other because we block with our applications. Now we want to change these applications to become a rate limiter. It means I won't only allow the first packet of the ping, but not the rest of the packets. So this with the same thing, I will just change the branch, and then I will compile it. And then after it's compiled, I will install into the network controller. And then we can see if after the installation is complete, now the H1 can only ping H2 for one time only. It means only one packet is allowed. Okay, now how if this one into be applied in the different topology? So now we change the topology a little bit complex, and we need to show that our applications can be also working with this topology. Now we apply the same applications to make all the hosts able to communicate. So the result is if we test the communication with the host is also possible. So it means the same applications can also be used for different or complex topology. And then how it works, we will discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you, Eris. And for those who didn't notice, Eris has an availability link there in the side chat for you. Please take a look, and you can learn even a little bit more if you're interested. This is some innovative ways to do some maybe old-fashioned network tools. So it's cool to see this new approach. Thank you, Eris, for sharing. And we're moving right along, and hopefully this is our last lightning talk scheduled, and hopefully for those of you new to lightning talks, you found these interesting, and like I said, you're inspired to submit your own in the next conference that you attend where you see there are lightning talks. Again, it's a great way to get practice in public speaking and to share some small projects that you have with other people. Our final lightning talk is from Raj Kamal. Raj is going to be talking to us about Gatling and Jest E2E for load testing
Hello.
Facebook web apps. So without further delay, here's Raj.
I'm Raj. I'm Enterprise Engineering Manager at Facebook, Singapore. I'm part of our Enterprise Engineering group here. My team focuses on building test infrastructure and reliability tooling for our enterprise needs. In next 5 minutes, I'll talk about how we're using open source load testing tool Gatling, along with our own in-house end-to-end test automation framework for solving load testing needs at Facebook. In Facebook, our approach for load testing is quite different from the common industry practice. One of the most popular approach within Facebook is to redirect all the production traffic to one of the nodes to create very heavy load on one system and find the breaking limits of that, which exposes the performance issues. However, this above approach doesn't work really well for stateful web applications with extremely high seasonal load. Doing synthetic user load testing is not explored extensively at Facebook, as we have one shared infrastructure, and doing load testing with synthetic traffic can put a risk of overloading our production systems. Some of our enterprise products are used by all employees at once a few times a year, which puts a lot of high concurrent load. And at the rate at which Facebook is growing, we want to make sure that our tools can handle the growth in those peak hours. Our team is tackling this problem of simulating heavy concurrent user load in a controlled environment by generating synthetic traffic. This approach is closer to what industry follows in terms of JMeter Gatling, but we do it with a twist and some challenges. I'll share that with you. Our high-level approach is to have a recording service, and this is where we leverage our own in-house end-to-end test automation framework, which is generally used for functional testing, but we can also use these same functional tests to record the HTTP traffic of our critical scenarios in a test environment. And we also have some data builders that these tests use, and that's also is captured along with the test execution. And we store this data in our backend systems. We have a playback service which relies on this recording service to play back the recorded synthetic data in HTTP mode with much higher throughput based on the expected load pattern that we want to simulate. For running concurrent load, we generate the test users at runtime using our data builders, and we auto-correlate the session information data and request post data at runtime before hitting the request to the server. We have also hacked into Gatling to make it work with our own recorded traffic, and Gatling has the nice capabilities to set up different load profiles and very nice visualization reports for performance test analysis, which we are leveraging in-house. In terms of challenge, we still have to figure out an approach to have an isolated test environment where we can do this synthetic load testing. One of the idea is to do some storms during non-business hours where we can do this in a controlled fashion. We would love to come back to FOSSASIA next year based on our experiences and experiments this year and share with you the learnings. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Raj. It's great to have you with us, and great to hear about all of the things that Facebook is doing, especially with their infrastructure. There's probably very few websites and infrastructures as large as Facebook around the world, and very interesting to hear what you're doing with Gatling and Jest. If people are interested in learning more about those, do a quick search. Those are some very powerful tools that you use, and it's great to hear your experience. That brings us to the end of our morning lightning talks. We hope it was a way to get your blood pressure up, get you excited for the wonderful lineup that we have here today. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we have a series of talks lined up. The very next talk we have is on design and open source, followed by a few talks related to COVID-19 and the pandemic. So we're going to get into some real world stuff and thinking about how open source plays a role. We hope you'll stay with us. We have a couple minutes for a break, and we'll see you right back here. Feel free to keep your window open. Go get some coffee, kopi, tea, whatever you like, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes. See you soon. Okay, welcome back from the break. Hope everyone had a chance to at least stretch your legs a little bit. We have a long day ahead. And once again, I'd like to give a big thank you to all of our lightning talk presenters this past hour. I hope you found some topics that you want to dive in deeper to later on and learn about. Next up, we're going to be moving on to a slightly longer presentation on a quite literally very creative topic. The topic of design is often not one talked about very much in open source. We tend to focus more on coding and infrastructure, but design is actually a very key part of getting people's experience using open source to be as good as it can be. And we're very happy to have our next speaker be joining us all the way from Nigeria. And we realize that it's very early in the morning. It's 3 a.m. In Nigeria. So Isaac Sixtus Chizaram will be joining us by video to begin with. Isaac is a visual designer and the founder of Creative Discourse. During his video presentation, he's going to be teaching us about why designing a brand identity for the open source projects we work on can be a really valuable addition to help make a positive first impression for users, something very important for all of us to consider. During this talk, Isaac's available. Will be joining us a little bit later here in the public chat. So if you have questions, as with all of our speakers throughout the day from here forward, you'll see a shared notes tab in the upper left of your screen. You can click on that and add your questions for Isaac there in the shared notes document, and Isaac will be happy to address those toward the end of the talk or later on. So write them down as ideas come to your mind during the talk. And without further delay, we're going to go ahead and hear from Isaac. We hope you enjoy his presentation and sit back and enjoy.
So my name is Isaac Sixtus Chizaram, brand of visual designer from Nigeria, West Africa. I am an international speaker and also a founder of Creative Discourse, a community that helps to teach creators all over the world. Yeah, Creative Discourse too it helps to make the creators make money by doing what they love. Okay, thank you very much. So let's dive into what we have for. So most of us should know that we have open source softwares and they are well represented with identities that suits them. So we also know that there are some open source projects or softwares that you see that have some identities that are not appealing to the eye based on inclusive and yes, and it's being memorable. So right now, I'm here to talk about how you can design brand identities for open source softwares, because for about 1 year and 6 months, I've been into open source and I've been able to contribute to some open source organizations with my brand design skills. So I have a question. Is branding important to the open source community? Is it really important? What is this what the open source community wants? Are they interested to have a professional identity that represents each project or each software that is being deployed? Okay, so this question is drawn from the fact that most open source softwares are poorly designed, inconsistent, and non memorable. So stay with me as I walk you through the journey of why green identities matter. So before that, we all should know what brand identity is. We have a brand, we have brand identity. Brand identity is any visual element. It can be shape, it can be color, it can be a typeface that represents the brand. Okay, so if you can check this, most of these are not open source. Some can be typeface design and some poster design, but most of the visual content you can see here are identities. So identities are very, very important in open source softwares, and that's what most, from my observation, most open source software I see don't have poorly designed logos or identities. So defining brand identity. Brand identity is like a collection of all the elements a company creates, organization creates to portray the right image to its consumer or customer. So in trying to refer like branding to marketing practice, it helps to shape, actually helps to shape a brand or an open source project. For example, we know about DuckDuckGo, we also know about Mozilla, you know about Firefox. All these organizations, all these projects, all these softwares have a unique identity that represents them. And brand, to say, is more like, we've talked about the brand identity. So brand right now has to do with like the perception of the company in the eyes of the world. So in as much as you're actually getting a brand identity, you should make sure that your brand has the core values that will be able to attract users, attract people to come for it. So what the brand identity does, that it creates a pathway for people that actually helps to get attraction for people to be able to go for these softwares. So it's more like identity, like whereas the professional identities compel the users. Okay, what keeps them is what keeps them is the company's branding. So branding is not just the identities, like it's not just the logo, the typography, the color. Branding also relates to how you deal with your consumers, or how you deal with your users, or how you interact, the accessibility, the inclusiveness and all. So brand identity is quite different from brand image and branding, even though most times the terms can be actually be treated interchangeably. Okay, so branding being an integral part of marketing, yes, branding is something that should be considered, because when you are like, building your open source software or project, you have to market, you have to promote it. Okay, so branding helps to create a pathway that makes it compelling and makes it stand out amongst others. Okay, for example, I want to give you an instance. How will you feel if Mozilla Firefox, Mozilla start using um, Python Foundation's logo? Or how do you feel when you see a Python Foundation using Mozilla's logo? Or how will you feel Event here use it a video LAN like VLC Media Player logo? So it will sound confused. So which brand or each organization should have the identity that should differentiate them from the competitors, you know? So when good brand is done right, it makes impacts. And a simple logo, like I said, like the Firefox Fox character, it becomes a powerful advertisement of itself. You should see when you go through you should know the Firefox identity, the Firefox that identity. You see a vectorized fox that was designed. It was designed there, not just, it was not imputed there for a mere reason. It serves a purpose. Okay, it's trying to like become a popular or a powerful advertisement of its own. Okay, so most times, most identities are different variants. We have the mascot, we have the monogram, we have the calligram, we have different types of identity, or we also have mascots. So I think the Firefox logo is kind of a mascot. Okay, so I want to encourage brand designers to keep this energy when they're working on open source identity projects. So is professional branding really important for open source softwares? Of course, yes. Like, you need it. Okay, you're working on some projects. You're working on a good open source project. I remember working on currently working with like Linux Foundation Public Health, and we wanted to shape something around the like public health ecosystem, and we needed a kind of a different identity for that. I was called upon to work on it. Sure, and I'm currently working on it. Okay, so you can't just start working on that project without needing a unique identity to identify it. That's where branding and brand identity comes into place. Okay, so in as much as open source softwares are kind of free, and we we actually have little paid opportunities, and it's mostly done by volunteers, we should be able to inculcate professionalism to it. Like, you should be passionate about what you're giving out, because you also know that these open source softwares that are building will likely solve problems, or is going to solve problems in the nearest future. So I encourage designers, brand designers especially, to give all their best when working on open source design projects. We should also know that open source softwares are in a slight competition and must define itself as a viable and realistic alternative. We have other paid softwares. Open source software are not kind of paid. So in as much as they are free, yeah, that shouldn't mean that like the rate of professionalism should be less. I mean, it should be higher, and should be able to like compete uh, with other paid softwares too. And let's not forget, we are designing to solve problems, not for aesthetic. So when you're creating logos, you should make sure that you're creating something memorable, or something that is timeless and has a purpose. Okay, yeah. So great designs will also help to give free and open source softwares meaningful first memorable impressions. I wouldn't like, as like that's the honest truth. uh, Great designs will also help to give open source softwares credibility, trust, and well designed like brand awareness. Like what I said, if you don't have a unique identity for your projects, if you intend to start up one, you should get a unique identity for it, because that's what you need for a well-designed brand awareness. You can't get to start doing promotions, you can't get to start doing art uh, without having a professional unique identity that differentiates your products or your software from others. Yeah, a reference, what you have right now, a reference, you should know about Penport. Penport is the first, whoa, Penport is the first open source design and prototyping platform that is used for cross domain teams. So you can check out a Penport app. You see that it has a unique identity. We also have other design and prototyping softwares like Figma. We have Sketch and the rest. Yeah, Penport is the first open source design and prototyping platform, and it's like a big win for all of us. Okay, so if you're a designer, I encourage you to go check out penport.app, okay, and see the amazing thing the app. I think the app is on product hunts at the moment. You can also get early access to it and do some awesome things, solve problems with open source softwares. Like, it's kind of cool to solve problems with open source softwares I don't know if you get me. Okay, yeah. So thanks to the founder and the creators of this awesome idea. Okay, if an open source software like projects itself with a poorly designed logo, a bad tagline, and inconsistent messaging, it will be hard to be noticed. I assure you that it's going to be hard to be noticed, to be remembered, and be taken seriously. Okay, so in as much as we are working on this free and open source software that we have volunteers working on them, most are paid, most some are not paid. It's like a selfless art. We shouldn't neglect that. We should give in all our best. So far so good. So open source project I've been able to contribute. I've given in my best. I've made sure that I've been able to solve problems. Yeah, I also consider the functional part of it, not just the aesthetic. Okay, so you should make sure that your open source software or project represents itself with a professional logo, tagline, and or something very, very consistent in terms of brand messaging. Because if you don't do this, the project or the software will be hardly noticed, remember, or taken seriously. So this is where I see something about you working on open source projects and it solves problem on a global scale. You know, so it's solving problem on a global scale. You need to have an identity that differentiates it from other competitors. Okay, like I said earlier, you can't you can't get to use the Firefox logo for a DuckDuckGo or for a GitHub. Okay, so if you check most of these organizations of brand, they have identities that are representing them. They have unique colors representing them. They have dedicated color schemes representing them. They have customized typefaces representing them. So you shouldn't ignore this when it comes to brand identity. Yeah. Things to consider when creating identities for open source softwares. Okay, let's dive into this because this is where I want to make like a little explanations about things to consider when creating identities for open source software. Like I said earlier, in as much as we are trying to like make it beautiful, make it visually appealing, we should not forget that these identities have to solve problems in terms of brand messaging. Okay, so let's dive in. Let's dive in. Yo, things to consider when designing brand identities for open source. The first one is scalability. Is your identity scalable? Is this very scalable? Is this something that will be visible upon resizement? Like, is it something that's going to be visible no matter how you resize it? Okay, is this scalable? Can you be able to use it on various cross platforms? Okay, can it be able to be visible on some backgrounds? That's what you have to check. Otherwise, if you're a designer here listening to this talk, yeah, I'm watching it also. Make sure that identities that you design are scalable. Make sure it's very scalable because in as much as my advice is if you want to design identity, make sure you design on a neutral color like black and white. That's how you get to know if it's going to be scalable on any color platform. Okay, yeah. So start with the neutral colors and then you get to impute the brand colors. Okay, so the identity has to be scalable. The second one is has to be very versatile upon any platform. Versatile. It has to be playful. It has to be youthful. It has to tell the story. It has to be mature. You know, it needs to play so many kind of roles, but with the mindset of solving one particular problem. Okay, I don't know if you got to see. I'm trying to remember this open source software. I saw this identity. It was very, very cool. It was very youthful. The colors were so nice. It has this outer of professionalism. I love the way it was creatively designed to solve the brand's problem. So the identity needs to be versatile. If you're designing identities for open source softwares, it needs to be very versatile. The third one, another list, it has to be memorable. Okay. Like in this memorable, we talk about the brand voice. We all know about brand voice. Okay. Your identity that you design should be memorable. I want to give an instance for some popular brands or softwares that you know that most times the you can see the identities with the word mark and the logo mark. Sometimes you get to see the only get to see only logo mark. Sometimes you get to see the only word mark, and this applies to Facebook brand identity most times. So the identity that I designed for and the open source software needs to be very memorable. Yeah, it needs to stick. So when you're designing, that's why most of the when you design, you have to go through so many design process to make sure that okay, what you're working on, be able to solve problems. So you're being memorable. That's where colors come in. That's where the icon sets come in. That's where you actually make sure that the visual elements you're going to use around the identity tell a story, make it stick. Because it is through visual storytelling you get to make something stick. Okay. The next one, simplicity. I don't know if you have gotten to see some identities that that has too many contexts. Like you have a dove, there's a kind of dove, there's a globe icon, there is a feather icon, there is, some wave icons or like too many visual elements that are trying to like compound to represent one identity. Most identities might be good, okay, but most times they don't get to stick. That's where memorable and simplicity come, because for anything to be memorable, it has to be simple as possible. Like it needs to be simple the way it should be. Okay, so for identity designing for open source software to be like memorable, it has to be very, very, very simple. Check out the trends. If you check from 2021, I'm sorry, 2001 and 2020 and 2021, you see that you check that most identities, most logos that are designed way back about 10 years ago, like a decade ago, and the identities that are existing right now are quite different. You see most brands trying to like change the identities to become flat, from mascots to flat kind of logo, or to monograms or calligrams. That's because they're trying to like align with the trends. So identities has to be very simple. Like I said earlier, it has to be simple so that it can be able to cross across so many platforms. Okay, for example, let me give an instance. You all know that there is this little five icon, like the five icon that is always at the web browser. Just imagine you have all this that you see right now as one identity, for like one logo for a brand, and you need to get all these things together as one logo, and it is at the web browser. How would you get to know that okay, this is the right identity for this project or for this software? You can get to know that because it's going to be confused, but there's so many logos, there's so many content, so many visual elements that are surrounding it. But if you have something like this, like you have the WordPress, you have the Firefox, the Python, the Android, like the Pine, I think this thing should be Pine, then just trying to figure out. So like with all these identities, how simple they are and how like how memorable they get to be. You can be able to tell the brand, like you check very well. You didn't see any word mark. You didn't see any word mark that tells okay, this is WordPress or this Firefox or this Android. But looking at the identity, because the design identity that is very, very simple and memorable and very, very versatile, we can be able to know that okay, this is the WordPress logo, this is the Python logo, this is the Pine logo, is the Firefox logo, without seeing the word mark. So this is what good or great logos or identities should be. You should be able to solve problems like this on a bigger scale. And thank you very much for sticking with me throughout this. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to ask me. Okay, you can go check me out. Go check out project I've worked on open source on my Behance. I can go follow me on Twitter. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Isaac, for sharing a lot of things that I think many people here don't think too much about. We tend to not focus on design, as we said earlier, and this is some really good information to start thinking about all of the ways that design can really benefit your project. I'll add that there are a few questions in the shared notes. Isaac has been responding. Please continue to add questions. We'll leave those notes up for a while. Feel free to ask questions of Isaac, and he'll be happy to give you some details there in the chat. One app in particular that I'd also recommend is a very new one, just launched in the last month or two, called penpot.app. If you want to get started with open source design tools, Penpot itself is open source and is also a hosted website that can help you do design work very quickly and easily. So check that out. And Isaac, if you have further ways for people to get in touch, or your Behance or some other links for people, feel free to add those in the chat as well, so people can check that out. We did link to your slides there further up in the chat. So the next item on your schedule was related to COVID-19 and data collection with open source tools. I'm not sure if our next speaker is here with us. Paul Gardner-Stephen, if you're in the chat room already, could you either raise your hand or make yourself known, turn on your camera? I didn't see you by name, but if you may be listed somehow else, we'll double check. It may be possible that Paul had some technical difficulties connecting or otherwise joining us. So if that's the case, we don't normally move up the schedule. So we want to stick things, keep sticking with the schedule as much as we can. So we may have a little open time in the schedule. Feel free to keep the conversation going. We've got a lot of great people here. You can even feel free to turn on your cameras and or microphones and chat with other people if you like as well. Isaac, I know it's very early in the morning, but if you'd like to make any further comments either on camera or on microphone, you're welcome to as well. As we think unfortunately the next session will be postponed. We will do our best to get a video recording of the presentation up on the YouTube channel. So if you're not subscribed to FOSSASIA on YouTube, make sure to do that. This is a great time to go over to YouTube, just search for FOSSASIA. The channel will come up. Make sure you click that subscribe button. Not only will you get access to many years of really great talks from the past, you'll be able to see all of these talks as they're loaded onto the website. If you missed any through this past 9 days, you'll be able to catch up. And there's FOSSASIA videos throughout the year. Obviously, the FOSSASIA community is busy year-round, and there'll be other things coming up on that channel too. So make sure you subscribe for this talk and others. So I think we'll go ahead and officially call off Paul's talk. Do take a look at there are two really interesting tools that he mentioned. I may drop the tools in the public chat while we're on our de facto break here. Magpie is very interesting for data collection out in the wild and very remote places, as well as a project called ODK, or Open Data Kit. They've been around a long time and used in a lot of different ways. And Paul does have a very interesting story about how he went out and used those tools in New Zealand to respond to COVID. So I hope you'll stay tuned to the video and we'll hear more from him. So with that, we'll officially declare a break. The next scheduled talk is in about 42 minutes from now at 11:45 Singapore time. And it's about Debian Med and how Debian is being used, and Debian community are working on a lot of different tools for healthcare. We'll probably talk a little bit about COVID-19 and how they can help with all of the issues around COVID as well. So do come back. Make sure you're back at 11:45 Singapore time. Again, about 40 minutes from now. And for now, we'll be open and available for discussion. Feel free to turn your cameras on and chat with others. And we'll see you back here in about 40 minutes. Take care. So as I wrote in the chat, I'm unofficially declaring the room open as a hacker lounge. If those of you who've joined us at FOSSASIA in the past will remember where we all used to hang out and do random things. I don't know if Mario Belling's around, but Mario, if you're around and have a minute, it may be interesting for people to hear a little bit about some of the infrastructure running and some of the tools. Obviously, we know Evendier is a great open source tool, and we've got information on that. But behind the scenes, how we are using Big Blue Button, which is apparently hard to say, and some of the things that you all have done, and you've connected that into YouTube, which has been very interesting. We've got Jitsi rooms going as well, and all of these pieces have been fitting together quite well. I don't know, Mario, if you're even around, but we'd love to hear a little bit from you if you are. Kind of general overview of the solution.
Well, thanks a lot for asking. I haven't set up the cam and everything yet. It's still very early morning here because I'm in Europe at the moment. due to the crisis, but a lot of cool tools are integrated here, and we're using Big Blue Button, as you said, as a plugin, but we're also using Jitsi for workshops, and for chats we have Rocket Chat integrated, and a lot of nice libraries here running the event. So in the background, for example, JavaScript, Ember.js libraries, and then we have Flask. Python is a system. Python is a popular framework, so that also enables us to bring users. So this is on the tech side, but like I think, yeah, the most important thing is actually the people who participate and contribute, and the speakers and everyone, and including you, Michael. So yeah, thank you very much for yeah, engaging and yeah, taking care of the moderation.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure to use these tools. Obviously, it's always a pleasure to participate in FOSSASIA Summit each year. Obviously, this year is much different than we're accustomed to typically. Last year was a little bit of a hybrid, but this year has been, at least in my experience, a very streamlined event and very interesting to see. The event Yay, as I recall, as a platform has been around a few years. As kind of just a scheduling tool. I know there was some involvement with a mobile app for doing keeping track of the schedule, which in the real environment, when we're doing an in-person summit, can be quite complex to keep track of what's happening in each of the rooms. But I know that there's Eventia, the website, and then there's the Open Events server. I think it's kind of, as I understand it, is kind of the software that powers Eventia, which is very interesting. And I guess I put a plug in that Open Event and the Eventia platform is now officially participating in Google Summer of Code. Is that right?
Yeah. So the Eventia platform is part of the United Nations Foundation, Google Summer of Code. So that's really cool to see. I mean, like, we had so many projects of FOSSASIA, and we had one organization. It was a huge thing, but like our goal is actually to make every project more independent. So we don't have like, you know, one organization taking care of everything and like growing administration and all these kind of things. We want different projects to be more independent and to independently therefore participate. For example, here in Google Summer of Code in the program, but also in other programs. I mean, we have our own CodeHeap program, and right, yeah, there are more development programs. So this is pretty cool. And there is a page on the blog here of Eventia. So just go to blog.eventia.com and /GSOC ideas, and you will find some ideas. But basically, I think the most important part when participating in GSOC is that you show that you are able to contribute. Some people really focus a lot on writing proposals and making huge like plans what they could do, but sometimes these plans are like not in sync with a project, and I think you really get in sync with a project if you contribute and if you show that you are able to solve issues. Because many people have the ability to write nice abstracts and write nice, you know, presentations and documents and so on. But what we're really looking for is people who can solve bugs, implement new features, and yeah, really engage in the project on a coding side.
Yeah, that's really great advice, Maria, and I think you're spot on that regardless of if you're doing a formal program like a GSOC or you know, any of these types of programs, you know, the biggest way to make a good impression is to just try to get involved independently. You know, reach out, try to find even a simple bug from the bug tracker, and take that initiative to show that you're willing to dive in and try to learn you know, the system as best you can. I don't think you know, anyone doing these mentorship programs, I think that they don't ever have an expectation that everyone's instantly an expert. Obviously, it takes everyone time to learn the code base and what's going on. But what I've always seen, and I've been working in these types of programs and initiatives for many years, is that when you see an applicant or a student that's coming and is curious and willing to take some time to learn independently, they always rise to the top of the list, regardless, like you say, regardless of how many pages their formal proposal is, how many tables, or how many fonts that they've used. It can be something really impressive looking on paper, but they tend to never be as good as those people who've come early and got to know some of the other people. So hanging out in the chat rooms or the mailing lists are always a good idea. I know, like, for example, with Eventier or for Open Event, and for lots of the FOSSASIA projects actually are all on Gitter. So, just hanging out, even just, watching the conversation for a while, if you don't feel confident, just watching and observing is a good way to get the feeling of how people work together. And then eventually you get that confidence level up that you feel that you're ready to maybe experiment with something. So yeah, great advice all around. One other question I had for you, Mara, and then I let you go back to resting a little bit. The process, I think some people are interested in how something gets from Big Blue Button, the web meeting we're in now, into the videos on YouTube. So we record it. Is that live stream done, by software? Like, is it like a screencast, or is it something that's actually coded up and kind of automatic with the system?
Yeah, I mean, there are different solutions to actually achieve this. And we are capturing it with OBS. It's like studio system. And there are other plugins. For example, there's a plugin available in Big Blue Button, but there are some challenges still with this plugin, as it's under heavy development. And you can stream directly from Big Blue Button. But then the question is also, how are the spaces, right? I mean, it's visual, and you can't really tell the system, okay, now focus on the speaker or focus on the slides or this or that. You still need some human interaction here. So we are using OBS to achieve this at the moment. But yeah, we're also implementing more and more features directly in Eventier, so you can plug in Big Blue Button, or integrate Big Blue Button more tightly with other systems. And one option is also like to substitute the front end of Big Blue Button, which is called Greenlight, completely with our own version. So I could imagine that maybe like in a few months, like, I don't know how fast, but like, let's say for sure this year, we could release a new front end for Big Blue Button that is based on Eventier, and that comes with some additional functionalities. So that could be a cool thing. I mean, like nowadays, there's so many opportunities in the way you can develop a system. Big Blue Button has APIs, and then the front end of Big Blue Button, which is Meteor.js, communicates with the backend through those APIs. So for us, it could be a good option to substitute this existing front end and use our own front end, and then like still have all the functionalities that the Big Blue Button system has. So lots of ideas here, and there's a possibility also to integrate, for example, with recordings. So then, as we are implementing recordings already, it's not just YouTube. I mean, like YouTube is nice, but they are open source projects like PeerTube, and they are much better than YouTube. And also, you can always host videos on your own website. I did that already before YouTube even existed. And unfortunately, like it was challenging to develop business models, like to add a bit to the subject, right? Like in the old times in Germany, people, for example, always respected copyright. And if that's like, if you posted something on the internet already like many years ago, then, like really they didn't just let you do whatever you wanted, right? Whereas in the US, there was a lot of freedom to develop like systems like YouTube and so on. And like we shouldn't forget that those companies like Google and YouTube didn't respect always all these rights in the early times, whereas nowadays they really like enforce these kind of laws themselves and make it difficult for startups and sometimes open source projects. So just like as a kind of note to the subject, how things really started. And so the starting points for many projects that really respected these kind of laws was difficult. And I have to say, we don't have to depend on YouTube. We can create our own systems. There's PeerTube. You can host yourself, and we will be implementing and supporting this drive to more independence and digital sovereignty by adding features here to Big Blue Button and adding features in Eventia. Michael, a little bit added to the subject. I hope it's okay for you.
No, very, very interesting. It's a good point that this is something we want to see grow. We want to see more alternatives and free software, especially where things don't exist. I was actually attending the Libra Planet conference from the Free Software Foundation several hours ago, probably while most of you were sleeping. And one of the presenters there mentioned that if if you're working on a free software project and you are able to extend the functionality or extend the things you can do with free software beyond where things already are. So if you're working on an existing project and you add a new release and add some new features, that's wonderful. Even better is if you do something where there's no solution at all today whatsoever in free software, and the only things that are out there are proprietary software. So I think solutions like Event Server are going to be very important and very useful for us, and I think we should all try to support that as best we can. Which brings me to the other thing I wanted to mention is that, and Mario, you correct me if I'm wrong or if my information is outdated, but Eventia is actually a platform, and anyone can, as far as I know still, can actually host their own event on Eventia, right? And even if you're having like a free event, like a workshop, you can have registration there. Is that still correct?
Absolutely. So everyone can host their own project here and host their own event. Basically, the income model at the moment is that we also charge some fees when you sell tickets. So this is always the difference.
Oh, so you can even sell tickets for fees, right? And you do or Eventia, I guess, is that through FOSSASIA or a different group, is doing the fee processing then, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So basically, like the software we called Open Event, and the platform here, we use Eventia. As you know, like domains are gone. Originally, everything should have been Open Event, but we don't know. Maybe this distinction is also good. Maybe we'll rename the software. For now, it didn't really stop us from growing. So the idea is like that people can host their event, and if you host the event, is maybe one event per year or maybe just some meetups, but you wouldn't want to set up your own platform for every single meetup. So we have this platform here, and you are free to use it. We are continuously extending functionalities. The FOSSASIA Summit has been kind of a test for larger event because unless you do it, you don't know if it's actually working for people. And like we had over 3,000 signups here. I have to look how many people sign up in the end. And interestingly, even throughout the event now, we saw around 100 to 200 signups per day. Sometimes I saw 20 people here on the platform, on the main channel, actually, sometimes 50 or 60. And I was wondering, where are these 3,000 people? But there will be some interesting insights today at the closing. We collected some data. Where did the people go? How many people participated? What happened, right? Interestingly, actually, we had quite a lot of participants every day, and we had 500 to 600 unique visitors here in the channel every day. So it seems like in online events, people really tend to go and specifically to the sessions they're interested in. But even by respecting privacy, you can still find out a lot about where is the flow of people. And we have this great tool here, Grafana. that helps us to find out what's actually going on and what are the features and people are using and who is going where and so on. So there will be some insights at the closing today. But actually, that wasn't your subject. You always direct me to some interesting points that I want to say, Michael. The real subject was, or the real question was from you, like, can people use it? Definitely people can use it. You can set it up yourself, and you can use the platform anytime. It's like available here around the clock.
So a few things there. Obviously, an important one is to be sure to attend the closing session, if nothing else today. And that's at 4:30 p.m., 16:30 Singapore time. Obviously, right back here in the main hall. So that's an important thing to note down. The second thing is, if you have a small meetup or even a large meetup, check out Eventia and even sign up for create a new event there. And you can even, as you say, you could even host yourself if you're feeling adventurous, if you have a good tech team behind you. That reminds me that Paul Clark asked a really interesting question that I don't know the answer to, but maybe you do, Mario, or we find out. The hub called FOSSASIA /open-event-front-end is obviously the schedule and the thing we've been using every day. Does that also include the deployments of like Big Blue Button and Jitsi, that we've been using here, or is that something that you would have to do? Like if you want to set it up yourself, you still have to install manually Big Blue Button, for example.
Yeah, that's correct. You still have to set up the components. I could imagine in future that we have kind of apps. The question is a bit like, how do we integrate these apps? I mean, for example, we see Nextcloud has this app platform. So it's a bit the question like, if you create an app system, which app is part of which app, right? I mean, like, for example, Nextcloud could be an app in Eventia, but Eventia could also be an app in Nextcloud, right? Big Blue Button is an app here in Eventia now, but it's also an app in Nextcloud. So it's a bit the question, you really want to develop a system where you're part of the larger ecosystem. Where you can say you can plug in into others can plug in into you, and we are checking out how this can be done. So when I hear your questions, I also think a lot about the roadmaps. So right now, basically, the cool thing is this: with Big Blue Button, you can set it up here yourself, but you can also use any deployed Big Blue Button system anywhere in the world. We have implemented the standard APIs. And you just need the API key and the administrator username, and then you can actually connect any Big Blue Button that's hosted on any other system, and it will integrate you with the system. And you can create rooms in Eventia. You can add users in Eventia, so you don't need to do anything, and that's pretty cool because it means that you can use hosted solutions that you can maybe get for $30-40 or euros per month, and you can set up your own system, and you don't always need to set up all the components yourself, because Big Blue Button, for example, the question is always on which version of Debian or Ubuntu to run it, and there are always a lot of setup questions, right? Same, by the way, with Jitsi. It's even easier. Jitsi, you just need actually any Jitsi system anywhere in the world, and you don't even need an API key. You just need to tell the system where is Jitsi based, where is it located, and then that will already work. Of course, the integration is not as deep, but there is a lot of integration because Jitsi actually has the advantage that a lot of the APIs work through kind of the front end part or the web communication part, rather than having a secret key and so on. And by the way, I know that many people are still stuck with Zoom or with Microsoft Teams and other components. So this is also possible. You can just set up a video room in Zoom. It will not be tightly integrated, but for example, if you see the left side bar here, that we have the left side panel where you have these different rooms. For example, click to main hall or click to the discussion room, and so on. You could also set up these rooms as a Zoom room. And yeah, maybe we haven't tested that much because we're focused on free and open source software, but this is possible. Yeah, because Zoom also has a web front end. They always try that you use their client, but like they also have a web front end. Yeah.
So that's really good. Then if my open source project or my organization or my work even, maybe we're already having a Big Blue Button server that we're using for normal meetings or Jitsi. We don't have to set up anything additional. We can even just point the configuration for my event directly at those existing installations. Then and be ready to go, it sounds like.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's super easy. Yeah, basically you really just need the key. And we have in this event that we had here, we had an installation in Singapore as well. Yeah, for some sessions that had a lot of participants. And then we have another server here in Germany. And yeah, we could also set up a Big Blue Button instance in the US, for example, because with the streaming quality and so on, it's not just like what are the resources on your server. When people use a system from all over the world, the question is always what is their connectivity, what is their bandwidth to the server, and we still see some regional services or regional differences. And these are then topics that you need to check out in detail, what works for your organization, what works for your event. But we see right now, right? I mean, we're discussing here things across oceans to Asia or to the US, and it seems to be working pretty smoothly.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And maybe my last question for you before we even ourselves take a short break. Again, the next session is at 11:45 a.m. Singapore time, so about 15 minutes. But so Mario, I guess my last question has been on my mind these past days. When we have multiple participants with video being displayed, is that a peer-to-peer kind of video connection, or is that all going through the central BBB server and then back to me? I was curious, because we're a global group, that we may see some people having better connections than others, but is that a centralized video source then from the server?
There are always different implementations, and it really always depends. So I also need to learn more about this. But the basic technology that is used is WebRTC, and by the way, that is also used in all the closed source proprietary platforms. So they're actually all based on free and open source. And without those components, they couldn't even exist in the first place. So when people say open source doesn't work, it's really these platforms all work with open source. And yeah, the technology is that you can connect directly, for example, with participants. But here in the video, usually in Big Blue Button, you will stream it to the server, and the server then distributes it to the user. But I think there are also some questions about how many users do you have and so on. So I'm still learning myself how all of this works. And that's the amazing thing, right? Again, in free and open source. So we can just use a solution that we don't even know so much in detail ourselves. We can set it up, plug it into our system, and use the work of many developers around the world that have contributed and enable us to build something bigger.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with the tech, both here in FOSSASIA for our presentations. Very impressed with Big Blue Button in more interactive meetings. Like I said, I was in LibrePlanet earlier today, and they had a side meeting with also using Big Blue Button on one of their own servers. And I think we probably had 30 people doing live video, in the grid. And everyone was, very clear. I have a good internet connection here, but wasn't noticing any problems or didn't hear any complaints from any of that, 30, 40 people in the group. So very impressive. Mario, thanks for your time. I know it's early for you. I let you go back and get a little rest before our next session. And the same for everyone else. We have about 15 minutes, so don't go too far. But, fill up your coffee, fill your water bottle, stretch your legs. We've got a long day to go with a lot of great content. Again, the next session is about Debian Med and how Debian is working with healthcare software. So we're looking forward to hearing from them and all of the other conversations we have here today. And Mario, we'll hear back from you in your closing session at 16:30 at the end of the day today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael, and thank you very much for specifically here taking care of the moderation. We really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, also.
My pleasure. We miss seeing you all in person, and we have enjoyed this time together virtually, and we'll see you again in about 15 minutes. See you soon.
Thank you.
Hi, Andreas. Could I get you to
Hi.
prepare? Okay. Oh, that's very loud. Sorry. Let me adjust mine.
I will upload my presentation again now.
Okay. Yeah, we're just getting ready for your presentation at 11:45.
Yep. 11:45. You are funny. It's 4:45 here in my place.
Well, it's just in time for lunch here.
Yeah. So, but it's fine. Well, if I consider that I saved the long-term flight and just go up early in the morning, that's fine.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So presentation is uploading.
Okay, no worries.
It's converting here somehow. So I switch on my camera.
Mhm.
I will wear a mask in the beginning of the talk because well, we have Corona times, right?
Oh, okay. You're not at
So,
home, or?
excuse
Oh,
me?
okay, I get it. It's the theme of the talk.
Yeah. That's why
Okay.
I just do it in the start and then to make people waking up.
Okay. As long as they can hear you. I think I can hear you well, so all's
Yeah,
good.
I will remove it just after saying hello. So it's just to make some joke in the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, I'll wait maybe to like 11:44, and maybe we can do a quick introduction.
Yeah.
Well, Hong Fu will have to wait for the joke to happen.
Oh no,
By the way, if you are not sure there's a public chat, you can take a look at it.
yeah. Well, just do the introduction and I say hello and then I remove the mask. So
Okay.
it's me anyway on the mask. So people will probably realize me. It's a little bit stretched. So we have some photo service where you can get your own masks. And so I thought, oh, this could be a cool photo to take my own image.
I mean, your mask has a print on it when I look a bit
Yeah.
closer.
That's actually my passport photo.
Really?
Yes.
This is so interesting. Because usually we just wear the one that the government gives. Like this is the one that we get.
Yeah. And in Germany, we had a lot of self-made masks to have reusable and washable. But yeah, for now,
okay.
now you should use medical masks because yeah, they increased the level a little bit. How is in Singapore? Are you in Singapore now, or?
Yes, I'm in Singapore. Yeah. Not a lot of cases, but everyone's still quite compliant just in case until the vaccine rolls out.
Yeah. I think Germany was doing pretty good last year, but we totally failed starting with autumn. It's
too much partying.
Too much stupid people, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, the memes tell it all these days.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Without further ado, I'll do a quick introduction to the talk for you.
Yeah.
And then you can kick off the session, okay?
Yeah.
So welcome everybody. Welcome back to FOSSASIA. Today is the final day. So we're very excited to have Andres Tille, a Debian developer, talking about contributing to Debian Met while staying home during the COVID lockdowns. So without further ado, let's have Andres start his presentation, please.
Hello, good morning. Oh, I think maybe I don't need to wear the mask in my talk. It's Corona time, but yeah, luckily we have the talk online. And so good morning again. At my place it's 4:45, so it's really good morning for you. It's nearly middle of the day, but yes, let's start. Well, the thing is, I want to tell you something about the effect of Corona on the Debian Mate project. To do so, I want to start to give a very small introduction to Debian Mate. And the main point of my talk will be a hackathon. We did actually to fight COVID-19 with Debian Mate. I want to give some reward to the contributors of the first hackathon. And we did following hackathons and some online sprint, and I want to present some lessons I learned there. Finally, I give a short summary. Okay, what is Debian made? Back in 2001 at DebConf 1, we had some good Bordeaux wine at a nice dinner. And afterwards, we started to think about what might be good to do in Debian. It was actually the start of Debian Made was inspired by some good wine. So what is Debian in my eyes? Debian is a system the user installs on his computer. And there are lots of funny people putting applications into this system. I personally started in 1998 with a package WordNet, which is quite unimportant. You know the other important stuff. So if a very new user, maybe from some specific field, comes to Debian and is watching for specific applications, he could be very frustrated because Debian has 30,000, maybe even more binary packages. So you can't read everything and you have no idea how can I find the application that are useful for my work. The solution, in my opinion, is something like Scholar Linux, Debian Made, or Debian GIS, or something like this. These are so-called blends. Scholar Linux is for schools. Debian GIS is for geographic information systems. We have way more. We have Debian Science. We have Debian Chem for chemists. We have Debian Astro as well. But Debian Made was founded by me in 2002. And it is for medical stuff and maybe even more focused in bioinformatics, which is kind of medicine in the widest sense, like also gene sequencing, just all the stuff we need for COVID-19 by chance. And nobody was aware that something will happen like COVID-19 at this time. So what is Debian Made? It's kind of focusing onto the Debian package pool like a lens and presenting the user all the applications that might be useful for medicine. In this case, we have the Made Bio task. Debian Made is separated into tasks. Every blend is separated into certain tasks for doing a certain job. And this job is here the bioinformatician doing gene sequencing on his computer. And we have a lot of programs that are well known to the two biologists. And here we have BLAST, embossed, something you will know when you are working this field. And you can install all this with a single command. It is apt-get install made bio, and everything is prepared on your computer. And this is basically what Debian Made is doing. I've put here also my face again, but luckily and very luckily, all these packages are maintained by a team. So no package is created by a single person. So if I might get started, say, collecting stems or something like this and leave Debian for something else, this work is not lost. And this is very important in contrast to other distributions who maybe are based on Debian and are working, putting all this biology stuff inside the system and deliver a Debian derivative, but it's mostly driven by only 2 or 3 people, and I've seen a lot of them growing up and down and then vanished. So the idea is stay inside Debian. Debian will survive every leave of developers and the system is sustainable. Okay, what are these tasks? We have several tasks, which is going biology, epidemiology, medical imaging, some tools, medical practice, and so on. You see the task of biology has a lot of applications, about 800 or so. This is for developing biology applications like BioPython, BioPerl, and so on. And we have also a lot. The other fields are not so well covered. Medical imaging is also quite good covered. This is also because there are not so many free software applications there. Biology is scientific research. In research, you have a lot of open source software, and this is what we are packaging mainly. I'm told you that we are a good team, and I'm very proud about this because I did a survey in the wiki. Who is a Debian developer just because Debian Mate exists, right? If Debian Mate, this from a Debian point of view, quite unimportant field, is something that attracted developers. If you imagine how many people are using Debian to play games, to do multimedia or something like this, this is a way higher percentage than people that are doing very specific things like gene sequencing, medical imaging, or so. This whole Debian Mate is a very small fraction from the user base. But despite this is only the small fractions, we have 20 DDs that confirmed they are just DDs because Debian Mate exists. And 4 of these DDs were even before in Debian, they were even in Debian before Debian Mate started, so they didn't count. So it's a majority of the team that came to Debian just because Debian Mate exists. And considering that Debian has about 1,000 active Debian developers, the project Debian Mate has brought more than 2% of the Debian developers. And this makes me really proud because people are coming to Debian because they want Debian Mate and want to enhance Debian Mate. And 10 out of these 20 developers enhance their activities to other fields in Debian, which is a good thing. Sometimes they do not even work actively in Debian Mate, but do some other cool stuff inside Debian and make the whole system better. So Debian Mate was the entry point and people move on. But at least 14 of these 20 remain active. And my main point of this presentation is hackathon in April, where we wanted to fight COVID-19. And the effect of this hackathon was we got another 3 Debian developers, and one more is in the stage of Debian maintainer, which is kind of a pre-stage, and the application for becoming a DD is also running. So this is really cool because this hackathon had quite some effect, and I will soon come to some graphs about this effect. Well, shortly, I want to, on my last slide about Debian Mate, I want to give some overview about these fields we have. As I said, bioinformatics is covered very good. We have also quite important applications for medical imaging. For medical praxis, we have just GNU-Mate. We formerly had FreeMedForms, which is a French project, which we lost due to some technical reasons. It could be re-included later. I wished we could have more for hospitals. There is some interesting system which is called Vista. It's not connected to Windows Vista. It's a different system. But this is really complex. It is based on a database, FIS GTM, which we packaged. but Vista itself is so complex, and we need knowledge about the system, and this is not, we don't have this knowledge inside Debian, so we need to pair up with upstreams to get this running. But anyway, we can provide a stable OS for hospitals. So now I want to give you some overview about the sprint in April, which was dedicated to package software which can be used to do research on COVID-19. I have some graphs from the Team Matrix project, which I'm also running, and these graphs present weekly data. Please note we are packaging a lot of R data from the GNU-R statistics program. These are missing in the graphs because they are on a separate project, but the effects will be the same. What you can see here is persons who are committing to Debian Med packages per week. So in the beginning, but we had no version control system before 2006, so there was less than 5 people committing the first time, and then this was increasing. Some notes about these red lines. These red lines are marking Debian releases, and before these releases you see a drop in the activity. This is easy to explain because we have a freeze time before Debian releases, and luckily the Debian Med packages are frequently in a good shape, so there is not so much to commit. We need to wait for the next release cycle. Okay, then we have our usual sprints, our yearly sprints, which are marked by blue lines. You see some increase of activity here in these blue lines. So people are working in this sprint a little bit more, but the major point here is a hackathon in April 2002. So we had 26 people committing to our version control system, which is way more than the usual noise here at about 10 people committing, right? So we have quite a bump in the activity of people. This is somehow an artifact. I have no explanation why people became very active in November last year. I don't know. We just have this major peak. We had 2 other hackathons which dropped activity. Maybe the motivation, the first hackathon was way higher, right? And what you see as well is that the activity of people remained higher than before after the first hackathon, because we are now more people. This is a look on the actual commits. Well, formerly we had a graph of the committers. This is the graph of the commits, which looks a little bit different. It has 2 really high peaks here and there. Well, I have an explanation for these peaks. This is some crazy guy called Andreas Tille who entertains to update all the Debian Med packages in some time before release. It is motivated that every Debian package, it will be uploaded at least once in a release. So we have the last release was, the previous last release was here, and there was a release here. So I did some more or less automatic updates. So these automatic updates were invented here in this time. So these peaks are kind of artifacts, and this peak has the very same reasons. I had 1 week with updating everything. So this has nothing to do with the sprint. So we can consider the sprint the major peak here. And this was, the hackathon in April was here. And this was another sprint where you see usually more activities. Okay, so the hackathon also is showing quite some activity for the project. Well, what about the persons uploading Debian Med packages per week? Well, this is also a little bit different. You see, the hackathon is not really the the main peak here. The explanation for this is only Debian developers are permitted to upload any package, and other people that were committing to version control system had no upload permission. So some Debian developers did the work to real upload, and so this peak is not as high. I have no real explanation why we have this activity here. I don't know. This is not connected to the sprint. Maybe it is connected to our yearly bug squashing party in December, because we are doing some kind of advent calendar. This would fit with this graph or with this peak. So this is the actual uploads of Debian made packages. And here we see some, well, these are the artifacts I was talking about, and this as well. Here we see some delay past the hackathon. My explanation for this delay is that the commits where we developed the packages were not immediately leading to uploads. Some work needed to be done afterwards. And once this work was done, the actual upload was happening. Right, so this peak is a little bit delayed for the hackathon. Another thing is the graph of the people's posting to our mailing lists. Here you see a very clear graph that a lot of people were posting to the mailing list and helping us. Other peaks are usually on our sprints. Then we have the number of posts. Formerly we had the person of posting. The number of posts also is marked here with the hackathons. And despite the fact that we had not so many commits, technical commits in the second and third hackathon, we had more discussion in the second hackathon. It's this second green dotted light. And here we had some sprint which is a lot of chatting. I don't know why. So what was the communication means? We had in this hackathon some daily Jitsi meetings, which was kind of what have you done today? What do you plan to do tomorrow? We have a mailing list, which is the usual Debian mailing list, and basically our main means of communication in the project. We have an IRC channel, which I was watching, or which I'm watching in times of sprints, hackathons, and so, but I'm not so addicted to IRC. We also had a small group communicating via Telegram, which I'm not really happy because it'll kind of close, and so I would like to do more open communication. And this was replaced in our last sprint, which we did in February, also online, by a Matrix channel. And this Matrix channel is kind of a success because it's more acceptable for all people who don't really want to do Telegram. And so I mentioned it here as a kind of communication channel, which was not used in the hackathon that I'm talking about, but which I would recommend for kind of these online events. We had an amazing support in our first hackathon by the Debian FTP master, which is really great because Debian new packages need to go to the Debian new queue, and usually it takes some time until it is processed, and it can be in times of months, and everything was accepted in less than 24 hours. I really need to admit the hackathon in April was the most fun time in my 22 years of Debian developer life. It was so great, and it was extremely motivating, not only for me, but all people who joined. And to quote one of the FTP masters, I didn't do anything beyond taking some time off work, so I would have more time to pick up the FTP team and of getting the new package in. So we got a huge support from the whole Debian community. Not only real Debian Mate team members. I want to thank a lot of people who joined the hackathon. First, the women who joined, and it is alphabetically sorted, and by chance my wife is on top on it. Thanks to my wife, she had a lot of understanding for me. It was even Easter holidays partly that I was being offline for her and online for Debian Mate all the time. So thanks, Katrin, for this. We had Lyubov Shuprikova, who was an Outreachy student in the Debian Mate project. So Outreachy has gained some people for us in the Debian Mate project. I'm very happy about this. Malia Esemani, who was a Mentoring of the Month student. I would come to this if I would have more time. Mentoring of the Month education program we run in Debian Mate. Rebecca Palmer, which is new in Debian Mate. Sao Ikuan, she wants to become an Outreachy student. And the man, Alexander Metashvili, is a Debian Mate member. Andreas Merkes is from DebiChamp, which is a kindly related project because we have some common packages. Anthony Villalonga is new in Debian Mate. Ben Tris is from the FSF and did some quality checks. It did not technical contributions, but he checked our packages for licenses and so on. Diana IEC is a Debian Mate member. Emmanuel Arayas is new in Debian Mate. We have Etienne Mollier, who is new. Hamid Nasibi is just a friend I met at DebConf. Jun Aruga is actually a Red Hat developer who joins our Debian Mate sprints because he's doing basically the same as Debian Mate is in doing Debian in Red Hat, but there's way less in Red Hat than we are doing. Michael Acruso, a long-term Debian Mate contributor who became Debian developer right after the hackathon. Nilesh Patran is a GSOC student and now extremely active in Debian Mate. Oleg Wojna is new and did a very, very helpful thing because we want to package TensorFlow and we need the Bazel build system, which he did, and several others who have a similar background. So the followers in the hackathons and the online sprint were not as successful, but gained some more people as well and some more code. We stopped further hackathons and concentrated on a yearly sprint, which has, to my astonishment, not so many people as in real life sprints. Some long-term activists were missing or not so as active. But we had also non-European attendees, and this is a good thing of online events because you don't need to have to travel. And so Corona has also some positive side aspects, and we see it now in Singapore. It's my first time I'm presenting in FOSSASIA, and I'm very happy about this. We had a continuous Jitsi room open, and we did Jitsi meeting every second hour. Well, the effect of the COVID-19 crisis on the Debian Mate project is that we got a totally new drive. It's even more fun to work in this project, and everybody of you is kindly invited to share the fun with us. For me, my work shifted more from working to mentoring and organizing. It's even more fun now than before to see all those skilled developers doing a lot of stuff I could never approach myself. And thanks to all who contributed to the project. So I was a little bit fast in the end to enable some questions in case you have some. My talk is available here. And thanks to all who watched this stream. I don't know how many there was, and are there any questions?
Yes, Andreas, there's one question, two questions actually.
Yeah.
So the first question is, why do you think the hackathon was successful in increasing the commit rate? And did it lead to more contributors overall, like sustained contributions?
Well, because people became aware that this project could help to fight COVID-19, and they wanted to fight COVID-19. It's actually, I'm a person who always looks at the positive side of things, and this, well, we are all, it's all clear that COVID-19 is a disaster for the people on the world. But the good thing is it unites people and we can work together, and this is a positive outcome for me. Hope this is a good answer for this question.
Okay, one more question. How much code one must contribute before they can become a Debian developer or considered as one?
Well, the Debian developer is, you had to apply to become a Debian developer, and you had to pass a test, and you need to be patient until you get accepted, because people need to work with you. And then you get upload permission to the Debian package pool. This is a Debian developer.
Oh, okay. I think for the last question, can I be a part of Debian if I don't write code?
Yes, definitely you can, and you are kindly invited. And there are ways to contribute to our project, and you are kindly invited to write me an email, and I guide you to other tasks you can do for us. We need a lot of more work with publicity, and we need people who just read and write down what we did and what cool stuff we have. And so, because we underestimate this, I don't underestimate this, but coding is so much fun, takes so much time, that I miss things like publication, like doing talks like here. This is what I'm doing, but we need to do more.
More community sort of work.
Yes, definitely.
Well, there seem to be follow-up questions very quickly. Regarding the question about becoming a Debian developer, could you care to elaborate a bit about the type of tests that they might have to go through?
Yes, well, I think I do not, it's about Debian policy, Debian packaging. I've done a Debian packaging workshop here on FOSSASIA. There's a recording. If you missed it, you can watch the recording and you can try to start packaging, and well, then I can sponsor your work. So you don't need to be a Debian developer to really get your package in. You need to find somebody who uploads your work, which is the first step. And if you want to do this first step, you can also contact me.
Ah, okay. Someone asked for an email, but it's already there, so I'll just add it.
Yeah, you should find my email. It's just do a web search for Andreas Tille, and you will find it. It's also on the talks page. Andreas Tille Talks. It's easy.
Yeah, Tille@debian.org, right? That's the.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's all the questions that we have got. Thank you so much, Andreas. I think we enjoyed the conversation, and well, have a good day.
Yeah, you as well. Thanks for the moderation, and thanks for people who joined.
All right, take care.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. Let me just swap back. Okay, for the next presentation, can we have Sankarshan? Are you here?
I am.
Oh, great. Okay, I have given you a presenter, so you can maybe set up just briefly.
So I have the recording of the presentation available on this system, I believe. So the plan is to play the recording. And,
sure. Yeah, that's okay.
And before that, probably I'll make a minute of remarks, and then perhaps we can get to the recording. And then it's a short one, and then there's enough time for conversations and questions.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and I'm going to turn on my camera only when you ask me to. I have been informed that that's how it goes.
Yeah, you can turn it on now, and we can get ready. And prepare the recording. Hello, nice to see you. Do you want to get ready your recording? Then once we do an introduction, we can present already. Oh, I'll do it for you.
Right. I understood that the recording would be played by you.
Yeah,
that
okay,
not so?
got it. It's popped up already. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay. We have Sovereign, yeah. Okay, right. Without further ado, we can kick off the next presentation. So we're very happy to have Sankarshan, co-chair of the Sovereign Foundation Governance Framework Working Group with the Sovereign Foundation. And today he'll be talking a bit about collaboratively creating a governance framework around technology intervention for COVID-19. So Sankarshan might want to do a quick introduction for what he'll be talking about, and then I will play the video when he's ready.
Thank you. So I want to provide through the video a quick update on what the COVID Credentials Initiative has been doing. And I just realized that this is an interesting week for the initiative because it came together on 18th March last year. So it's kind of like the birthday week for us. And it's a very fascinating time. This is a short update of the governance framework because that's been one of the main focus areas of the COVID Credentials Initiative. It's a short video that provides updates, some call for action. But then we'll be talking a bit more about why this is important and areas that we don't yet cover but are fairly important, especially in terms around data disclosure, data rights, and all of that. So let's have the presentation recording rolling, I guess. And I'll put myself on mute.
Hi, thank you for making time today to join this conversation. My name is Sankarshan, and I'm a volunteer at the COVID Credentials Initiative, which is also called CCI. So what I'm going to do today is share our experience in creating what we call a template governance framework around digital and technology interventions to the COVID pandemic. Now, if you were attending the blockchain panel that happened last Monday, you would have heard Brian Behlendorf remark on how governance framework is an important part of deployments. And here, through our conversations, we might actually see why they indeed are very important as we deploy these technologies to real-life situations. So CCA came together as a loose coalition of interested and enthusiastic individuals, organizations, around 300 odd individuals, 100 odd organizations way back in April 2020, so the early days of the pandemic. Since then, very recently in December 2020, CCI has become part of the Linux Foundation Public Health and continues its advocacy for privacy-preserving verifiable credentials with focus on mitigating the spread of the pandemic. And incidentally, through evolving conversations, we're also looking at beyond this current pandemic as well. It's a quick rundown of things we're going to discuss today. So the COVID pandemic, if you remember, COVID-19 was declared as a pandemic sometime around mid-March. And pretty much immediately there was a number of conversations in various forums about how to blend technology interventions, bring technology solutions, create an impact. Designing technology interventions around health status, COVID test results was around enabling individuals to have access to services, businesses, basically trying to get back to what we then used to call the normal. But it also soon included topics of digital passports, vaccination status, and even there's a whole good body of work around electronic health records, including data sharing. What the CCI effort did was it brought together people in domains of identity, self-sovereign identity, technology, public health services, to be able to figure out how there is element of notice, consent, and choice in how data is shared, data is used, and data is verified. So the use cases in the CCI was organized around various work streams. The use cases and tooling work stream was among the few work streams which started having phenomenally engaging presentations from startups, businesses, individuals who just brought a fresh round of perspectives on various aspects of a citizen's journey through this system. You would recall that in a lot of ways, those early days, there was a whole lot of conversation around what the journey looks like, what workflows look like, what are the user experience, design patterns, and all of that. So in our case in CCI, concepts like trust registries, verifying the verifier, or to be able to understand the security around verification process, local assurance communities, all brought out the need for what we call a templates governance framework. So what we did was we inherited a governance framework from the Sovereign Foundation. We started off with that because this was already used by the Sovereign Foundation to run the Sovereign mainnet, and it provides the identifier services. So this was a reference frame for topics and principles. We needed to do this quick, so we set up an aggressive target, a timeline of 60 days in which to produce the first version of the CCI governance framework. We created specific roles like editors, primary and secondary reviewers, expert reviewers, and then went through cycles of week-to-week meetings, including sidebar conversations, to be able to get us to an early first release in June. So we started off somewhere around April. By the time it's June, we already had version 1.2 release. Now, the other thing that we did was that we also produced additional language versions besides the English version that we had. And the interesting thing that happened is that the translation activity helped clarify some of the technical concepts and actually ended up making the language version in English much better simplified. So the release of the version 1 got us to a feedback cycle. And one of the key feedback received from early adopters was that they would prefer to remove ambiguity in the principles in order to create better policies. And this allowed us to create a way we can actually improve on the next version. Now, I think all this activity that happened then and continues has allowed us to present a good set of things that we can share. The key is about the human experience, keeping technology as something that enables the social situation rather than allowing it to dominate over the social situation. But more importantly, to be able to engage with adopters and sponsors with a clear expectation that the first version is not the final version. It's not etched in stone. It would go through refactoring, it would go through refinement, it would go through changes and modifications, primarily because as we were doing all of this, the science and policy around all the pieces around the pandemic, like the immunity status, vaccination, all of this was evolving. So this means that domain experts engage in frontline activities like we had good amount of participation from folks who were engaged with the NHS. And this was critical because it kept us on the straight path. And we didn't quite get sidetracked by the geekery and the nerd fascination that often happens in such cases. But the most important thing that we think is that gets us going or got us going to be able to deliver what we did is that we focused on getting the purpose and the scope correct. Now, the thing about getting that correct is to be able to evaluate all further progress in terms of whether it can be in scope or out scope. Does it serve the purpose or does it not? Does it help the direction that we chose to walk down or does it not? I think that's one of the key things that to keep in mind if you are trying to do a similar exercise. So the other thing that we ended up focusing on through all the activities is putting a spotlight on inclusion, equity, and accessibility are the principles that are included in this governance framework. Ensure that we are able to provide guidance that make these topics are fundamental when considering digital interventions. So we see that and we read opinions that with digital passports which highlight various drawbacks around these topics, including surveillance, coercion. And so we wanted to address these topics as well with by bringing in ideas around data sovereignty, data governance, data rights as they are applicable to the local jurisdictions. And what we now see happening extensively is that digital credentials in situations that involve large ecosystems, like for instance, you might have heard about the Good Health Pass and the IATA and others coming together to form consortiums. Now, these essentially are large digital trust ecosystems that cross boundaries. So Essentially, it requires a variety of organizations to trust the issuers of these verifiable credentials and verifiable presentations and have a way of transitive trust put in. This slide is essentially a quick updates on what's happening as well as a call to action. We really would like to have more specific participation from policymakers, individuals who are involved in standard development organizations to be able to join us and contribute to this template governance framework. Now, if you are engaged in or are planning to design governance frameworks for such efforts, I think we have a number of ways to collaborate, and CCI can be of help. So I do encourage you to join us. You can find us on the Linux Foundation Public Health Slack. The link is here, or on Twitter. You can see the Twitter handle. Or if you want to reach out to me for a conversation, I have my email address on the slide as well. And yeah, that's what I wanted to share it as a quick update on this COVID credentials governance framework. So I'd like to thank you because you obviously had a lot of things you could do and you chose to participate in this conversation. I do appreciate your generosity and I wish that you stay safe. And if you have questions now, I'd be happy to answer them as best as I can. So what I'm going to do is minimize this session and sort things out quickly. Let's do that. Thanks.
Right. So that was planned to be a very quick update on things. A lot of what we do is on our website, covidcreds.com. We are a very diverse group that comes together through various focus areas around vaccine credentials, data management, responding to standards, or even responding to trust frameworks that are being created around these topics. In fact, just this morning I was reading about a conversation around how biometrics in credential exchange and links and to privacy related issues and concerns around that. But at this point here, I'll be open to questions. I'll take a look at the shared notes section to see if there are questions. May we know the URL of the website? Certainly. The URL of the website, should I paste it over here or in the chat? I think I can paste it here, right? Yeah.
So I think there are some questions that are popping up as we go.
Yeah. It's very interesting to see real-time typing and then trying to guess at what's coming up. Are you based in India? Can you talk about the COVID situation there? Oh yeah, I am based in India. The COVID situation here is, I think formally at this point in time, there has been a bit of, it's being recognized that we have a surge because of the various strains that are available. So the number of states and cities are going into lockdown. We don't yet have digital credentials rolled out in India, so we still do things the paper-based way. And I have to remind you that paper-based credentials, just like one exists for what is the one very well-known paper-based credential is the yellow fever vaccine one. That's the one that's recognized by the International Health Record. So there is, even if you look at the update from WHO that came out yesterday, I think, a request for feedback, it clearly mentions that digital credentials are not going to replace paper credentials, they're going to supplement or be in addition to. To share a bit about the importance and impact of digital credentials. Well, is there a specific area that you'd like me to focus on in terms of the question? Because I think the key part of digital credentials is that it allows you to have selective disclosure of information. Now, if you look at what a paper credential does is that even though it is cheap, it is widely available, and it can be presented everywhere. If you present it, you're actually disclosing a whole lot of information about yourself, or a lot of identifier information. And in cases of, and even though in countries and cultures, the concept of personal health information differs, but I think it's good to actually build up that awareness that individuals should be able to govern their personal health information and be able to have the choice in selectively disclosing what is being asked for. So if a verifier doesn't require your entire data set to be exposed to them and provided as a proof, we should be able to do that. So digital credentials allow you to that thing. I think that's the pivotal concept that makes them better than paper credentials. There are drawbacks though. A lot of the digital credential designs depend on smart devices, and depending on the country you are, smart device penetration and availability might be very less, which means that the number of citizens who will be excluded from digital credentials could be on the higher side. So it's a balance that the policy has to say. And I usually don't like policy decisions that mandate one over the other without thinking about equity and inclusion. And I think that's a very key thing, especially when we talk about situations like what the pandemic brought about. What's the next after establishing a governance framework? That's a good question. Thank you for asking that, because the Linux Foundation Public Health or the CCI, they are not intending or they are not set up to be a governance authority. The idea of creating the governance framework, and the reason I mentioned that it's a template, is because if there are governance authorities, so it could be your local health organization, could be your country, could be a body empowered by your government who wants to create a governance framework for digital credentials and the trust framework that goes with it. They don't have to start from scratch. They can take something that exists, look at it, apply the requirements of the local legal jurisdiction, and then see if that allows them to roll out digital credentials that are privacy preserving. Because the temptation, of course, for a lot of nation states is to fall into the surveillance mode of using digital credentials, and this balance needs to be in place. So I think the next step for us is to be able to create a third version of this that focuses more on data rights and data sovereignty to help build out the feedback that we have received. That with that in place, it becomes easier to create governance frameworks that interoperate when you're doing cross-border transactions. So let's say I'm in India and India adopts something like this, but it has to interact with Europe. Data rights and data exchange have to map up and they have to be aligned in one way or the other. There's a question 3 that does not exist, which I'm not too sure what happened there.
Yeah, are there more questions? I think this is a good chance to really share from somebody who was at the forefront of setting up this framework, right? Me personally, I'm interested in digital credentials, also because I do a bit of work on blockchain technology. So I think the Sovereign Foundation has been building quite a lot of these tools. So maybe if I could digress slightly, since we still have a bit of time, what do you think is like the blocker to like adoption?
Of digital credentials or?
Yes, yeah, for digital credentials. I mean, Sovereign provides some possible DIDs, I think.
Yeah, so Sovereign at this point runs one of the largest public permission ledgers, focused specifically on identifiers. I mean, there are a whole lot of ledgers that are available that provides a whole lot of other different services. Sovereign's vision is to focus on identity for all, and by all I mean just not just humans or carbon-based life forms, but also things which are becoming a day-to-day part of our internet and life experiences. I think one of the changes that we have seen at Sovereign coming up through the last year or so is that we see more public stakeholder funded and state funded efforts that are focused on providing systems that build digital credentials for their citizens. So I see that as one of the advantages. The the blocker for massive wide adoption of it, so it's like as they say, like a hockey stick curve, is mostly to do with governments all across have invested heavily in legacy systems of identity and access management. And to be able to transition from centralized or federated to decentralized / distributed, it's not just you disintermediate, you also create process changes, and those process changes are going to take time. And fundamentally, uh, decentralized identifiers, what they give is they allow the entity or the holder or recipient to be able to have the power to govern their identifiers. And that's a fundamental change because consider this fact, even when I logged into this event EA system, I actually created an identity, an account, and then the event EA system allows me to interact with it based on that. I didn't bring my government issued ID card to the event EA system to establish my identity and say, hey, use this to create the account and accept me as a valid person. And that is the change that requires time. That's every software that we use, that tight coupling of I have their owner identity has to change. So, but there is a whole lot of situations where this is changing, primarily in the field of medicine, humanitarian causes, education. So I'm pretty hopeful about the fact that the change will come across.
I think you mentioned processes that have to change, right? And that seems to be the longest part. It will take a bit of time because I think it seems to be a change management challenge, right?
Yeah. I mean, change is always hard, right? And then if you're trying to do change, and let's be fair. If we look at it from the perspective of a government, a tiny change has cascading effect on all citizens who are being impacted by that change. So you really have to take steps that are measured, but you can't also be staying in place. An example I can pull up is that the UK government has just published, I think early this month, the alpha of a trust framework, which they're trying to put in place eventually to be able to create a digital trust ecosystem. Now, UK has been having various methods of identity management and identity systems for quite a while. But even this, if you go back and look at what they published as alpha, is a very specific measured step in terms of defining what the properties of the system would be and to be able to ensure that there's nobody who's going to be inadvertently excluded. So process change, yeah, it's going to, but I think it's going to be easier if there is more awareness that bubbles up from community action and civic action so that those who are in government or in legislators are aware of this need. So if you go back and think about how free and open source software suddenly became mainstream, is because there was awareness that came up, and legislators were pretty okay adopting all of that, open standards, open data formats, Creative Commons like licenses. So I think that's one of the key areas that this self-sovereign identity community needs to focus on, to be able to create that solid movement that influences decisions.
I think it's quite interesting because even at Singapore, I mean, you'd think we're quite advanced or quite modern, right? But we still rely on paper quite a bit. Even though, for example, everybody has their own digital certificates, it's still not accepted fully because the process requires you to submit a picture of it. Okay, I think that's really quite. Thanks so much for the very detailed sharing on the self-sovereign identity. I think that's about all the time we have left for now. So once again, thank you, Shankar-Shan, for the presentation and also all the information you can find in the chat notes. I think I took the time to try to take a look at it. It's really quite useful. If anybody would still have any more questions, feel free to interact with him in the discussion room. And yeah, thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you for having me, and you can also write to me if you have specific questions. I'll be more than happy to get on a call to talk through issues. Thanks again.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you. Okay, let me just prep the next one. Next, can we have Sai? Are you here?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Would you like to test your, turn on the video?
Yeah.
Your camera. Let me just hop up the video.
Oh, the recording is here.
Yeah, oh, you want to control it?
Should I present or I wasn't clear, so I uploaded the video last night. But I could present as well. How should we do this?
Oh, up to you. I think if you have a presentation, I think it would be preferred because then it's more, you know, personal.
What is convenient to you? I'll take your lead. I mean, if it's easier to play the video, sure, we can play the video.
Actually, it's easier to have you present.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, then I'll present. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because the video sometimes it might be choppy or there might be some technical issues.
Got it. Got it.
Okay. Are you able to?
Yeah, let me share. Yeah, let me share my screen.
Okay.
Can you see my? Yep.
Okay. Okay, so it's a blue slide, right? Okay. Tracking personal health during the pandemic. Okay. So for you, you have 25 minutes, and then after that,
15 minutes.
Oh no, wait, 15 minutes, yes.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay. So until about 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right. I think without further ado, maybe we can start a bit earlier.
Oh, okay. Should we start?
Yeah, I can just do a quick introduction since everything is running well.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Welcome back to FOSSASIA. Today is the last day of the conference, of the summit. And now, for the next 15 minutes, we have Sai Yamanor presenting about tracking personal health during the pandemic, which is really important because medical practitioners are tending to patients with emergencies or those diagnosed with COVID-19. And a lot of local regulations require people to conduct self-screening of COVID-related symptoms, including daily temperature taking, something that I've had to go through also back in university. So for this talk, you'll be talking about some of the open hardware that he has built to track his own daily physical activity using off-the-shelf hardware, and I'll let him elaborate about it later. So a bit more about our presenter. He's a senior IoT applications engineer with Designably, with over 6 years as an embedded systems expert, and currently works for Linde in Buffalo, NY. So currently he works on IoT systems design, testing, and deployment. He's also wrote 2 books on the use of Raspberry Pi to execute DIY projects. So without further ado, let's have Sai to share about his personal development journey. Please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a great time at the conference. My name is Sai Yamanor, and as our host mentioned, today I'm going to talk about tracking personal health during the pandemic. I hope you enjoy today's talk. As he had mentioned, I am an IoT applications engineer. I focus on developing low-cost IoT solutions for my customers. In my free time, I work for my nonprofit Designably with my brother. And I like to build, like our area of interest is especially improving quality of life using open hardware. We like to build projects and share it at maker fairs across the country. In the slide here, you can see a personal health dashboard that I built for myself. I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. I'm also recognized by Intel as an IoT innovator Now, a little bit about Designably. My brother and I started this nonprofit so that we could collaborate on projects, where we have a common interest. We usually collaborate remotely. My brother is based in California, and I'm currently situated in Buffalo, New York. And we tend to share our work at various conferences. We publish our open hardware design. We are self-funded. We do it out of our personal interest. And our process is basically, we take a problem that is close, that we identify in our immediate surroundings. This could be a problem faced by a family member, or it could be a simple thing, or we identify the problem and we see what we could do with open hardware, and we build several iterations around it. We try to keep it low cost so that others could emulate our work and build it for themselves, and and improvise upon it. And so we and then once we have a working prototype ready, we go ahead and try to publish that design somewhere, in any avenue possible. And the reason we chose personal health is because we come from a family that struggles with lifestyle diseases through several generations. For example, some of our family members have had cardiovascular conditions and chronic health conditions, and we have seen them go through the struggle of managing their chronic condition. That's where our that actually drove us to work on building dashboards that can help keep track of certain parameters on a day-to-day basis. So a couple of years ago, we actually built a personal health dashboard. This was our first generation personal health dashboard. What you see here is basically a shadow box from an arts and crafts store, and we used a Raspberry Pi Zero and an RGB LED strip to simply provide information on on progress of physical activity throughout the day. The Raspberry Pi basically connects to the your wearable fitness trackers cloud and gets your physical activity, and it displays, it lights up an LED for every 1,250 steps you walk. So it's basically like a progress bar that keeps annoying you, or rather providing you some visual aid to let you know that you should be more physically active. So this was our very first iteration. What we realized is that progress bar is just that. You don't know, it does not give you the granular information on how to plan your physical activity, and should you do additional exercise for the day. And that's when the second generation dashboard came into fruition, where we built this giant 7-segment display with 5 digits, and it was still interfaced to a Raspberry Pi Zero. The idea here is that you would know how many steps you have left for the day. We did several experiments with it where we were counting up to our daily step goal. But that doesn't give you an exact idea of how many steps you have left. So we decided to make a small tweak so that it counts down from the daily step goal. So that if you're having a busy day, you could plan how far you plan to walk, what type of exercise could you possibly do, etc. And we actually shared both of these projects at various maker fairs across the country. And then, last year, we went into this strange world of working from home and conducting daily temperature screenings because of the pandemic. And that's when we decided to actually publish some open hardware to aid the daily temperature screening. So what we did was build a non-contact temperature screening station. The idea here is that we interface a Raspberry Pi, a camera to a Raspberry Pi, which actually identifies a person standing at at a designated position. When a person is detected at that particular position, there is a non-contact IR sensor that does the temperature measurement. Now, this IR sensor is not so accurate, because it's influenced by various things, especially the room temperature and the distance at which the person is standing. So this non-contact temperature screening station could be mostly used for a go, no-go decision based upon the measured body temperature. We thought that that might not be accurate enough because body temperature could vary from person to person. So we decided to expand upon this project, where we went and looked for a contact thermometer that could be used in a wearable form factor. We found this contact thermometer sensor called the MAX 30205. Surprisingly, this contact thermometer sensor actually has a clinical grade accuracy in order to be used in wearables, etc. So we went ahead and built this wearable that can measure body temperature. Here also there is a particular challenge where the epidermal temperature measurement, meaning temperature measurement on your forehead, does not exactly tell you whether or not you have fever. So according to the sensor's documentation, you probably have to use it under your armpit or something like that to actually get a very good accuracy of an accurate measurement of your body temperature. But the lesson we learned here is that, especially when you're conducting temperature screening on a daily basis, the idea here is to not to provide a clinical assessment of the person, but rather provide a general idea of whether or not they're running a fever. For that, something like this could be really helpful. So we wanted to take another step in actually helping folks to automate their temperature measurement, meaning whenever they decide to use this, we want to automatically be able to log the temperature measurements using their phones. So what we did was we took the contact thermometer sensor and decided to interface it to a Bluetooth module, so that whenever the person conducts, measures their body temperature, it's automatically logged to their phone, so that when they are doing their daily temperature screening assessments required by their employer, they could automatically share their data. I forgot to mention that the non-contact thermometer, as well as the first generation contact thermometer, was already published at a conference, and we are actually working on publishing this design as well once we are ready to share once we have validated the design and the mobile app and everything like that. Now, the other side effect of the pandemic is that we are all working from home, and they have found out that indoor air quality is also an important parameter to track. So what we are currently working on is, so on the left here you can see a VOC sensor interface to Raspberry Pi Zero that constantly monitors the equivalent carbon dioxide levels in the room. And the RGB LEDs that you see in the picture actually change their color based upon the measured carbon dioxide levels. They are, so this could be really helpful in a classroom where, students are all in a very tight space, so that it provides a visual feedback for folks to actually open up windows when it's needed. This could be prominent, installed somewhere prominently. On the right here is a sensor node that we developed so that we could throw this in different parts of the building. This thing can actually, it uses a Zigbee module, and this thing can actually run for years without needing a change for the battery. So the idea here is that you can collect data points at different times of the day, with different parameters, based upon like the room size, the number of people in the room, etc., etc. And so this data could be really helpful in understanding the number of, like, based upon the sensor that you're interfacing to this node, it can provide you data on, like, how frequently are rooms being used. It can also provide information on, like, are people, if it can provide information on capacity utilization and stuff like that, so that they could make sure that all rooms on a campus are being utilized on an equal basis. So you can actually find all the designs that I have shared so far in my GitHub repo. There's the QR code and the link to our GitHub repo. And you can also feel free to get in touch with me. I've included my email address as well. I hope you learned something from my talk, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. I think that was a really interesting talk about what you can do for yourself.
Yeah.
So just as a quick note, we've got 5 minutes for questions. So if anybody has a question, you can put it into the chat notes. If not, then I have just one quick question.
Sure.
What do you think about, say, embedded devices in our lives? Because I think quite a few of my friends that were in COVID, right, they mostly use like their iWatches and all that, right? So for yourself, you built it in your own way. I'm quite curious because, when we talk about maker culture and maker, or sort of like the maker experience, right? Maybe you could give me some talking points so I could convince them to try and do this.
Oh, like build their own devices.
Yeah,
I actually the personal health dashboard that I built for myself was driven by a personal need. I found out that when I am looking at the dashboard, it serves as a stark reminder. It basically sits in my living room, serving as a, telling me that I have not walked enough. It's already 6 o'clock in the evening, and I've not even met like 20% of my step goal. So that sometimes, just gives me the nudge that I need to get up and go for an hour's walk or something like that. I would say, actually, if someone is not interested interested in embedded devices, building fun things like this can actually, nudge them in that direction, because it can be pretty cool. Especially, I like building robots, and I like building things with bright LEDs. There is some form of joy when you actually get an LED blinking. I think something as simple as an LED blinking could actually be really helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when you built your first and then the light strip comes up.
Yeah.
We have one question from the public.
Okay.
What is the roadmap for your project? And do you happen to have some sort of production plan if you want to introduce such devices to the public?
So the idea here is that not for my brother and myself to actually mass produce these things. What we wanted to do was make it. I probably wouldn't have mentioned, but we try to make our designs such that they are of low cost, and we publish all of our designs. We make sure that none of the components, for example, or the sensors are have an agreement of sorts, so that we could licensing needs, so that we could share our design, we could share everything, so that people who have access to a maker space could just buy these things and build it for themselves. So it's basically a DIY approach to hacking personal health. That's the idea here. We don't want to sell these things. But as far as roadmap goes, we are trying to tackle every single health parameter. So for example, tracking medication adherence. Apart from physical activity, we want to track things like water intake. Because of the pandemic, we were really motivated to actually do, help things with what we could possibly help with respect to the pandemic. So what we did was, once we built the temperature screening station, we went ahead and shared it at conferences. And I would also recommend that people check out Hardware X. It's basically a journal for publishing open hardware. Last year, they had a call where they wanted folks to contribute open hardware designs that could help healthcare professionals during the pandemic.
Just taking some. Yeah, I think this is really great. I remember some of my friends, they helped to do this small plastic 3D thing for the mask, so that it doesn't, hold on to your ear. They were printing so many of them.
Yeah.
It's very heartening to see people step up during this pandemic.
And I have noticed in Michigan, a professor published a design of the machine, a 3D printed machine that could be used for, I believe, ventilation using 3D printed parts. He did something like that. And they published the designs for the RepRap 3D printer so that folks could build their own 3D printer for applications to for like printing things to help healthcare professionals.
Well, okay, I think that's all the time that we have for today. So Thank you, Sai, for that very inspiring presentation about how I think the quote you said was hacking personal health. I'll just bold that. I think it's a very nice phrase to have. So thank you for today, and I guess I'll see you around then.
Yeah, thank you. Feel free to get in touch with me if you have any questions.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
So up next, we have Amanda Sopkin. Are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, feel free to turn on your camera and just test everything and get your slides up.
Well, sounds good.
Okay. Okay, I see it. Data sovereignty and privacy.
Awesome.
Okay. So for the next 2 minutes, I'll do a quick introduction. Welcome to the FOSSASIA Summit. For those of you who are new today, today is the last day of the summit. And up next, we have Amanda Sopkin, who will be talking about data sovereignty and privacy in the face of a pandemic. So COVID-19 has led to a surge of new applications designed to help monitor the spread of COVID-19. However, after a while, including for Singapore, it became quite clear that several countries had to forego some important privacy and digital sovereignty considerations in the interest of expediency. So Amanda today will compare the leading COVID-19 tracing applications and how they were rolled out in different countries and evaluate the effectiveness of contact tracing, both in terms of stopping COVID-19 and data protection. So I'm quite interested in hearing about that soon. So some quick notes about our presenter today, Amanda. She's a software engineering manager at Autodesk, and is from Colorado, and she works on connecting businesses in the pre-construction industry with speaking experience at conferences such as PyCon, CGL, and CodeMotion. And also attends Major League Hacking as a coach to help students have a great experience at events that they attend. So without further ado, let's have Amanda share about the topic for the day.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. So I'm going to go ahead and get started since it's a slightly shorter talk slot. So again, welcome. I'm going to be talking to you today about data sovereignty and data privacy in the face of a pandemic, and more specifically in the face of COVID-19. So a couple of definitions before we get started. The textbook, or the legal definition of data sovereignty, is the idea that data is subject to the laws and governance structures within the nation where it is collected. But it's also used in a more kind of conceptual or philosophical sense to just mean the right to ownership and control of personal data. So this talk should be relevant to really both usages or meanings of the phrase. And data privacy is a branch of data security concerned with the proper handling of data. And that typically means consent, notice, and regulatory obligation are kind of some of the core pillars of data privacy programs. So I want to give you kind of a roadmap of where we're headed. I'm going to start out by talking about contact tracing for COVID and exactly how it works. I'm going to look at a few different case studies of countries that had varying levels of success in contact tracing. I'll talk about international data sharing in general, and then I'll talk about improving data sharing privacy when it comes to international data sharing, and by doing so, restoring individual data sovereignty. So how does contact tracing work? You've probably heard the phrase or heard it referred to a bunch of times in the last year or so of the pandemic. So I wanted to kind of review the process. So this is how contact tracing goes ideally. So you get a patient who has contracted COVID-19, and then they identify the contacts, people that they've been in touch with recently who might have gotten COVID from them. And then those contacts will be triaged by the person who's assigned to the case, and then they will be notified, and depending on the country, the government might supply those people with supplies like food and water and hygiene products so that they don't have to leave the house for the next 14 days. And there are a few different ways to do contact tracing. A lot of countries rely upon opt-in tools, which means that they require people to download a mobile application or sometimes visit a website and proactively say that they've contracted COVID, and then provide information for their contacts. Some countries use tools to estimate or guess who might have been in the area of an outbreak, like GPS and Bluetooth, for example. And that technique is generally less explicit and less consensual on the user's end. And then finally, some countries use manual contact tracing. Manual contact tracing can involve a variety of techniques, including reviewing surveillance camera footage, going through someone's mobile phone activity, going through their credit card transactions, conducting telephone interviews with their contacts, and even monitoring their visits to pharmacies or hospitals. So it's significantly more intrusive than the two other methods of using an opt-in application or even just monitoring location data. And for that reason, it's also a lot more expensive to do. So you probably know this, but I think it bears repeating in the context of this talk. Part of the reason that it's so difficult to trace the spread of COVID is that it's very, very contagious. 5% of people who get COVID take 2 weeks to develop symptoms, and 43% of people infected never show any symptoms at all. And severe cases can remain infectious for much longer than people think, so around the 20-day mark or so. And all of those factors kind of combine to make it really difficult to trace who got COVID and who they got it from. So does contact tracing actually work? It's actually a little bit ambiguous. So the World Health Organization provides a benchmark for what it considers a successful COVID tracing operation. They say that a successful operation requires tracing and quarantining 80% of close contacts within 3 days. But they did a study at the University of Oxford, and they found that even if all cases isolate and all contacts are found within 3 days, the epidemic will continue to grow in most cases. So they found to conclusively halt an epidemic, you actually need 70% of cases to isolate, and you need 70% of contacts to be quarantined within 1 day. Which is significantly different from the benchmark for a successful operation, which is 3 days. So that kind of shows, even if you're meeting that benchmark for what would be considered a successful contact tracing operation, it might not be effective on its own. So one of the biggest obstacles to contact tracing is the lack of public trust in data collection. So people don't have a lot of faith in their government to handle their data appropriately and respect their privacy. And they don't have a lot of faith in their data sovereignty. And for that reason, they are often unlikely to actually say if they've been infected. So this is a study that was done by the Imperial College of London. They asked responders, if you were contacted, would you be willing to provide contact information if you had contracted COVID-19? And you can see that towards the top, in France, Germany, and the United States, almost a quarter of responders said that they wouldn't be willing to provide contact information. And on the other hand, all the way on the bottom, a very small percentage of people living in Vietnam said that they wouldn't be willing to provide contact information. So this kind of paints a picture of the varying levels of public trust, country by country. So this is a study specific to the United States. They found in 2019 that Americans feel that they have very little control over data collected by the government or other companies. They feel that the potential risks of collecting data outweigh the benefits. They're very concerned over the use of the data, and they feel like they don't understand the purpose of data collection. So all of those factors contribute to a lack of public trust in general in what's going to be done with your data if you give it over to the government. So now I want to go through some case studies really quickly. Vietnam had a very successful contact tracing operation, and as a result, they had one of the lowest death rates worldwide. They had 0.04 deaths per 100,000 people, which is in contrast with the United States, which had 165.4 deaths per 100,000 people. And one of the things that enabled their success was high levels of public trust, which enabled widespread participation. And that's kind of reflected in that survey where Vietnam had one of the lowest percentages of people who said that they would not be willing to provide contact information. Another successful contact tracing program was in South Korea. They had a very robust, even bordering on intrusive contact tracing program that relied on a lot of those manual techniques we talked about earlier, including even combing through credit card transactions and looking at surveillance camera footage. And one of the biggest things that enabled their success was high capacity screening centers. So they spent a lot of time early on in the pandemic to build out the infrastructure to do effective contact tracing. And then finally, kind of as a contrast, the United Kingdom had a much less successful contact tracing program. The system was incomplete and ineffective. They were only able to get in touch with 46% of contacts for a person infected with COVID. And partly because of other factors, but also because of that, they had a very high death rate of 189.9 deaths per 100,000 people. And part of the reason is because they didn't have robust systems for enforcing and enabling quarantine. So for example, if you live in a country where local authorities will send food and water and hygiene materials, people are more likely to stay quarantined than if they have to actually go outside and get those things themselves. So, and then low public trust in the UK was also an obstacle to widespread participation in contact tracing. In particular, according to the British Social Attitude Survey in 2019, only 15% of respondents said that they trust the government most of the time or just about always. And the poll said that this was the lowest level recorded in over 40 years. So that shows kind of the connection between public trust and participation in these programs. So now I want to talk about international data sharing, specifically in regards to COVID. This is from Dr. Samya Swaminathan, who is the chief scientist of the World Health Organization. She said there's been a huge fragmentation, a huge multiplication of approaches within countries and between countries. In a pandemic, there is no sense in having solutions which apply only within your own national borders. You have to have solutions that work around the world because people are moving all the time. So some of the advantages that we get for international data sharing is that it helps establish good best practices for dealing with the disease across the board. So as an example, in the United States, in March of 2020, the Center for Disease Control did not recommend wearing a mask in order to protect yourself from COVID. They have eventually reversed that recommendation, and in early April of 2020, they said that it was good to wear a mask to protect yourself. But at that point, a lot of damage had already been done, and a lot of people in the United States still don't believe that they need to wear a mask to protect themselves from COVID. So that kind of example shows how just one country can kind of undermine global public health best practices. Clinical outcomes are also super important when it comes to data sharing. If countries can share what they know about potential risk factors and then also effective treatment plans, that's really helpful with a disease like COVID, where everyone's kind of learning as they go. And then finally, data sharing can help narrow the global spread of a disease if you can effectively narrow down exactly where outbreaks are occurring and then use that to inform travel restrictions. But although we get all these benefits from data sharing, there are also privacy concerns as well. So these are some of the types of information collected as a part of contact tracing programs. So those might include age, gender, date of onset, the time and place where you were hospitalized, and sometimes even the locations that you visited before you were diagnosed with COVID. So if you put all of those things together, especially on a regional basis, it might be possible to actually identify who someone is based on all this information. And that can be super dangerous for privacy. To kind of explain why, this is a quote from Benjamin Zhao, who is a researcher for the Hong Kong Open Data Index. In South Korea, the fear of being stigmatized has prevented people from being tested and therefore thwarted government measures to control transmission. In May, this was exemplified, in May of 2020, this was exemplified by a cluster of cases involving more than 1,500 people. Local media highlighted that the spread occurred at a gay nightclub, and since people who are gay face widespread prejudice in South Korea, many may have avoided testing in order to preserve their privacy. So this shows even in a place like South Korea, which actually had a very successful contact tracing program, if people are concerned about the amount of data being shared and how it might be tied to them personally, then that can cause them to avoid disclosing that they were diagnosed at all. So some things that we can do to improve international data sharing and data sovereignty. We need more transparency in general on the amount of data being collected and exactly why each piece is necessary. We need stricter regulations and standards around deleting collected data after a period of time, like after you've been able to do contact tracing. And in general, we need more democratic mechanisms for controlling the publication and sharing of data. So having this global data available is really helpful to individual communities. And there are a lot of examples of people taking that publicly available data and using it to make their own trackers or maps, for example, which can be very useful. But it's also important that they're adhering to the right privacy regulations at the same time. So an example of a system that does this pretty effectively is the interoperability system in the European Union that was developed to respond to COVID. They came up with this program to ensure that all of the individual applications in Europe would work well across borders. They wanted to keep the amount of data exchanged on individuals to a minimum, and they also wanted to follow security best practices, privacy best practices to ensure that information was pseudonymized, encrypted, and stored for a limited period of time. So as a part of creating this program, they made sure that they were in compliance with GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, the e-Privacy Directive. They also consulted heavily with the European Data Protection Board to make sure they were following all the right privacy regulation standards. So this system, again, allows the tracking of COVID-19 across borders in a way that's pretty useful for the participants. It allows the storing of information just long enough to trace infections, and it enables a greater degree of collaboration on COVID-19 strategy. So this kind of program is likely to inform similar programs for data sharing for other things like future epidemics. So how could we improve these things if we were to be hit with another pandemic? How could we kind of improve the public trust in order to effectively minimize a pandemic sooner in the future? One of the biggest things that can be done is providing institutional support for quarantine. So this is a photo of some supplies that were given to someone who was in a COVID quarantine in South Korea. So you can see they included some food and some water and also some hygiene products. And providing that kind of support is super helpful for encouraging people to actually follow a quarantine. So in the UK, for example, they found that only 61% of the people that were instructed to quarantine said that they had actually left the house that day. So that shows that they're not actually fully quarantining, and doing things like sending supplies can make a big difference there. Instituting secure protocols for data collection can also go a long way. So for example, protocols like DP3T allow contact tracing without a central server ever having access to contact logs. So that can go a long way to addressing privacy concerns. And then finally, again, we need increased transparency and more democratic control around data storage and collection. And I wanted to end with this quote from Betsy Hodges: "We can only have true public safety with public trust." So there's an inherent connection there, and that can really, true public safety can only be achieved with good data sovereignty practices. And I wanted to end on a high note. So as of March 20th of 2021, there have been over 430 million vaccine doses administered so far. So I wanted to leave you with that. Thank you for coming, and I put my Twitter handle and my email up here if you want to talk about the subject or if you have questions.
Thank you for the sharing. We do have some questions for you. So the first question is, contact tracing works relatively well in Ireland, and we have a statistically sufficient participation as well. And I guess the question asker is wondering why Ireland is rarely mentioned in these kinds of presentations.
Yeah, that's a good question. It was really difficult to decide which countries to include, to be honest. So I'm sure there are a lot of great examples that I could have looked into. I think potentially one reason is maybe people assume that it wasn't as good because there were a lot of issues in Europe in general with the pandemic. But I'm not really sure.
Okay, thanks for the answer. Next question. How have the figures you provided been made comparable? For example, how have the criterion for registering cases been harmonized, like across the different jurisdictions?
Across the different jurisdictions, meaning like,
because you pick like Europe, for example, right? Then you also mentioned Vietnam, and you mentioned a few other countries. So the question is, how have you made the figures between different countries comparable?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I tried to use comparable figures looking specifically at like deaths per 100,000 people, so that you're not looking at like, oh, well, this number is bigger, but obviously that's because this population is a lot larger. Obviously, there can be other factors, like for example, in island nation, some people think is going to have greater success eliminating COVID as well. So it's kind of hard to totally eliminate those factors, but yeah.
So basically, you just try to like normalize them to the population size.
Yeah.
One more question. Do all countries in the EU interpret the GDPR and e-privacy acquis in the same way?
That's a good question. I don't think they do entirely. Yeah, although in general, Europe has been better about having like centralized communication and a centralized body that makes those kinds of decisions, so that even if the individual nations interpret things differently, programs that affect all of Europe are in line with the law.
Okay, noted that down also. But that's it. Are there any more questions? If there are, feel free to add it into the chat notes. Or into the public chat. I'll just move it in for you. If not, I think maybe I have one question of my own. I'm quite curious, based on your research so far, right? What sort of approach would make sense? Because I think you also mentioned that expediency is quite important, right? It's not so easy to establish these frameworks so quickly. So how do you think we can sort of strike a better balance between this?
Yeah, to be honest, part of my hope is that as a result of COVID, people have done the work to establish good frameworks for that. So like, for example, with the interoperability framework, that's a really easy thing to build upon in the future. If it's, 100 years again before the next pandemic, who knows if people will remember that type of thing. But I think it did kind of accelerate a lot of those efforts to increase data sharing.
Okay. So basically, post-COVID, after everything, what we have learned will be applied a bit better.
Yeah, hopefully.
I hope so too. Apparently, US had a pandemic playbook, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's something that would sort of segue a bit into why open source, right? I mean, if all these things are available, then you're not catered by any particular person or organization.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a big advantage of open source.
Just squeezing in open source, and I'm just kidding. But if not, are there any more questions? If not, then that's about all the time we also have for today.
Cool.
Okay. If not, then thank you, Amanda. That was a great conversation that we've had about data privacy, something that's very personal to all of us these days. And I hope you have a great weekend. And thank you. Thank you for your sharing.
Thanks.
Take care. Next up, we have Harish Pillai. Are you here? Harish? For everyone in the room, we're just gonna take some time to find our presenter. Anyway, we're just in between sessions, so the next sessions will start about like 1:30. And it will be on creating a digital bill of rights. Give us a minute. I'm just gonna. So our next presenter is about to hop on soon. Thank you for your patience. The next session is actually quite interesting, talking about preparing a digital bill of rights, which is really quite pertinent. In fact, the last few presentations have mostly been about data sovereignty and data privacy and COVID-19 related situations and problems that we are facing, not just in any individual country, but in general as a people. So we're quite excited to have our presenter hop on quite soon. So thank you for your patience. I'm facing some minor technical issues just to get on board. For your patience. We're facing some minor technical issues with the setup. No worries, we're in contact with the speaker. How about soon? So I think our speaker has joined, his main presenter. So just gonna get it together. So is everything okay? Harish?
Yes, I think I'm back online.
Yes, great. I can hear you. Could
All
you
right.
turn on your camera?
Yep, I will.
And I've also made you presenter.
Great, thank you.
So I've already done a short introduction prior to this about the talk. I'll just do a quick one now also. So we're talking about the Bill of Rights, and today we have Harish Pillai, who works at Red Hat and is passionate about all things open source. So without further ado, Harish, could you also turn on your camera so we can see you? I think that's preferable or preferred.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do, and it mutes and unmutes me. So never mind, it's okay. We are good to go.
Yes.
All right, it's okay. Hang on a second.
Oh, sorry.
Let me just make sure I share the right screen. There you go. Okay. All right. All right. Good to go.
We need to get your slides up.
Oh, yep. That's what I thought I did. It lets me and then it drops me. So it's like, what's going on here? Okay, allow. That's it. Yeah, good. You're seeing it now, right? Okay.
Yes, it's coming up. Okay. So thanks everyone for your patience. So without further ado, let's have Harish present about what a digital Bill of Rights will look like.
Well, thank you everybody and good afternoon. My name is Harish Pillai and I must apologize for this screw up. Up until about 10 minutes before the start, everything was just fine. And then my laptop for some reason acted up. But anyway, that's behind us. So let's move forward. I would like to talk about the Digital Bill of Rights because this is an area which I have had a lot of interest as well as a lot of concerns, because across the globe we have major challenges in terms of what are the kind of things that we need to think about when we deal with Bill of Rights. Now, you may be asking, what are rights? Indeed, it's actually a very difficult thing to answer in one simple sentence. There are plenty of rights out there, and some of the rights have got varying degrees of interest, concern, and so on. And let me just do one little bit about saying what this talk is about. This is mainly about what we can do when we deal with the life that we live in today from a digital and a physical space intermingling. When it was all in the physical space, that was a different consideration. A physical space had different kinds of aspects that most of us for a millennia were very familiar with. But when we move into a digital space, it changes some of those things, not all of it. There will still be an overlap between the two, but there will be significant amounts of overlap between those two aspects, and that's really what we want to make sure that we're able to cover when we talk about a digital Bill of Rights. So let's look at some of the rights out there. The rights have been categorized since ancient times into different areas, many different areas. And I am no expert in that, but I defer to people who have spent a lot of time looking at that. And an area which has an organization that has done quite a bit of work in that space is a site in Stanford University. And they basically have drafted a set of rights that they're just putting up some categories of rights. This is from the first paragraph on the link at the bottom of the page. As you can see, rights can go into all kinds of places. There's right to life, right to choose, right to vote, right to work, to strike, to have distinct genetic identity, to launch a nuclear strike. You see, it's a huge spectrum of rights. So what are we able to then therefore look at and try and do about? it is about the digital realm that we're talking about, not the physical realm per se. Okay, but keep in mind what I mentioned earlier, that both the physical and digital are intertwined. We are not going to be entirely in one or the other, no more. Okay, unless of course you completely disconnect yourself from from anything digital, then you are solely in the physical space. But the moment you have anything that is digitally available, you are now traversing into a different space. So therefore, what are the constraints and considerations there? And when I talk about digital, what I imply is the idea of what we know today and love, the internet. I am a member of the Internet Society here in Singapore. I was on the board of trustees of the Internet Society on a global level, because the internet is for everyone. It's what we have built today's environment on. And the mere fact that we are able to do this event today on the public internet is a significant testimony to what this is able to provide. But there are a lot of other things that we need to think about and do and take some actions on when you talk about the internet itself. So even in the digital realm as we have today, there will be all kinds of and varied instances and ways of how we handle rights, because that's how things are. Rights will be, there will be an overlap. There will be issues in terms of what is available in a physical space. Do we have something similar in the digital space, and vice versa? And there will be situations where one will contradict the other. That's just how things are. So, but what we need to do is we need to articulate as much as we can in the digital realm to see what are the areas that we need to have rights about compared to the stuff that we are kind of familiar with in the physical realm. And this is where I like to draw attention to one of my favorite organizations, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, EFF, EFF.org. EFF was set up back in 1990. That's about 31 years ago. And EFF was set up because there was a important issue about making sure the rights in the digital space or the internet or cyberspace is actually enshrined in legal parlance, as well as an understanding of what it means for you and me who participate in cyberspace in this thing called the internet. Remember, it's 1990. 1990, it predates the web. The web as we know today, what we are doing today, predates it. Okay, everything that we're doing today on the internet is really has its heritage, and you can trace all the way back to 1969. But the important thing here is that as more people get onto the space, and remember in 1990, the US National Science Foundation had just allowed commercial usage of the internet. Up until then, ARPANET was what it was, and ARPANET did not allow commercial usage. And I must declare here that I got onto ARPANET in 1985 when I was in graduate school. And to me, that was a phenomenal thing. Okay, I was just curious about what this is and what this can possibly entail for all of us. And suffice to say, 30 plus years later, this is the norm. This is how we do everything. So EFF has been a leading light in making sure that the internet works for all of us. Their primary focus has been largely in North America and in the US specifically, but the ideals transcend countries and nation states. It is about all of us. And I like John Perry Barlow, who was one of the founders of the EFF, when he declared the independence of cyberspace. He did this at a speech in Switzerland in 1996. And what was interesting in his speech, and I will just quote the first paragraph of his speech, essentially is a declaration of the independence of cyberspace. He said basically, governments of the industrial world, you weary giants of flesh and steel, I come from the cyberspace, the new home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather. It is actually quite intriguing when you look at what he has said. There's a lot of things to tease apart in this. It is about sovereignty. It is about your rights to do what you want to do. Now, what he said to me has got deep meaning. It is to me also a very largely an aspirational objective. We are not going to get there anytime soon, but we will get there in one form or shape or manner. And I think JPB's vision is clearly something that we have to strive for and try and achieve where we can. And there will be problems all the way. There was an attempt based on some of his ideas to create what was called the Internet Bill of Rights, or BOR. The Internet Bill of BOR, not necessarily the digital BOR, which is what the talk is about. And the first attempt at this was done in Brazil by the civil society in Brazil, but it took them 15 years to get it passed into law in Brazil by the Brazilian legislature. And that was done in 2014. So they started in 1999. And because there was so much resistance to it, and a lot of the individuals didn't fully appreciate and understand what this is all about, there was a lot of resistance from the people who had the opportunity to make laws and stuff like that. And so the civil society had to persist and persevere over the years, and finally they got this in as a law. And they call it the Marco Civil da Internet. And I would just highlight three of the areas. In fact, this was the three areas they started off with for the Brazilian Internet Bill of Rights. The first one is about making sure you can safeguard the privacy of the user, how it should be kept, who can keep it, what are the rights that the person has. You see, as you can see, it says users browsing history and so on. I mean, it has to go past beyond and way beyond browsing history. It also institutes judicial review to remove offensive and illegal material. Yeah, we have that. That is an important component, right? And I'll talk about it in a little later. To me, of the three, the most important one is probably the last one, which is it codifies net neutrality. Because without net neutrality, we have a huge problem. The problem is we will have a disparate means of people communicating and working with each other. Let me just check. I think I heard a beep somewhere. Make sure I'm on all the time. Okay. And the idea of net neutrality becomes fundamental, because if you do not have net neutrality, traffic between two endpoints will necessarily be choked, depending on who is able to control the pipes along the way. So net neutrality, therefore, is an important component from a rights perspective as the end user of the internet. So where can we start? Where should we start? I would like to consider and offer that we start with these three. By all means, this is not the be-all and end-all. These are just three ideas. The first one is about the right to be forgotten. Now, this was done in the EU and in Argentina sometime around 14 years or 15 years ago in 2006. This was the notion that, you know, if I would like to have parts of what is available on the internet searchable that pertains to me to be removed from the caches of Google search caches or wherever the caches may be, and the right to be able to be forgotten so that nothing shows up if anybody searches for that. It's an interesting idea. Is it important? I think it is, but is it implementable? I think it could be, but there are challenges with it, because what if somebody captured an offline a whole bunch of information that knowing that so-and-so's information is going to be taken off? Then what do? Well, there's no easy way to control that. The other one is the right to review and also to delete your data. So this is where I, as a user, knowing that another entity, whether it is a government entity or a private sector or whatever, has information about me, to be able to then check what you have, make a determination together with the entity that has it, with myself, and whoever else I need on my side, to look and see, okay, which of this data is okay and not all not okay, and remove, delete, update, clarify, whatever needed to be done. In some ways, this is what, for example, the credit bureaus of the world, some of them offer. If someone says, sorry, you cannot get a loan, and then the bank says it is because the credit bureau says that you have you're a credit risk, and you think that's not right, you have to check with the credit bureau. A lot of countries in the world have credit bureaus, and they have a legal right to go check and inspect and correct if it is wrong. Now, things like that, this is an important aspect. That's a digital form of rights. You have to have that. The third one is about data collection points. Now, this is actually an interesting component. I would like you to think about this. Wherever the world you are today, you're walking down the street, and along the street lights, the lights have cameras that are probably tracking the traffic, tracking the human flow, to make sure, that there are accidents, someone can respond and so on. But at the same time, it can be used in a negative way. But the important thing is as I walk past a camera that's pointed at me, which is mounted on a street light, it has taken an image of me. And as I walk past it, maybe another camera takes another image of another side of me. Now, who is taking these pictures, or video for that matter, or even audio? Who is capturing that? How would I know that this is being captured by so-and-so, which is authorized to do so? Plus, secondly, how am I able to go verify that that image is indeed there, and if I choose to have my image removed? Now, I can only do so if I have information about where are the different collection points. Now, this is something that is necessary to be looked at, and how can we go about making sure this happens? One of the comments made some years ago was that the UK is probably the largest surveilled country outside China, which is not surprising. And I fear that, a lot of other countries are trying to catch up as well. I do know, like, for example, in Singapore, you go out of, if you go past a MRT station entrance, you will find cameras. There are 8 of them pointed in almost all 360 degrees to capture everybody around that particular entrance to the MRT station. Now, I've walked past many MRT stations, and I know my image sits there. How long do they keep it? Do they delete it? Can I choose to delete it now? And so on. So the point I'm trying to make here is that there are areas that we need to look at, and I don't have an easy answer to any of these things, but we need to consider them. And that's why I put number 4 with question marks. I have no idea. There are plenty more things that we need to look at. So rights, whatever we do, it has to be global and universal for it to be useful. For example, somebody was mentioning to me that would you prefer to live in a world under the Brazilian Internet Bill of Rights type of environment, or the Chinese type of environment? With what happens in China today, I don't think you have any rights to do a lot of the stuff in China. But China collects significant amounts of data about you and me as you walk through and so on. Now, these are important components to think about and ask and question and see what it is that we can do as a group, as a society. So maybe I'd like to propose this. Let's have a call to action. I am more than happy to help start a global movement to get like-minded individuals like yourself, those who are listening to this and watching this later. Let's come together to set up an entity. It could be a loosely connected group of people using open source tools to make something like this happen, like a wiki page or something, so that people with individual skills in law, in legal areas, in a technology space, in security, in advocacy. There are many things that needs to be done. There are many, many aspects to think about. And let's see whether we can craft something up. Let's see what we can do to make something happen. As always, I will assume good intentions on people who participate in something like this, because I think all of us want to do good. And I would also expect that whoever wants to help and get something like this going, to stay upfront, conflicts of interest that they may have. It is important that we are transparent about this, because we are trying to do this for the whole world as much as we can. I do recognize that a lot of the ideas will have challenges in many countries, let alone the country that I live in, right? There will be things in Singapore that they will say, no, we're not going to do it that way. But barring that, I think we should strive for what is a global gold standard for a digital bill of rights. And let me now put a stake in the ground and say, let's see whether we can announce a draft, at least, a digital bill of rights by FOSSASIA 2022. That gives us about 12 months to get there. So with that, I would end my presentation here. And you can get to me at my email address, or you can tweet at me. But what I'd like to do now is to take questions, if there are any. And I hope that I'm on time.
Okay, you do have questions.
All right.
So,
excellent. Let me look at the shared notes.
Yeah, I'll also read it out for you, so it's a bit more
Okay.
convenient. So the first question
Go
we
ahead.
got is, I often ask my audiences whether they pay for TV or internet in their homes, and all of them do. And so it asks whether they donate to the EFF at the same rate as what they pay for TV or internet, but they never do. So the question for you is actually, do you support the EFF monetarily?
I certainly do, and thanks, Denise Cooper, for asking that question. Yes, I mean, I am a member of EFF. Well, I do donate to EFF. And I have had many opportunities to wear the t-shirt and walk around and explain to people what this is all about. And a lot of them just don't get it. And that's fine. The important thing is the conversation has to happen. It's just like, me talking about doing stuff from an open source point of view. A lot of other people don't understand why open source even works. How does it even function? Why do people do it? So now I think it's less of a question that is being asked. So likewise, I'm hoping that in the future, EFF type of groups would be the ones that is the norm rather than the exception.
So the next question is actually from Michael Downey. From Portland, and it recently passed a law banning private or corporate use of facial recognition technology. But these tools are still allowed by government use. So should we be worried about this asymmetry in legal protections that empower the government but deny tools from others?
Yeah, I think that is indeed a problem, right? We can see all the VR type of activities being done, people creating, mashed up images of individuals with the notion of trying to do image recognition. So yes, cities like Portland, I think San Francisco also had banned that, but this is a real problem. The question here is, what can we do? What are the rights? So that's why I suggest the third item that I suggested, a collective that we come together, look at different collection points, so that I know these are the collection points and I'm therefore able to do something about it. So we need to articulate, we need to enumerate as much as we reasonably can.
One more question. In the 2020 Freedom on the Net report, the coronavirus pandemic was attributed as the key factor in the astonishing acceleration of internet freedom suppression. So no doubt curbing the spread of fake news using social control during these times are critical to saving lives. But do you think that the internet community will regain the degree of freedoms that we enjoyed pre-COVID? And also, is imposing internet user restrictions a slippery slope and a sign of more worrying things to come? It's quite a few questions. And also, what's stopping the use of these additional curbs on freedom of individual expression and critical discussion?
I think all are valid concerns and considerations, and I think until and unless we step up to the plate and we do something about it, we collectively come together. That's why I put some call to action. We need to do something. We need to state something. EFF start the ball rolling. John Perry Barlow made his declaration of independence on cyberspace. The Brazilians did their initial internet bill. It was kind of adapted and adopted by Italy as well. We have to do that. We have to start doing something like that. And until and unless we do it, we will have a big problem. And I see the question number 4. Yeah. Yes, the right to access to the internet. Yes, I definitely think it is. I have been talking about the need to have access to the internet as a critical human right, just as right to housing and water and medical support and all that. This is a minimum human right. I think some countries have deemed it to be a human right, access to the internet. But access is one part of that right, right? I need to, once I have access to it, then the rest of the entire scheme of thing opens up, where you have people surveilling you and so on and so forth. And if I don't have a means to control it and pull that back in, then we actually have a big problem to deal with. So EFF is for me, a good starting point. I'm more than happy to work with anyone here to start up an EFF, Asia Pacific chapter, or EFF FOSSASIA chapter for that matter, if EFF is interested in something like that.
Okay, and that's all the time we have. Thank you, Harish. I think it was a very useful discussion. And I suppose if anybody would like to talk more about starting this collective, we can do it in the discussion room. Okay,
I'll be there.
So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Denise Cooper. Could you hop on? I've made you presenter.
Hi there.
I can hear you, and the camera is good. Okay. So would you be able to turn on your slides that you're presenting?
Great, I'll do that now.
Okay. So I'll take the time to share a bit about. Yes, yeah. Okay. So today, Denise will be talking about lessons learned from building COVID green. So she is the VP of Special Initiatives at nearform.com, an Irish software consulting firm. And without further ado, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the warm welcome, Hong, and to everybody. I've been promising to speak at this conference for so long. I'm glad to finally have an opportunity to do it, and so let's get started. I'm hoping to say some things that will reassure some of you that just heard some of the other presentations, but I totally agree with Harish about the EFF. There should definitely be an APAC branch. Okay. So for those of you who don't know who I am, I, like some of the other people that you heard from today, like Harish, and Michael Downey, have been involved in open source basically since the beginning of it, and free software as well. I spoke around the world and in Singapore many times, and also in India and throughout the APAC region, actually. I worked for Sun for the first 6 years of open source, like since the moment it was coined until I left in 2005, and went to Intel and worked for 4 years for them. And then a bit later, I was the CTO of Wikipedia. So I spent a fair amount of time in Asia then. And then I worked for PayPal for a number of years. And now I live in this beautiful place that you see in the next picture. I live in Ireland. That's the Cliffs of Moher. And not very far from my house, actually. And why did I move to Ireland? Well, Ireland is in a very interesting place right now. They are on the verge of, I believe, becoming the most progressive country in Europe. They were the first country to legalize gay marriage, first European country. 2 years ago, they legalized abortion, which was very controversial because they're historically a Catholic country, of course. And although they are not at the pinnacle of their economic prosperity, it comes and goes for them. They're definitely clawing their way back from their most recent difficulty. And they're scrappy. They have a lot of experience in doing that. At one point, they copied the Singaporean tiger, and they had a Celtic tiger going, which involves, as those of you who are in Singapore know, a lot of multinational tech companies have their Asian headquarters in Singapore because they get really good tax breaks to do that. And Ireland was playing that same game. And one of their first tenants was Apple Computer, who has a fab in Cork even now. And last year, they had to go to court in the European Union with Apple against the European Union, who was trying to aggressively apply some taxation that wasn't part of the original deal. They have a lot of aspirations about tech, and they've been trying to get me to move to Ireland for many, many years. But as soon as our last president, if you can call him that, was elected, I was in a hurry to move. And so I've been in Ireland for a few years now, and I'm really enjoying it. The other reason that I live in Ireland is that I play Irish music. And this is actually in Dublin at a place called the Cobblestone, which is the only pub in Dublin where you can expect to hear really good Irish music on any given night. And that's interesting because Dublin's the biggest city by quite a bit. But the city where I live has 45 pubs, just like this one, that are rocking pretty much every night with Irish music. So I'm very happy when I'm there, except that, of course, right now we don't have live music indoors, but we hope to again someday soon. And this is the person that I work for. This is Cian O'Maigin, who has a visionary idea of how to run a company. So Nearform will have its 10th anniversary this year, and they are a small consultancy, 160 people at this moment, who live all around the world. So they're remote first, and they always have been. They do have a headquarters in Tramore, which is County Waterford, Ireland. This is not a place where tech lives, but it's where Cian's from, and he wanted to raise his kids, where he's from. And so he has been experimenting with this new kind of company that's remote first, but also open source aware. So Node gives 40% of the core, Nearform gives 40% of the core of Node on most months. So in other words, they're the largest single contributor to Node Core. And they only have 160 employees, right? They also employed me, which means that they got an ambassador for open source. And I'm very interested in something called inner source. This talk is not about that, but you need to know all this stuff to understand the story. Cian sees things differently, and he's interested in quick, rapid development, high quality development, deployment that understands open source, and they use a lot of open source pieces in their everyday work. So we were, moving along, doing our thing, and then COVID struck. On St. Patrick's Day, which was only last Thursday this year, the country shut down completely. No St. Patrick's Day parade, closing all the pubs, and they've been closed more or less the whole time since then. And it was very interesting to me to watch the response that this country had to this pandemic, because they're a tiny country, 5 million total people, right? Roughly the size of the greater Bay Area of California, which is, where Silicon Valley is, right? And yet their response was completely different to everybody around them. And so I thought I would tell you a little bit about it because it has a huge open source component. So first of all, as soon as COVID happened, all of our planned work for 2020 pretty much evaporated. And I think this was a universal experience. It wasn't just us. There were some contracts that, completed because they were nearly complete, but most of the new work that we were planning to start disappeared. And so we were starting to look really hard at some heavy measures to, contain costs, and we weren't sure how we were going to get through it, frankly. And then we got a call from the Irish HSE, which stands for Health Services Executive, asking if we would be interested in building a contact tracing app. And that conversation happened, the first conversation happened the day after St. Patrick's Day, so March 18th. This is in Irish, in case you're wondering why you can't read it. We, first of all, said, of course, because we wanted to do something to help. We didn't discuss money first. We said, yes, of course, and we'll work it out, because we dove right in. There was a lot of time pressure to hurry up and come up with a plan. And some of that time pressure was coming from the people of Ireland. Some of it was just that the HSE knew they needed to get in front of it because Italy is not that far from Ireland. And in fact, there was a football game planned where Italians were going to come over to play in Dublin. And, there was a real concern that there was going to be some transmission in that. So, and in Europe, part of the rules are you can't close your borders to other Europeans because it's a nation, federation. So they couldn't just say, no, I'm sorry, Italy, you can't come. Although they did cancel the game. a lot of the people did still come, and it was sort of a problem. So anyway, we dove in as fast as we possibly could. And I think anybody would have done it in this position. But they chose us because of our experience with rapid deployment. And it turned out that the real reason they needed us was because of our experience in open source. So we wrote the app 3 complete times from beginning to end between that day in March and when it was actually deployed in July. We finished the third version in June, so we basically did one a month pretty much, and then there was testing before the final deployment, and there was also a fair amount of conversation with governing entities, which we'll talk about again in a minute. But the first version that we did was traditional centralized database architecture, and also very traditional, looking at the actual location and identification of patient 0. So classic epidemiological contact tracing, because that's what the doctors wanted. And so we were trying to make them happy as our prime customer. But it became very clear, first of all, a lot of the world was very generous with their experience as everybody was scrambling to do this. There was a lot of sharing of information, which was great. It was super easy to get the stuff working in Google. And in a minute, I'm going to talk about the Singapore team, but I think that was probably their experience as well. Not as easy at Apple, but you could see that Apple had the capability to do what we needed based on the fact that they trace your location through their map app, even if the map is not, first and foremost in the running of the apps, right? They can trace where you are in the background. We knew they knew how to do it, and the Bluetooth spec requires it, but they weren't making it easy, and so we started trying to contact Apple to find out what was going on. Almost immediately. I worked for Apple for 6 years. This was my first tech job. And, as closed as that company is, if you work there that long, you probably still know people that work there, and you can still sort of work your way in and figure out what's going on. And that was kind of my job at the first. Google was super easy to work with the whole time. So this, of course, is Jason Bay and the Trace Together team. And this was taken not too long ago. But Jason was super helpful to help us understand what Trace Together's architecture was, how it worked, how they had worked with Apple, at where they were stuck with Apple. We were all stuck in the same place. And Apple is an anchor tenant in both Singapore and Ireland. And both of us were working pretty hard to get to talk to the right people. At the time, it was really an interesting time because Apple had spent a lot of energy and time and money building a brand around health and also privacy. So we are your privacy advocates, and also we're your best friends for your health. And they were clearly moving towards a company play in that direction, enhancing and cementing their relationship with their large install base. The problem for Ireland was that Apple is not the main platform in Ireland. It is in the UK, just across the Irish Sea, and of course it is in the US, and a lot of Irish people spend time in the UK and the US. But there's still only about 65% penetration, 35% penetration of Apple devices on the island of Ireland. And almost 65% is Android. So, we had a difficult decision to make. It's sort of a reverse of the decision that Singapore had, because Singapore also has high penetration of iOS devices. We needed Apple to work for us because we didn't want to lose a third of the populace as we were trying to roll out contact tracing. So now we're going to talk about the difficulties of a company store. I don't know if you guys have this metaphor of company store available to you, but in the US, throughout the US, large companies used to often pay their employees, especially their lowest ranking employees, in script that was essentially currency that they minted. So they might also give them some dollars, but some percentage of their pay would come in the form of, company money. And the company money could only be spent at the company store, which meant that to buy your groceries and your everyday necessities, you ended up spending this money. And you were completely at the mercy of the company and their choices about what you wanted to eat, how much you were willing to pay for it, because you had to do something with the script. It was useless otherwise. And this became a known evil around the time of the Depression. And this has mostly been stamped out now, although there are some companies still, Amazon, that is doing a bit of this. And I mean, they're not giving Amazon bucks, but they're in some cases not paying their people enough. Walmart's another one. Don't pay their people enough even to shop in their own stores, and people have to have 2 and 3 jobs or have welfare in order to just afford necessity. And it's a similar sort of lock-in situation for employees. Well, the reason you're looking at this picture is because I kind of feel like that's what was going on with Apple. I love Apple. I'm very loyal to them for the opportunities that they gave me. But as a new non-technical person who then, later became a CTO of Wikipedia, like I couldn't have done that leap without Apple. But it was very frustrating to talk to people inside Apple, who I wasn't supposed to be talking to, about their strategy and how they were not paying attention to public health authorities, hardly at all. They were envisioning a centralized database that they would maintain, that maybe they would report that data out to the public health authorities. And you guys, that's what they actually implemented with the express notification thing that they are now giving to certain states in America and probably to some other countries. I think this is problematic, and Ireland was very clear that it was problematic. It definitely will not fly in Europe because of GDPR. So the woman that talked about data privacy and all of that, some of those problems have been solved for us already by the European Union adopting GDPR, and they recently re-clarified what that all means in light of some new circumstances. So we have a leg up in Europe in terms of making sure that we don't become a company store pretty much. So the biggest problem with most for-profit entities in my 22 years of doing open source consulting and advising is to get them to understand that all the boats have to rise. Open source is an all the boats rise kind of thing. You may be hearing these days about how some open source activists want to add an ethical thread to open source licensing, and specifically they want people who don't have money to get it for free, but they want people who do have money to pay, and they want to put that in the license and so that it's enforceable. And that breaks the all boats must rise rule just as much as as a company saying, Google is my friend in this, but nobody else is. So I want to be sure that we get all the goodness out of it. So we're going to do this special thing, right? Which is sort of what the gain is, because they control the 2 phone platforms, right? Or, well, there are many other examples. When I used to go to India all the time to talk about open source, I was often told that they got it, that open source would be super useful in India, but they had this problem, which was that Microsoft spent so much money in the education system that they didn't want to piss them off, and Microsoft was not pro open source. So the reason that open source is having a flourishing in India right now is because Microsoft changed its mind about that. But they still wanted to know how whatever they did, and this is at a government level in India, that was good for the Indian public, how could they keep that from being good for the Pakistanis? And I would have to say that's not how it works. All the boats have to rise. That's how things are. It's a very hard concept for people. So when I started working on this project in Ireland, here I am, career open source activist. Of course, I'm advocating with the HSE and with Nearform that all the boats need to rise. We need to make this open source. Absolutely, that needs to happen. One of the main reasons was because everybody was sprinting to try to get a contact tracing app in place that would actually work. And if ours was going to work, and we had every indication that it was going to, then we wanted to make it available for code reuse and for use in other places. Now, we got a fair amount of additional consulting work out of making this work in places that were building their own contact tracing app or trying to, but not getting very far, or who had not done 3 versions and finally settled on the gain version and got it to work well enough, right? A lot of people had, sort of faulty implementation. The poor UK went through this a bunch of times before they finally got something that worked. So we thought it was our duty, or at least those of us that do open source thought it was our duty to do this way, but it was not so easy to get everybody to understand why. And so the thing that finally made it clear, and the HSE actually adopted this pretty early, but getting it through all the channels was not easy. They wanted to forestall privacy advocates saying that this was dangerous when in fact it was written not to be dangerous. And let me describe how undangerous our system is. The way it works is the phone knows that it's near another phone. If it's near another phone for 15 minutes at a distance of 2 meters or less, then it logs that. But it doesn't log it until there's been 15 minutes of continuous proximity, right? And it logs a number that's ephemeral. There are numbers, the numbers that are broadcast are changed every few seconds, 15 seconds, I think, for an Apple phone. But they logged it in an encrypted file on your phone. It never leaves your phone, just sits there. And they logged 2 weeks worth of data. In light of the new virus information, there's some conversation about extending that to 3 weeks. But it's encrypted, so you can't do anything with it. Nobody can see it, we can't see it. And what's actually been stored is just your ID and the other phone's ID. Now, in the event that somebody in that chain, either you or the other person, fetches up ill and goes to hospital or to their doctor to get a test, and they turn out to have a positive test, they're asked at the moment that they test positive, there's a phone call made to, say, can we talk about your health and whether you're going to shelter in place or come into the hospital, right? They also say, do you have the contact tracing app enabled? And if so, would you be willing to give us your keys? Now, this is a request. It is not a requirement. And you are completely within your rights to say no. But most people say yes. And they upload the keys, right? And the keys are then aggregated with all the other keys that were uploaded that day. And all of that mess is downloaded to every phone that has the contact tracing app. And the actual matches are made on the phones. They're not made on a server that we control. All we do is key store back down to the phones. The phones, and it's all encrypted. We can't read it anyway, right? So the phones tell you if an exposure has happened. It's very elegant, really. And then in the case of our app, you are also offered the opportunity to give us your phone number, your personal phone number, when you start with the app, but you're not required to do it. And it says really clearly, this is optional, but if you give it to us, we will call you in person in the event that you have a near contact. And so at the moment that a match is made by the phone sends the phone number to the HSE if it's been provided by the individuals. And then the HSE, they still don't know who the number belongs to, and they make no attempt to find out. They literally just call the numbers. There's a call center. They call the numbers and reach out to the people. And a high percentage of them are really happy to be talking to a person because they're scared and they don't know quite what to do, right? So our app works a different way than most people's apps. But the first time we showed our code, we did it for the privacy advocates. And this was a really important step. We had them read it. We had them look at the design. They were pretty blown away that it was fully GDPR compliant, that it was decentralized, that everything was fully encrypted, that we were not fingering anybody ever. Now understand, it took a lot of conversation to get epidemiologists in Ireland to think this was sufficient, okay? But it has been proven to be efficacious, and we'll get to that. In the meantime, they became our advocates, those privacy experts. And pretty soon, as we're rolling the thing out to the people at large, they're all telling them to use it. They're saying, this is a masterpiece. This is actually very safe, and we really think you should use it. So that never happens, right? Now we're going to talk about the freedom that you get from working in extraordinary conditions. There were a lot of things that didn't happen to stop this app, but there were also people taking risks, like career risks, to get it to go. One of the big things was various ministers had to agree that it was ready to be given to the public. And there was extensive testing, but there had been this story through Oxford that was quoted in the media in the UK and Ireland and also the US, saying that you had to have, if you were going to bother doing contact tracing, you needed 60% participation to make it worthwhile. Well, that quote was actually taken out of context. And we were dealing with it on a daily basis as we tried to get the ministers to agree to let us release this app into the public. And we had to go back to the guy in Oxford and get him to retract that statement or clarify that statement. What he'd actually said was, if the only thing you're doing is contact tracing, then you're going to need 60%. And I noticed in some of the documentation around the Singaporean effort, they believed they needed 75% in order for it to be efficacious. But we have proven pretty conclusively that we have 35% of the adult population of Ireland has downloaded the app and enabled it. And that's a big percentage. I think it's the highest non-mandated percentage in the world. That happened partly because of that conversation with the privacy advocates, partly because the Irish government isn't too nefarious and most people trust them already. Compared to the UK, very near us, we are not a surveillance state. There's lots of freedom still in Ireland. But nevertheless, we had this problem. So we got the guy to retract his statement or reshape his statement and say, no, you can get productive use out of the contact tracing app, even if you only have 20%, 10%. It just isn't statistically significant, but you can still warn people if they have contacted somebody that's sick and they don't know it, because the weird thing about this disease is, unlike many other previous diseases, you can be sick and not know it and be giving it to other people. So people took risks, as I said before. At one point, there was supposed to be a very limited upload of the app to government-controlled phones ministers carry, because they have, central, the ability to centrally support security and also privacy, and also what people see on the government-issued phones that these people carry. They also have personal phones, all of them, but this was just for their work phone. There's supposed to be like 5 guys that were supposed to get it, and it ended up being all the ministers. Boop. That kind of thing helped us build momentum so that we could finally release the app in July. So here it is, the COVID tracing app, and I've already told you about some of the things that are different about it. The European Union had said very clearly, if you're going to do contact tracing, it needs to be a single purpose app, as in don't let it do anything else but contact tracing. We didn't think that was going to work in Ireland. So we added some other features. One of the features we added was an acknowledgement of how many other people had registered. One was statistics about daily, they're published now, how many people have fetched a bill, how many people were in intensive care but got to leave, how many people had to join intensive care, how many people in each county were ill today, and then what are the aggregate numbers, and nice graphs that explode out and show you all the numbers. We did that because we wanted people to have good information. And recently we also added how many people have been vaccinated and which vaccines are we distributing and in what numbers. So giving people data has made this app sticky in a way that it would not be otherwise. They don't need to interact with the app after they've enabled it. And once a month, Apple and Google will send out this scary notification. We were sure happy when that started happening. And then there'll be a lot of calls to the HSE because they don't understand. Most people in Ireland don't know how to use their phones yet. I mean, There are certainly people that do, but there's an awful lot of people that are elderly or otherwise don't know how to use their apps. So, but we made it interesting enough that people do actually check in. A substantial number of people check in every day. And that gives everybody some confidence in what the app is doing. We also show you how many people have, in addition to showing you how many people have fallen ill, we show you how many people have reported their keys back, just a raw number, and how many people have been contacted because of that, which shows you that the app is working. So then we did one more thing. Now remember, I'm an open source advocate. I want all the boats to rise. The Linux Foundation was starting to make noise about starting the Linux Foundation Public Health Initiative. And I know you guys heard from Brian Bellendorf earlier. Well, Brian and I have been friends a long time, but of course he wasn't the guy that was starting it. It was Dan Cohn that was starting it. Dan contacted us to say, we hear that you are getting some success with your tracing app. And at that point, our app was used not only by ourselves in Ireland, but Republic of Ireland, but also in Northern Ireland, because we share a long and unenforceable border with Northern Ireland, and they are part of the UK. So the regimen that they were getting was different than ours, but they come across the border all the time for work. 30,000 people come across every day, one way or another, to work. So we needed them to be in our club and have, share data with us. And the best way to do that was to get them to use our app, which they did. So we skinned it for them. They also needed Irish. That was easy. And then we started talking to other parts of the UK as our nearest neighbors. We knew that Britain was having a hard time with their app, but they were not amenable to using ours. But we did get contracts with Guernsey and Jersey, and also Gibraltar, and also Scotland. And we almost got Wales. We almost had everybody except Britain at one point. But we had all of those. And then we turned our faces to the US, and it turned out that New York really wanted to use our app. A lot of Irish people in New York. And so we were interested in that opportunity, but they wanted to see it open sourced. So we said yes to the Linux Foundation, and we took that code base and turned it into COVID Green app, or COVID Green, which was the first really well-used contact tracing app that was given to the Linux Foundation, and it helped them start the Linux Foundation Public Health Initiative. I serve on the board of the Linux Foundation Public Health Initiative, or LFPH, on behalf of Near Farm. And this turned out to be a really good move. Because of that, because of open sourcing it for New York, we also got contracts from Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. So 4 states in America, and one of them very populous, also use our app. And then there are a lot of people that use it that we don't even know because it's open source now. But we do know of one that uses it because they've given us a feature back, and that is New Zealand. Everybody knows that New Zealand did everything right in the pandemic, and took full advantage of the remote location that they're in. But at some point, they scrapped their homegrown contact tracing app and used ours. And they sent us back a feature which we've incorporated into COVID Green. So it is a true open source project in the sense that we have, contributions from around the world now. And this is the first time that Ireland has ever been at the front of technology, maybe since the Book of Kells. And honestly, they didn't know what to do. They've never been in this position before. They've always followed. So now they have some actual appetite to think about what else could happen. And here's a smattering of some of the places that we've been. The yellow one is always Ireland, and that was college scheme that was dictated by the Irish government, by the way. But you can see that there are lots of these now, and most of them are doing pretty well. Although, back to the earlier point of what about how much of your populace adopts it, and that comes down to, do they believe you that their privacy is going to be respected and that you're really just there to help them? And not all of these places have the deep penetration that Ireland has against its own population. And that shows in the numbers that they get back and how useful it is. But also, the contact tracer was just a part of a much bigger project in Ireland. We already had the phone banks to do the phone calls. We already had a different program for people who don't have phones to do more traditional contact tracing, which is very labor intensive. We already had the ability to shut the economy down, and programs in place to figure out how to deal with that, because we've been through recent economic hardships, so we knew how to go about that. There were lots of pieces of the puzzle that were particularly already in place in Ireland. All right, so we did this talk that I'm referencing here late last month. This is the beginning, second in a series of talks through something called ITC SkillNet, which is a skills for professionals, for existing professionals program that's run by the government. Basically, there's a cabal of us now looking at the way that this all worked and how well it worked, wanting it to happen again, wanting to encourage Ireland in the direction of more open source and more sort of mandated open source at a government level. And especially more training with these collaboration skills for our well-trained workforce, which is part of why people, come to us to be tenants in our country anyway. And this was very well received. This is becoming a snowball of interest towards the government, and yeah, I'm really, really pleased to be part of it. I always talk about leaving the campground better than I found it. Like that's, I think, one of the basic needs of an open source advocate. And now as I live in Ireland and hope to live there the rest of my life, I need them to get open source and become, more contributing members. And so this is the vehicle that we're using to do that. All right, so things are going pretty well, I gotta say, in Ireland. The future looks bright. Nearform continues to serve the customers that paid us to create special apps for them, special versions of the app. We continue to improve the COVID green code base, and we are looking, along with the rest of the world, at technological solutions to the next set of problems, which is things like digital passports for vaccines and other things that you could do with this platform. We're still in the early stages of figuring out where we want to put that, but we have been playing around with it. And we're also working on building the community behind COVID Green still, because we believe that contact tracing will probably be with us for a while yet, although we'll be tracing variants after most people get vaccinated for the main thing. But this virus is going to continue to mutate for a while. We're going to be wearing masks for a while. And for Singaporeans, that's no problem. You guys are already good with this. But as you've seen from Video of America, this is a big deal for us. So I am done with this slide now. And if there are questions or just conversation you want to have, I'm very happy to do that.
So thank you, Denise. Honestly, I'm quite inspired just looking at how this has come together. And there are some questions. So I will not be selfish and ask my questions first. I'll ask some of the attendees' questions first, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So the first question actually is regarding how the data is being used. Because I think there are quite a few Singaporeans in the chat, right? And for us, the context is that we have amended our criminal procedure code to allow contact tracing data to be used to investigate serious crimes such as murder. So
right, yeah, no, we don't have that.
Okay, yeah.
We don't have that. Now, it's not like our police force is, perfect and blameless and all of those things, but there were a lot of those kinds of things going on during the Troubles. For those of you who are too young to know, there was a civil war going on in Ireland for many years that was only ended in the 90s when President Clinton got both sides to sign something called the Good Friday Accord around this time of year, during his second term, I think. And people are so relieved that there isn't a civil war happening anymore. In the same way that in Berlin, they're very careful about data privacy compared to everywhere else in the world, because they remember the Stasi. There are people who have living memory of the Stasi. We have living memory of the Troubles and all of the duplicity and weird espionage that made that work as a system. And we're not interested in that right now. We're not doing that. So the data, again, is first of all not held by anybody, right? It's on your phone. It slowly degrades on your phone, but at the moment that you fetch a bill, you might be asked to share these keys, but the keys can't be used to do anything either. So the data, it's just to help you. And our privacy advocates looked at it really hard and said, my God, you did it right. And that's why we're getting so much uptake from this app, right? It's a decentralized, very GDPR compliant database. There is the right to be forgotten. If you take yourself out of the app, if you say, I don't want to do this anymore, it will flush your records, right? So now, does the HSE carry data about who's been infected and who they've worked with? Of course they do. But they're also offering health services. They have to do that, right? So that they can tell you have to have what's called a GP or general practitioner who is your doctor. And all services are delivered through your GP's office, who has a pretty complete set of stuff about you. But I also just told you that this is becoming a very progressive country. So there is no prosecution of gays. There is no, there aren't a lot of reasons to be secretive about this stuff. In fact, the biggest scandal in Ireland right now is we used to have mother and baby homes where people went to have unwanted children, unwed children. And some of them were adopted, and those records were not very carefully kept. And there's an interest now in a national program to trace everybody's parentage, because a lot of people in Ireland have actual different birth parents than they know. And there are health reasons why you might want to know, right? And that they're debating this right this minute, and it's being publicly debated, and there are people on both sides of the argument, but it's being transparently debated. I'm really loving living in this little country right now because it's closer to how you'd want things to be than a lot of other places, right? So hopefully that helped with that.
Stood out. Yeah, it definitely did. And as a follow-up to this question, actually, which is that since Ireland also shares the legal overlay with the UK, then doesn't the Criminal Procedure Code also have legal basis in Ireland? And actually, Harish would like to ask this live, but I'm not sure if he can.
Yeah, so I think they're asking if the Northern Irish situation is different than the Republic situation. The Northern Irish Police and the Republic of Irish Police do work together to solve problems that are coming across the border. But I told you that we're working on trying to get Ireland more interested in open source. That is what we call an all-Ireland effort. That means we're including Northern Ireland, because there are a lot of us in the Republic that think it's inevitable that Northern Ireland will have to rejoin the Republic in this decade. The fact that it's still part of the UK is vestigial from for the same reason that Pakistan was partitioned from India, and there are lots of horrible things that the British Empire did to colonies as they were leaving them, and Northern Ireland is one of the horrible things they did. If you've studied the Troubles, part of the thing that was going on there was a religious imbalance, asymmetry. But today, it's basically 50-50 Catholic and Protestant in Northern Ireland. That's just happened naturally since the end of the Troubles. But there's also a waning interest in the extreme right party, which is called the DUP, who want to stay British. And with the exception of the current vaccine distribution issue, everybody in Northern Ireland is looking at the Republic going, well, these guys are starting to kind of get it together. And Ireland has done some interesting things, like when the Brexit happened, Ireland assumed the cost of the educational grants that used to be administered between the two countries with joint partnership through the EU. But now that the UK is not part of the EU, Ireland just assumed those grants. There's a lot of goodwill towards the people of Northern Ireland, and we'd like them to continue to be our brothers, basically. But your question was a more technical question. If the cops in the UK are bad, how come they're not bad in Northern Ireland? I think they're worse than our Guard in terms of data privacy, but I don't think in general Northern Ireland gets nearly as much scrutiny from the UK as London. right? If you've ever been to the UK, you know that the further you get from London, the less strong all of that stuff is. And so if you're, Shetland, it's almost non-existent, right? and I think that Northern Ireland has enjoyed less of that than central London.
We have another question also, and the asker would like to ask this live, so I invite Harish to unmute himself.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
He would like to ask it live.
Denise, hi Denise.
Hi, Harish.
Hey, how are you? I got a question about the fact that
By the way, my guest room is always ready when you want to come.
Thank you.
Harish used to stay in.
All right. Okay. Question is the COVID safe or the green the version from Ireland does have a necessary condition that people who have been notified as being C positive themselves then stepping forward and then going to see the doctor. That means it's an honor system. And in a situation where, in a situation where it is a highly infectious kind of scenario, the tendency for some individuals to hide because, hey, I don't want people to know I have this, becomes a tipping point.
No, I don't think we're seeing very much of that. There are lots of fail safes in the Irish system. So the COVID tracing app is not the only way that they try to help people. And because to get any kind of help, you have to go to your GP. People tend to trust their GPs. I don't think there's a lot of concern. I mean, I know a lot of trans people that live in the Republic of Ireland who seem to be unconcerned about, being treated poorly by their GPs, right? So I don't think that we have as much hiding out as you might think. Now, we do have people who don't have symptoms and don't know that they have symptoms and are living their lives and not knowing and not carrying a phone around. What happens there, I think, is that their close contact with other people eventually, through the normal epidemiological contact tracing, the heavy lifting of individual workers, I think they're usually swept up that way. So I know I'm making it sound utopian, and people if any Irish people are listening, they'd be like, no. But honestly, from sitting there watching them from that, with non-Irish eyes, what I'm seeing is a much less encumbered society than anyone that I've ever visited or lived in. It's definitely less encumbered than Singapore.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks for the question, Harish. So there's still some questions, and I think some of them are actually mine. So
go for it.
I'm quite curious because I noticed that you've managed to bring together people from a lot of very different camps or like stakeholders, right?
Right.
So I'm quite curious, how did you actually manage to bring together all of these stakeholders? Because in Singapore, sometimes when we do these ecosystem building efforts, it can be quite challenging. Like some people don't want to work with another person, and you're like, what do I do?
Yeah. No, that's the part of the all boats must rise thing, right? People get turfy. So when I said that we were living in extraordinary times, that allowed us more ability to build community than we might otherwise have enjoyed. There was less no and more just please do something. There was an Irish guy that ran an open hardware project for COVID ventilators. He got all the way down the finish line. People use his design. How often does that happen, right? And it was because of the extraordinary times, it more than anything. But also, I don't want you to think that I did this all myself, right? I mean, I'm not Irish. They think I'm a little crazy for moving to Ireland, frankly, most of them. I mean, they like it, but they think there might be something wrong with me, because they all want to move somewhere else. There were a lot of people that got interested in this vision of how this could grow. I used my experience from Open Office, absolutely. Open Office was the nearest thing to this in terms of global scale and understanding how to make something really reusable and really sticky. But I didn't do the designs for the apps at all. I'm not the one who said, yes, you can use this data and give it to the people. I'm not the one that got the app to show up on ministers' phones, you know. My experience is that if you can articulate a vision, you can get people excited, and sometimes they take extraordinary action. And then maybe this is just 20 years of being the rebel rouser that I am, right? But also my boss is into, you know, work fast and break things. Like Nearform is an unusual company in that we are allowed to take some risk and encouraged even. So yeah, I mean, could have gone either way. We got lucky.
Okay.
Does that help?
It definitely does, and I'd like to dive a bit deeper into this actually, and that's actually my follow-up question, because I noticed that you've actually worked quite a bit running open source communities, evangelism, ranging from Apache to SETI. I remember having my computer run the SETI thing.
Yeah, I did. I worked for SETI. I did.
And it's interesting to see how all of these come together, right? And
so
my question,
yeah, the talk about my varied career and the way that I've conducted it, that's a different talk. But the basic premise that open source advocacy should be about making all the boats rise and cleaning up the campground. And sometimes you also need to help people make money and understand how to make money. But I see open source as secular humanism in digital form, basically. You know, helping people help each other, getting people back to the way that it all should be as much as possible. I mean, human beings being what they are, there's always, you know, incipient competition. It's built into the system, and we need that grist in the mill, it seems like. But there isn't any reason that we can't find common ground. I mean, there are people in the open source community that hate my guts, you know, because of something I've done 20 years ago or something they think I did, whether or not I actually did it. But by and large, I think most people have come around slowly to, I see you're just trying to help, right? And I think if we were all just trying to help, we'd be going pretty far, pretty fast. A lot of I had the privilege to hang out with the early people that created open source and crystallize that movement. And I was super lucky to have that opportunity. I was also an eager student of who they were, how they were, where they got together and where they broke apart. And I've been trying to learn how to be kind of, you know, Yodette, maybe, to help get people through the tough parts of all that. And I've been really lucky because I expressed an interest in that work, that I've been given lots of opportunities to work on that stuff.
So I think what you've said has resonated quite a bit, because I've been trying to do some open source stuff at my own university, and FOSSASIA was one of these places where, you know, could get quite a few of these mentors to support as we went along. So I want to dive a bit deeper here, which is in terms of the principles, right? Because actually what you said was really among my circles, we call it the OG, you know, original open source communities, right? And there seems to be some emergent principles when you build these open ecosystems, right? How you keep them open, how you maintain the culture. And it's how so difficult to maintain this sort of cultures, right? So for yourself, right, you know, how would you, what sort of principles do you follow? Because I've read stuff like, you know, the tyranny of formlessness, and you're like, oh no, how do I avoid that?
Well, I will say that, first of all, the original OG open source people, a lot of them couldn't stand each other. And we used to be really worried about that. You know, they were very iconoclastic people. And we used to worry about that. And Michael Tiemann, who ran community for Red Hat for a long, long time, maybe still does, I don't know. But he and I served on the OSI board at the same time. And he found great comfort in reading about the people who founded America who also hated each other's guts. But they came up with, you know, the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, and they were able to pull that off even though they didn't like each other very much. So first of all, you don't have to like the people you work with. It's nicer if you can, and it's definitely better for diversity and inclusion if you can build communities that are welcoming. And as much as I've helped a lot of communities grow and get over their troubles, I haven't rolled one from scratch since I left Sun, which was 2005, so it's been a long time. But in 2015, we started InterSource Commons, which I am the president and chair of, and I am rolling that one from scratch, and niceness definitely counts there. Not to the point of making people, you know, gag, like we're real people, but we're welcoming to each other and we're nice, and there's no pissing contest to be there, right? I hope that idiom makes sense. So there's that, niceness counts. There's open source is people. Open source is people.
Yeah.
There's technology involved, but at the end of the day, open source is people. And if you can't get along with the people that you're around, then you've got a problem. You're never going to get anything done, right?
Yeah.
There are exceptions that prove this rule.
Hello, Danny.
Right? Just like there's, yeah, hi, Han, how you doing?
Hi, yeah, I totally agree with you. On open source is all about people. So we are here to say hello. I see that Takasu from China also come to say hello to you, and I just want to say on behalf of the team, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for staying up so late, so early. I know that it's 2 in the morning in Texas.
It's almost 2 in the morning for me.
Thank
right
you so
now.
much for
true.
your time, for coming here to connect with the community. We really
Well,
appreciate
Han,
it.
we didn't know I was going to be in America when I agreed to do this. So, but thank you. You know, I have owed you a talk for so long. I feel really am embarrassed that we didn't do a better job of it. But I'm glad that I got to give you this one. I think there's a lot of lessons in there.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Back to Jinju. I think that hello Takasu. You want to say hello to Denise as well?
Hello Takasu-san.
You can mute yourself, yeah.
Okay, hello, long time no see at home. Yes.
Yeah, good to
Currently,
see you.
from China.
I have so many friends in Asia Pacific that I barely get to see anymore because Nearform doesn't send me to Asia, you know.
Yeah. I was in Singapore.
It's out of there.
Yes. I was in Singapore from 2014 to 18. Also, many mutual friends in Singapore.
Yeah, and then there's pepper crab. My God.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Next,
no,
my
I
tema is
love...
also. Next,
Yeah,
my
go
tema is also open source community in China.
That's
If you have
good.
any
You know,
question,
the open source community.
if you have any question about the open source activity in China, please join our session. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I would love to hear about it. I really would. We have a lot of Chinese participants in the InterSource Commons, a lot of them, a sort of shocking number. And that indicates that there's a real interest in learning how to actually collaborate in China now. So that's great. That's really good.
And I think you have sort of unwittingly helped to kick off the next session. So
yeah, I'm sure I'm over my time, so I'll quietly go away and watch the rest. Thank you.
So yes, thank you, Denise, for that inspiring presentation. And as she has mentioned, the next talk is actually about open source in China. So could I get Takasu-san to help to turn on the presentation? I've been your presenter.
Yes, I'm presenting and I sent a video already. Please, my pre-recorded video.
Okay,
this is a beta from China. Is you know the bit problem in the connection in VPN. Using video is a beta. And yes. And after video, I will join again for the live Q&A.
Okay, got it. So I'll just do a quick introduction to our presenter. Okay, so thank you everyone. We are very glad to have Takasu-san from who supports the Maker Fair Shenzhen and the Singapore Maker Carnival, an event that I've actually gone before, and it was really quite fun when I was there. I think it was at Science Center when I went. So yes, extensive experience with the Maker community. even in Asia and Japan. He runs a company called Switch Science, which is the most famous maker tool platform in Japan, and DIY indie product marketplace. So he's also written a book called Ecosystem by Makers, and also translates some books in Japanese too. So the next talk will be a video, and it will be about the open source movement in China. So in Chinese, it's pronounced as 开源社, which is the most active open source community in China, and ran the Chinese Open Source Conference, and also a China Open Source white paper. So without further ado, I will start by playing the video, and after that, we will carry on with our Q&A. Okay.
Hello everyone. Long time no see. And thank you for interesting Mario. Today I talking about open source movement in China. And from the China Open Source White Paper 2020. My name is Takasu. I organizing the open hardware community in Shenzhen called Nicotech Shenzhen. And also maybe many people remember me because of I work in Singapore long time, around over 4 years. Currently I'm working in Japanese open hardware company Switch Science, and also member of the China Open Source Alliance called Kaiyuensha. This is the firstly I introduce myself. This is my picture on the Maker Faire Singapore 2016. I had been over 38 cities and over 100 Maker Faire in around the world. I hope to connect the Maker community in Asia based in Shenzhen, China. My last visit in Singapore is last year, 2020. I left Singapore at the beginning of May under the circuit breaker. I never coming back in this as almost 1 year in Singapore. I hope to coming back Singapore soon. I still keeping connection with Maker Faire Singapore, currently changed the name Maker Extravaganza, and also still connecting to the FOSSASIA community. And I hope to join again soon, face to face. Today talking in online, a very pleasure for me. Our company Switch Science is open source hardware marketplace in Japan. This is today's my thema overview. China open source is very grow rapidly in the many of diverse and many of the category. I will talking the 3 point of view. Well, first point of view is a user community. Chinese open source user community is getting grow rapidly everywhere. World open source community getting grow everywhere, even in China. And Chinese student and full-time engineer join every day in the community. Chinese open source culture also increasing. Secondly, from the company side, company strategy forced to open source from big tech community in China, such as Alibaba and Tencent. Big tech company building the open source division and open source advocate office in the company, and they start to hire open source professional. And the other one, startup company and VC is focused for open source. Some open source based startup company huge fundraising in Chinese market. The third, lastly, from the government side, China government forced to open source governance to be officially in China. That they building the new style permissive license allowed in OSI. And English and Chinese compatible. This is authorized by OSI. And they also building their own foundation called the Open Atom Foundation. Okay, talking on the detail to the next one. Firstly, we're talking about the open source user community in China. I'm a member of the Kaiyuensha. Kaiyuensha is a China Open Source Alliance, largest and most activity community in China. Kaiyuensha is organizing the COSCON China Open Source Conference every year. This year is a join with the Apache Foundation in US, double name event COSCON 20 and Apache Road Show. In this online and offline event, we gather over 1 million of viewing online by 542 job categories from over thousands of institutions all around in the world, mostly in China. And we Kaiwensha is released the China Open Source Yearly Report in Chinese and Japanese. Japanese is I translated. And then I translated the report, then will be member of Kaiwensha. It is my contribution. This is my comment for China Open Source Report in Chinese and Japanese. This report, China Open Source Report 2020, is evidence about the growing open source scene in China. That grow in 2020 means all aspects, includes more popular, more higher technology, and more transparency and community, and also in business. All projects got to more diverse and also higher level. Some projects you can see in ZT Chinese repository. These IoT and embedded software categories, China will lead the others in the world, possibly. Also, non-technology topics are memorable, such as community governance, own license for Chinese society, grow the official community, and investment from VC. Kaiwensha, China Open Source Alliance, is an international community, but for the Chinese speakers, I'm an official member of Kaiwensha from 2021. Currently, I'm only one non-native Chinese speaker in there. Kaiwensha will contribute to the world. This is in Japanese. Same word was English. And also I writing my very broken Chinese. English, Chinese, Japanese, same comment on the official report from the Kaiwensha. Talking more detail about the China open source community, the open source developer communities. Almost all developer is 20s and 30s ages, born after 1980s, looks very young, and still continues joining new young members, particularly students. This is a level of age of the members. Maybe many Singaporean can reading Chinese, you can understand it easily than me. You can see in the big longest blue line is from 20 to 29, and the second yellow line is from 30 to 39. In this, the two category is over 80% of the whole of communities. And under 20, in this three category joining, that means over 90% of members under 39. I'm born in 94. Currently, I will be 47 years old. That means only the veteran in the community. And second one is how contribute how consume the time to the contribute, and also how this is an experience from the community. 36 largest category is no any experience about the open source, just join the new members. That they almost all is students, and they will be second one is what is the job from the community. That means many students and many education phase focus on open source in China. This is a full-time engineer's job, and the full-time engineer also joins the job. How you earn money from the open source development? The 8% and 4% is a paid employee. 8% is a full-time use the time to development open source software. And the green one is a both of development, open source and proprietary software. And the yellow one is a volunteer. The red one is a paid volunteer. And the largest one is the second largest is a student and teachers and researchers. In this is this power is pushing the open source society. This is this is a full-time engineer's job in more detail. Most of the people is building the back-end programs and also front-end programs. and other people make data analysis, others non-tech category, cloud computing, software, corporate software development. And some people is running management, like documentation, organizing the community, and also the making the human resource system. In this is also hot category in open source in China. Open source society in China, community in China, open source culture also increasing. This is in the enquete, why you use open source software. In past 5 years, many people say this is a free, this is a no mean fee, this is a we want to saving license fee, but that are different. Currently, most of the reason is code transparency is the most important and shares. And second one is a philosophy. And other major reason is also better way to development the community. Save the money and save the time to the development is a minor reason in now. That means many Chinese developer is understanding what is the open source, why choosing the open source. And second one, I explain about the company side in open source. Big 10 company building the open source division and open source advocate office in the company, and they start to hire the open source professional. This is our Kai Wensha's official WeChat page. In this page is talking about the hire job and find job. Many Chinese company, this one is a high silicon, most famous IP camera company in China and also in the world. And second one is Alibaba. They and also the Oppo, Huawei, JD.com, Tencent. Many company want to hire open source professional. Alibaba's one is the largest one. Alibaba Cloud, they forced to open source. They have the open source headquarters. That means other sub-quarter also in Alibaba. In that Alibaba open source headquarters, want to hire the person about the open source for the advocate, promotion, and for building the community. This is a job description in Chinese. Other company just started the open source advocate office. They need a more multi-role person, like engineers and have the experience building community. Alibaba's one is a more opened already. They need a more professional, more specific job description. And this is another example. Open source software by Chinese, built by Chinese. In this Vue.js front-end JavaScript toolkit is very famous in Japan. I checked yesterday. I saw 14 books about the Vue.js in Amazon Japan, published in Japanese. And the second one is Ant Design, React-based UI toolkit. The name Ant Design, this is a name from Alibaba. This is Alibaba based open source UI toolkit. And this is also very popular. They got 4,400 stars on the GitHub. And other one, startup company and VC. In this PinCap, they is building the open source hierarchy database called TiDB. In this TiDB is MySQL compatible and more hierarchy cloud computing. Cloud computing style database compatible as MySQL. This is very good for the online transaction company. In US company Square and Japanese company PayPay, they choose in this TiDB. In this company is very growing. Last year, they raised $270 million in Series D funding in China. The last one, I talking about the government side for the focus for the open source. Last October, China government building the new open source foundation called Open Atom Foundation by the telecommunication division and also the license division from the government. The building the license incubate open source software from China and push open source culture from China, open source culture from the government to the Chinese society. This is the reason why they building the open source foundation in China. In this open source foundation is often talk with the Free Software Foundation in US and Apache Software Foundation in US and also the Linux Foundation. They building other open source foundation activity bring into Chinese society by the government. The other side, this license is a permissive license. Name is Mulan Permissive License version 2, Mulan PSL 2.0. In this license is a building by Chinese. In this unique point, in this license is English and Chinese completely compatible. And in this license is official in the world. Open source software initiative approved in this license. Mulan Permissive Software License, Mulan PSL. In the unique point, their license is the number 6 chapter, is the paragraph. This license is written in both Chinese and English, and the Chinese version and the English version shall have same legal effect. In case of divergence between Chinese and English versions, the Chinese version shall prevail. In this one paragraph, this is a focus on, in this license is officially in Chinese legal code and also Chinese government and Chinese company and Chinese document. They can make the contract under in this license by open source with other countries such as the United States and Singapore. This is a very important, very unique activity. I really respect in this license. This is my conclusion. China open source is just started, I think just started in these few years. They using open source long time. China is most of Android phone developed country in the world, but they just using the open source. Current few years, China open source is a start development and start to contribute in the world. And in this starting the building open source community, getting grow really rapidly. I told from the 3 point of view. The first point of view is a user community side. Grow the community rapidly everywhere, even in China. And many people, such as students, full-time engineers, join every day. Communities are getting bigger and still getting younger. Culture in open source, such as transparency and code sharing, also increasing in China. Second one, from the company side point of view, company strategy forced to open source. Big tech companies such as Alibaba, Huawei, they built already open source division and currently hired professionals in China. And VC and startup company also forced to open source. Fundraising open source based startup company is growing rapidly. The last one, from the government side, force the open source governance to be officially in China by the government, and also they build a new foundation. New permissive license allowed by open source initiative in Chinese and English compatible. China built the Open Atom Foundation. That foundation is a push to China society and China university and school for the more open source, and open source will be popular and more officially in Chinese society, including the government. Thanks for the attention. Please check our Kaiwensha website, and I often talk with Chinese open source in my community called Nicotech Shenzhen, Nikogi Shenzhen community, open source hardware community based in Shenzhen. Please add my WeChat and please send me email any ask and question. And this is a recorded video, but I'm in online too. I will start to the open Q&A in online. Please change from the video to my live streaming. Thank you. And let's talking together. Start from now. Thank you.
Okay, I think that worked well as a segue. So we have a couple of questions for you. So I'll start with the first question, which is what else do you think the Chinese open source community needs particularly because the most popular reason for open source is knowledge sharing.
Yes, yes. The knowledge sharing and also transparency.
Transparency. Oh.
Transparency. Readable code is more verifiable than others.
Oh, verifiability.
Yes, verifiability.
Okay. There are some questions that are a bit sensitive. I'll just give it a shot. Yeah. So next question is, how does the political environment influence the development of open source in China?
In current Chinese government is a very support and push to the open source movement. This is a very good thing than others. But political issue, including the international, like GitHub is sometimes blocked to other countries, such as Iran and China. This is a problem. That's the reason why Chinese need other repository.
Oh, okay. So GitHub not being available is also a problem. So you're saying access to the global open source movement?
Global GitHub is not a global. GitHub means based on United States. Like Iran people and open source engineer in Algeria cannot access to GitHub. Current Chinese is okay, can access to GitHub. China government blocks the GitHub is blocked by China government. But anybody cannot promise GitHub will connect from China forever. That's the reason why China need other repository.
Ah, okay. Okay, another question is, what is your role in the Chinese ecosystem? And something about how you fit into the Chinese ecosystem too.
Oh yes, my business is open source hardware. That's the reason I have the interest to the open source community in China. And current my role is international advocate, such as attend to FOSSASIA.
Wait, enter to other markets.
Yeah, as getting a community grow.
Okay.
They also need getting community grow, and they need also getting more worldwide. But talk in Chinese is also important.
Oh yes. So
talk in Chinese also. Yes. That's the reason why I can speak Chinese a little. That's the reason why I can join the community. And I think many Singaporeans have the opportunity because many Singaporeans understanding Chinese.
Yeah. True.
Yes.
So the asker actually wants to figure out a bit more details because the Chinese community can be sometimes a bit more nationalistic in the sense that, you know, they like to work more with Chinese than others, I think. So how do you overcome this? Or you might
I think speak Chinese means you are not a domestic. Like Malaysia, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and also some Chinese official language, but not a mainland Chinese country also there. Of course, English is more global. But my mother tongue is Japanese. Japanese also very limited. Almost Japanese speaker is only Japanese passporters.
Okay. We have another question.
It's more explain. Japan also open source community is also very activity, but very few other countries members. Because of speak around almost speak only in Japanese.
Ah, okay.
Like FOSSASIA is international because of speaking English, but maybe almost all FOSSASIA members speak English fluently.
Right. Okay.
Kaiwensha is also open community, but have to speak Chinese.
Okay. Got it. Another question is, when you refer to the community, they're asking who is a part of this community. Is it the companies or the developers or government officials?
Kaiwensha is a non-profit community. Currently 74 members, every people individuals, but mostly coming from the companies. Like working in Faraway, doing open source office in Faraway, and coming from Oppo's open leader of the Oppo's open source project, blah blah blah. And also some people is from the community, like Microsoft VS Code community in Chinese leader.
Okay.
VS Code is also very famous in China.
Was it?
Yes. But VS Code community is also speak in Chinese, and the community leader is a member of Kaiwensha.
Okay. Got it. So one question actually is, I think, an impression that was given, which is that Kaiwensha seems to be more of a industry-driven, government-driven organization rather than like a community-driven kind of organization. So maybe you can like qualify this a bit.
Kaiwensha is a very community-driven, all non-profit, and activities, event, and also hackathon, and also the yearly report. Very similar to FOSSASIA.
So modeled after, or they take similar principles of FOSSASIA?
Yeah, very, very similar to FOSSASIA activity. Kaiwensha activity and FOSSASIA activity are very similar. More some company-based community like funding to the open source startup. These are more different activity, profitable, and also otherwise legal community like building the license in Chinese open source. They are more government-based.
Right. Okay. This is a totally different world, so this is very new to I think a lot of us.
Yes. And more industry-based, like OpenStack. OpenStack is also very famous in China because many Chinese want to building the cloud computing by themselves. And OpenStack is a open source based AWS. In this community is also very activity in China. This is a more industrial based.
All right. Okay. More industry based. One question is to clarify. What did you mean in your slide that you mentioned that you push open source culture from government? So I guess maybe the question here is, do you mean to make the government more open source, or that the government is actually trying to make everybody more open source? So I guess the direction of it.
Like open source is a license. Open source is a license, purely. But I think Americans Supreme can understanding the GPL, can understanding the permissive, can understanding the Apache license, but Japanese Supreme cannot. I think Singapore Supreme also very difficult to understanding the open source. China government pushed more open source style lawyer in China, and open source court and Supreme more adapted to China.
Oh, okay. So from a licensing perspective, the government is helping to make...
Okay. And also push to the university. Use more license. If you making the document, please using the open source license. And also, if you use the textbook, please use the open source license.
Okay, got it. So the next question is about what is your biggest challenge to getting China to real open source participation?
Yeah, but most difficult things is understanding Chinese language.
So the first piece is language. Okay, what else?
First thing is language. Yeah, but first of all, other things is open source people in China and open source in other countries are very similar. Very similar.
Okay.
Very, very similar, but only different things is the speaker other language.
So it's really a massive language barrier. Okay.
Yes.
So anyway, I think that's all the time that we have now. Thank you, Takasu-san. And I'll be passing on my moderator duties to Marco. So could I get him to come on board? Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think if you still have any more questions, you can hop on to the discussion channel to ask Takasu-san whatever questions that you have, because I think there's still some questions that are coming up regarding like culture and like some political issues. Okay.
Okay, I leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll see you in the discussion room. Okay.
Yes.
And next we have Marco.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, guys. So next we have our lightning talks, and for the lightning talks, I think I have a bunch of videos from the projects that basically I'll be playing, and then after I play the videos, everyone can if there's someone from the project here, then you can add some comments and I'll go through some Q&A. So I will ask the previous speaker now to turn off the camera, please. Yeah, I think it's not realized. All right. So let me grab the first video. All right. All right, so our first presentation is the Roads Project, a transformation of cultural heritage and sustainable tourism through technology. Let's go ahead with the video.
What is the Roots route? And why our roots your route? Our starting point is the need to break the vicious cycle of cultural heritage deterioration and unsustainable tourism. In order to revive our roots, we want to communicate cultural heritage as something that is alive and something that can shape sustainable tourism. From tourist behavior insights, people want to be explorers on an open-ended journey with eyes on local experiences and spontaneous traveling. Talking about tourism and cultural heritage, Southeast Asia is a big tourism market, with Thailand as the most popular destination. Our region shows negative impact of mass tourism, but at the same time, sustainable tourism product can have a significant impact here as well. And here comes our solution. The Roots serves as a storytelling platform for everyone to understand local roots and the value of cultural heritage. Through our platform, you'll get eye-opening experiences whether you are exploring offline or online. We want to empower you to be an explorer rather than a tourist by taking you on routes that will allow you to discover more about yourself, and by learning about cultural values from different perspectives through various storytelling methods. And together we can help our roots to flourish and revive them for the next generation. And then, how does it work? The Roots connects two ends. On the one end, the roots providers who have expertise, knowledge, and a deep understanding on their roots. And on the other end is the explorers, meaning anyone who wants to discover local stories and deepen their appreciation of cultural value. To explorers, we will offer extraordinary experiences found nowhere else, while the providers gain an important tool for a promotion and increasing their income. As a platform, our revenue will come from commission for both roots and local businesses booking, as well as advertisement fees, capacity building, and content making. So what we offer is the travel component platform in web app that guides you to the local secrets. Throughout the journey, the platform will narrate to the local story for you from exploring to feedbacks. We highlight the strengthening of cultural identity through various media interactions which will engage everyone. Not only that, our travel companion will enrich explorers through learning about different cultures and encouraging them to reflect on their interests. And finally, we are a team of empowered women coming from different backgrounds, united by our belief in the power of storytelling and cultural heritage to reshape Southeast Asia for a better change.
All right, so that was the video. Do we have anyone in the room from this project? so we can have a few comments. Please share your microphone and camera if you're here. I'll wait a few seconds. Anyone here from the Roots and Routes project? All right. Okay, then we'll go ahead with our next presenter. So we're gonna, next is reinventing rural capital from mapping the commons to workshop at home. So let me find the video and I can start. This is around. All right.
Good afternoon, I'm Christopher, and I'd like to share with you our idea of cultural workshops. And I'd like to share with you as well our inspiration for this idea, which is the Common Map, an online database for rural stories and resources in Hong Kong. So we've been mapping out rural stories in Hong Kong and putting them online as well. And we've been looking at rural resources, cultural heritage, such as plants for dyes or making lanterns. And this is our test for like a VR tour of the stories that we collected and that we drew in Hong Kong in the rural. And back to the idea, we were looking at like the online context in COVID, and we think that this will become like a new norm. And we think that for the cultural sector, this might be the chance to increase their cultural reach as well. And for the cultural sector, we think that in COVID times, actually they are affected because their income is suspended due to less and probably no cultural tourists visiting them, which is like their main source of income, the workshops. And so we think that for WOW Collective, we try to bridge this, and we think that mixed mode cultural workshops could be a way out of this and could be like a new norm after this COVID. So what there is for this idea is that firstly, there will be a 360 virtual tour, like on the right now. And we think that there should be, like for the cultural workshops, there should be an instructional video for the workshop and for how to do the skills as well. And with the kit delivered to you based on the logistics networks. And so we think that this is like it could be a new way of learning about cultural heritage and having the sets delivered to you to your doorstep. And we think that this idea impacts on a few ways, in a few layers. The first is that it alleviates the income problem for the cultural sector, and brings together the public as well. And it also facilitates cultural exchange throughout the region, because if the workshops are not held locally at that place, it means that if it can be delivered anywhere else, then it means that it is a regional cultural exchange rather than just local, having people visiting that place. And as well, we think that it could equalize access to cultural heritage, because you don't need to fly there in person. You can actually sit at home to reach cultural heritage. And we also think that it could bridge rural and urban areas as well. And so that's all. Thank you very much, and we welcome your questions.
All right, very nice. So I would like to call for Chris, who's in the room, for a quick chat. Chris, are you in the room? Please unmute yourself, say hello, or else I'll just pass to the next video. All right, I'll start loading the next video. All right, and the next video is about GIS graph, an interactive geometry plotting visualization with JavaScript.
Everyone from FOSSASIA. Hello, everyone from FOSSASIA. I'm Leslie Wang, graduated from Shenzhen University. Today, I want to address my talk in this topic, JS graph, interactive geometry plotting visualization with JavaScript. Actually, it's a JavaScript animation library for mass purpose. Alright, let's get started. And first, we create a normal HTML file and include the JS graph library. As you can see at the right side, we get CSS and JS files from the JS delivered. Then we declared a JXG box div inside the body tag to contain elements. Then we do our JavaScript stuff. We initialize a JS graph board and create 2 points P and Q. Concat these 2 points to get a line. Alright, this is the result of the formal HTML files. Let's view it dynamically. Here it is. We can drag it around and also to create move the point to rotate and also the other point. And also there are some default icons here. Alright. Next, I want to explain my motivation for this talk. Actually, last year I have a talk experience at the first International JS graph conference in Germany, virtually, about my GameFly project. And this is the snapshot of it. Quite a beautiful user interface about GameFly. Right. So because of this, I want to share the joy of using JS graph, this wonderful JavaScript animation library, to more teachers, students, and developers. And finally, a direct reason thanks to the talk invitation of FOSSASIA. Alright, let's talk back to JS graph. And the development purpose of JS graph is to make mathematics dynamic. So these are the typical domains that JS graph covers: geometry, calculus, statistics, charts, integrated function systems, and transformations. And as you can see at the right pictures, is a demonstration of Riemann sums using JS graph. Alright, let's also view it dynamically. Oh, here it is. Its idea is to represent the integral sum of sine functions using the rectangles. Alright, let's change the slider. Fascinating. Alright. And here are some more advanced examples of JS graph. To name a few: Sierpinski triangle, infinity, trigonometric functions, direction field of differential equation, and harmonic oscillator, where the rapper will move up and down here, and derivative of functions. You can change it dynamically. Alright, at this point, you have already know the JSX graph fundamentally. So I hope you can get interested about it and adopt it in your project if you really get interested. Alright, and here are the resources that I recommend if you want to know the JSX graph in depth. The official website, jsxgraph.org, where documentations are provided in detail. And for beginners, I recommend to read the cookbook. And if you want to watch the updated state of JSX graph, you can follow this GitHub link. And finally, when you are facing problems about JSX graph, you can go to these Google groups and ask for help, where some nice persons are there to offer help, including the maintenance. Alright, it's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Leslie Wong. Are you in here? Can you share your mic? Oh, I see you here. Can you share your mic and camera so we can have a quick chat? Yep. Hello. I hear your noise, but not your voice. Some gain noise, but the mic is very, very low. I want to try changing the volume of your mic. I think we can hear in the background a bit.
Can you hear me right now?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Now we can hear you. Can you share your camera?
My camera is not working. It cannot find the camera. I don't know why. Maybe. All right. Actually, I want to explain more about this project. This project is developed by the University of Belarus in Germany by over 10 years. Actually, they have invested over 30 years to build something about the interactive mathematics library. First in Java, they have the project Permanent GeoNext, and then about 10 years ago they migrate to JavaScript and to made this library more accessible by the browser. Okay, so actually it's driven by the academy, the mathematics department of the University of Belarus. Okay, thanks.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. And you're located where? Are you located in Shenzhen, right? Is it?
Yes, I'm located in Shenzhen, but
all right.
Okay, I just focus on my talk.
Are you how big is the community of this library? How many people involved, more or less?
More or less, actually, I can see that the development state, the situation is very active. Actually, they are. I saw, in my opinion, I think this library is still maintained by the university. Yes, and it's funded by by the European Union, and actually someone from the Silicon Valley, they adopt this project to
build a calculator website, a commercial attempt to monetize this project into classroom in the California. Yes.
All right. Yeah, very interesting project. Thank you very much, Leslie Won, for taking the time, turning up your coming and talking a bit about the library. And I think we don't have much time, so we're going to move on to the last lightning talk, which
All
is
right.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
And let's see. Yes, the last one is Nirvana of Ruins, rebuild old summer place with augmented reality technologies. So I'll just share the video and hopefully we can have a quick chat afterwards.
Hey everyone, we are the group of Nirvana of Ruins in a group of safeguard culture gardens in Qing Dynasty, hailed as the Versailles in the East. The challenges we face, including reconstruction's dilemma, lack of formal innovations in cultural communications, and decline of tourism. For a dilemma, reconstruction is considered the rebuilding can reproduce the heydays of ancient ruins. However, conservationists consider rebuilding destroy the exvocative value of ruin building. So, we plan to use AR technology combined with the game for offline and online visitors together to face the three challenges. For naked-eye tourists, they can observe the remains of Dashui Fasai after the war, and for tourists with using AR glasses and also smartphone apps, they can visualize the Dashui Fasai in its heydays. For the offline tourists, the game is created based on the history background of the Yuan. For example, the game of the 12 beast head of the old summer palace. Besides the game, they also added some interactive links and virtual characters for the interactions of the players and the game. For online tourists, they can develop relative game. They can watch Yuan and interact with each other in the AR. So our target customer including the offline tourists, online visitors, game lovers, and also the history educators. In the existing solutions, maybe some of the people complete their similar modeling in repair of old summer palace, but no one has added interactive contents such as AR games into the system. In technical design, we provide the Nirvana app software together with hardware and game development. Our business model, we apply payment of AR game intellectual properties and also rental fees of AR glasses to gain economic benefits. So in our business model, we also using the intellectual properties such as Old Summer Palace integrated with other brands, selling cultural and creative products, and also provide the mystery toy box for sale. In the growth strategy, we plan to use the H5 game in social media to promote ourselves. For the offline growth strategy, the users can use their smartphone to scan, participate in the interactions of the game. In replicability of game patterns, the game's model can be developed based on the specific local cultural heritage, and people around the world can participate in the restorations and interactive game. In future, we plan to combine flowing AR glasses rental, free trials to new players. We require financial support, which is 274,000 mainly used in the build of the game models. The resource we need including the governmental, instrumentality, game development company, charity, and also technical development in the future. This is our financial analysis. Our teammates come from interdisciplinary course from Tsinghua University. Thanks for listening and feel free to give opinions.
All right. Thank you very much for the video. And do we have someone from this project? Do we have someone from this project here? Please share your mic, say your video. We can have a chat about it. Just a reminder that Mario is posting on the chat. A number of these projects in the Lightning Talks are participants from the UNESCO ideation that was organized by FOSSASIA quite recently. Yeah, do we have anyone from the project to have a quick chat? I think there's no one. All right. I guess then we'll start moving on and testing for the next talk. Our next speaker, Christian Schabesberger. Are you here? Can you please start sharing your mic and camera, please?
Good morning.
Hello.
From Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give
So,
you presentation rights. Should be able to start sharing stuff.
yeah, exactly. So before I can start, I actually need to upload my current version of the slides again.
Yeah. You can do it on the bottom left. You know what, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Exactly. Okay. All right, and we're good to go.
Yeah. All right. Let's wait a few minutes so people that wants to make it, they don't miss anything. So we wait like a few minutes. In the meantime, I wanted to ask you, like, you're involved in the, so you created a new pipe for the F-Droid app, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm very very keen on this because well, believe it or not, I have my cell phone doesn't run Google. I just have a compiled version of the Android open source project, and most of my apps, they all come from the F-Droid. So I really want to thank you guys for all the work that is helping me to have a phone like this.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So you're talking about like how to do this, right? Basically, like how to create the app to put it on F-Droid.
Yes, exactly. I'm talking about the preconditions, the advantages, and I give a small introduction of how to go through this process of adding an application to the F-Droid app market.
But were you involved in the new pipe, in any new pipe development or something before?
Yes, I am the original creator of NewPipe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I started it
Nice.
in 2015, but yeah, I started as a developer, then became maintainer, and eventually I also left the project. So now other people are responsible for the maintaining.
Oh, very nice project. Yes, that's my.
Thank you very much.
My daily YouTube player. All right. So how long would you say it takes to put something out there in F-Droid?
Well, it depends. I think the process, if you already know how it works, is faster than on Google because you can have a smaller review phase than on the Google Play Store. I'd say 2-3 days, maybe for getting the application accepted on the store, and about 5 days until it actually appears. Yeah, the time you need for preparing everything really depends on the application you want to add. It could be that you need to change parts of your code, which take a while, and the creation of all the necessary files, yeah, may take you a day, maybe.
Yeah, all right. Okay, I guess I'll start with the introduction so we can leave the questions for later. We have Christian Schabesberger. Is that it? Is that right? Okay, former lead developer of NewPipe, student at Friedrich Alexander University Erlangen, German IT student that contributes to FOSS software for more than 5 years. Published the NewPipe on the free Android app repository F-Droid. Used, developed, and actively maintained it until 2019. And at the beginning of 2020, helped to create Google free FLOSS alternative to the German Corona Warn app. And he's going to talk us about how to add apps to F-Droid. All yours, Christian. Thank you.
Right, so good morning from Germany. My name is Christian Schabesberger, as I was just introduced. I'm going to talk about what was just said, adding apps to the F-Droid market. So let me see how this works. Okay, so I am a maintainer of about 7 applications on F-Droid right now, 4 of which I developed myself, including the NewPipe application, and I'm also a co-developer on the OnCloud app. So what I'm going to talk right now is I will introduce you to F-Droid. I will talk about the preconditions you need to meet before you can add apps to F-Droid. I will tell you how to set up the build environment and tell you about the metadata files which control the F-Droid repository. I will talk about how you can test your F-Droid setup and then how to actually submit the application. All right, so F-Droid is a free and open source app market for Android applications. Not only is it itself free and open source, it's also just for free and open source applications. Internally, it's built like a package repository similar to the ones used on Linux repositories like Fedora, Ubuntu, or Debian. And it's not only something technical, it's also a movement for free and open source Android ecosystems. It tries to provide alternatives to closed source Android apps within its store. Whatever app you download on F-Droid, you can be sure that it's 99.9% open source and free. So again, it's built like a repository. So what you would have is a metadata repository, which is actually a Git repository. There you have metadata files which control or which actually are build files for every app that is available through the F-Droid market. This metadata repository is fed to a build server, a central build server that will build all the applications regularly and then push them to mirror servers to which your client application on your phone can connect and from which the user can then download the apps. So in order to add apps to F-Droid, they need to meet a certain precondition. First of all, it is of course important that your app is free and open source. Secondary, the app needs to be available all of the time. So if the source code of your app is not available anymore, it might not be addable to F-Droid. So there must be a public repository of the source code. Your code might not or should not contain any closed source libraries. The most famous ones are the Google Cloud Messaging Services or Firebase. These libraries are not allowed on F-Droid and may need to be removed before being able to push an app there. Or alternatives to these libraries or techniques they offer need to be found. It also includes that the repository, the code repository, does not contain any precompiled Java or native code libraries, so no jar and SO libraries are allowed on the source code. Also, of course, no non-free build tools are allowed or environment built environments. Because they would not be able to run on the build server of F-Droid. So, there are more inclusion policies which I added as a link down there. So if you want to read through all the inclusion policies, I also added some links at the end of the slides, which you can read through later if you're interested to push an application there. But yeah, here is just the mention of the most important inclusion conditions. All right, so in order to get started with F-Droid, you first need a build environment on your own local machine. You just build your own F-Droid system on the machine, and then yeah, create a meta file and test it on your own setup. The way you do this is first, of course, you need a Linux machine. I recommend Ubuntu, Fedora, or Debian also work. You need to install the Android SDK, and then clone the F-Droid server code from the GitHub repository. That is Python code. It's also available on pip, on the pip Python repository. However, I recommend to always get the code from the GitLab repository directly, because it is more up to date than the code on the pip repository. It could sometimes happen that the version available on pip is not compatible with the version currently running on the F-Droid build server. So yeah, getting the version from the GitLab repo is the better solution. So after downloading the code, you want to run the setup.py executable in order to find out if you have all the required libraries installed on your machine, or if you can actually install the F-Droid executable. So after installing on your machine, you will have the F-Droid command available. What we can do with this, I will show you later. So yeah, the next thing is the actual repository, or the metadata file repository of F-Droid. This is the repository who tells the F-Droid repository how to behave, and which apps to show, which apps are available, how to build them. So this is basically a code representation of the state of the F-Droid store. And whenever you want to add an application or remove or change something, you will want to change the metadata files within this repository. So as the next step, after getting the F-Droid set up on your machine to run, you will want to clone this metadata repository and start to modify it. So in order to get it, you first clone it, and yeah, as I just said, it's a it represents the state of the F-Droid market. And yeah, these metadata files are YAML files, which can be found in the metadata folder of the repository. And each of these YAML files represent one app. So now we're going to have a deeper look at these YAML files. These files can be divided into 3 parts, which is a header, a content or a body, and a footer. The header contains general information about the application, like the title of the app, a description of it, which license it does have, where the build server can find the code for the app. So other than Linux package repositories where you push tarball of the code, here you say, or you tell the build server where it can fetch the code from. Yeah. And there are more header descriptions available, but you can find this in the deeper description in the documentation of F-Droid, which I also again put a link in the end of the slides. So we do have an example of the header of one of the files. This is a cutout from the Terminator app, one of the apps I added to it, to F-Droid. Again, you can see here the categories. You can see which license it is. You can see that it was written by me, and so on. The important lines are on the bottom here. You can see that the repository or the code repository type is Git, and you have the link to this repository. This is the important link for the build server to know where to find the code. So after a header, there's a body. The body contains information about each version of the app that is available on F-Droid. And it will also, for every version, contain the description how to build this version. That might be a small script, a small shell executable. It could also be just telling F-Droid to use a certain build system, and then F-Droid by itself knows how to build and fetch the application. Yeah, and it tells for every version which commit of, say, if you use Git, which commit of the Git repository to use to actually build that version. So we do have an example, again, from Terminator. This is the first two versions that got published on F-Droid. We can see here version 0.8, the first one, and version 0.9. This app is built using the Gradle build system, so you do not have to add any shell scripts here or anything like that. You just say it's Gradle, and the directory where the code can be found, or the code for the app can be found within my Terminator repository, is the app subdirectory. If you build your app using Cordova or Flutter or React Native, you would want to use a pre-built, build, and post-build script you can add in here. So you can run commands for Flutter specific or for React Native specific. Yeah. In the case you use a different build system, you also want to tell F-Droid after where to find the build APK after the build is done. All right, after a body, there is also a footer. And the footer contains several information about the current version that is visible on F-Droid. So, for example, if you want to push a beta version of your application, you could also say that the currently available version on F-Droid, the version that the user should see, is not the version that is latest in the version or in the version listing of the body. And you can also add information to F-Droid how to automatically detect whether a new version is available. So the F-Droid build server itself is able to modify the metadata Git repository. And what it does, it's scanning all the all the apps that are flagged for automatic updating. It will scan through all these apps every day and check whether there are new versions available. And there are different update strategies. On Terminator, the strategy is that F-Droid build server will check for tags available. So if there is a new tag I posted on the Git repository of Terminator, then I just have to wait until F-Droid will detect the tag, create a new section in the body of my metadata file, and then build and push the new version automatically to F-Droid. So after creating this app, if I did everything right, I do not have to take care about the F-Droid repository anymore. It just works automatically. Yeah. So now, after having talked about how this metadata file look like, we can go through the process of actually adding an app to F-Droid. The first step, again, would be to fetch this metadata repository of the official F-Droid repository. Yeah, secondary, add your metadata file for the app you want to publish on F-Droid, and then check if the metadata file works correctly, or if everything is correct. And for this, we now need to use the F-Droid command, which I told earlier to one need to be installed on the machine. After having F-Droid command work correctly, you want to, and after you added your metadata file to the repository, you would want to run fdroid lint -f. This checks whether the file is set up correctly and if you didn't forget anything. If something fails, it will tell you what you should change. In some cases, it's enough if you just write fdroid rewrite meta. That will fix the formatting of your file if there are formatting issues. So in some cases, some issues can be solved automatically. If not, lint will, of course, tell you. So if lint works and the rewrite meta also run through flawlessly, you can try and build your app using fdroid. You run or you write fdroid build, then the name of the application, which needs to be the full name. In case of Terminator, it's org.shabi.terminator. So that's the full version or full name string of your app. Followed by a double dot, and then the version code or the version number of your app, or of the version of the app you want to build. What this build command does, it will, before actually starting the build process, do a deep scan of your app, meaning it will also check the source code. If there are binary libraries still available, if they are, it will stop the build. fdroid will not run any precompiled or closed applications, and therefore the build system already stops doing that. It will also check for certain code patterns. For example, if you use a DEX loader in your application, which make it possible to load and run code during runtime. It will also at least trigger a warning or fail the build, because DEX loaders are not allowed on fdroid. They could potentially make it possible to run closed source code again. So yeah. The third thing is the actual submission of your app. So if fdroid built through and succeeded, you would want to push your changes of the metadata repository to the actual metadata repository on GitLab. You first create a pull request of your changes. For these, you should only add the changes on your own file. Sometimes it can happen that the fdroid command changes other files to not commit those. After then sending your pull request, you want to wait for one of the maintainers of the fdroid repository to respond. They sometimes have certain changes for you. They want you to apply, or they read through the code, or they have just some comments or notes. This is just a help for you to actually get these apps on fdroid in the correct way. And just be patient for the maintainers to work on this day. Most of the people are doing it in their spare time, so they might not be available every day. And yeah, if everything runs through, maintainer doesn't have any issues, you just wait for the build server to build the application and then eventually push it to fdroid. All right, I think that's more or less everything I wanted to say about fdroid. If you're hooked, you can find the documentation at f-droid.org/docs. This is a full documentation either for users, for maintainers, and for developers of the fdroid project itself. There is also the fdroid wiki. Fdroid wiki is very interesting. It is not a wiki like the documentation. It's more of the wiki shows information for every application that is available on the fdroid store. It also shows you builds logs. If your application, for whatever reason, failed the build at the fdroid build server, you can find these build logs in the fdroid wiki. Build server will automatically update this wiki. And there's also a link for the submission quick start, which are also in these slides. Yeah, I don't know if these slides can be downloaded from Big Blue Button directly. If not, I'm trying to find a way to upload these slides to Eventia. Okay, well, that's so far from my side. Thank you for participation. And yeah, if you have questions, we, I think, have 4 minutes left. So you can ask some if you want.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Very informative. As I said, it's a very interesting topic. I think Michael was also commenting on how interesting it is. No one wrote. If you guys have questions, please write them on the chat notes, or you're welcome to join and ask them yourself if you want. Yeah, I really like this F-Droid is very informative, and they have. I like that how they have some information on how there's certain features you might not like that they might not be that open, like at the minimum level on the app. It says like caution, you might not want to like this feature. So I think it's very, very transparent on all the apps that are out there. Yeah, wanted to ask you regarding F-Droid. Do you know, because it sounds like it's like all free apps and all that. Is there any way of making payments, or people can even though they're open source and they're free software, can still people do some micropayment, some people selling apps or something like that in F-Droid?
So I do not know any case of people actually selling apps on F-Droid. I'd rather see F-Droid itself as a way of boosting your application. So many developers post their application on GitHub, on Google Play Store mainly, and then also on F-Droid. Sometimes in a slightly modified version, because Play Store allows you to add functions like Google Firebase, Firebase messaging, push notification. This is all not available on F-Droid right now. And but F-Droid reaches a vast growing community of users who are refusing Google on their phone and who are just willing to contribute to open source. And if you create open source and free software application and you want to give your app a little head start, you can push it on F-Droid so it gains a little attention there. And that can help you also push your app on Google Play.
I know what you just mentioned. I think it's very relevant. The push notification thing. I think it's a big deal with free and open source apps, right? Because pretty much everything on your phone won't give you a notification anymore if it's not using the Google. I don't know what it is. It's like a Google framework, right? It's Firebase or is it?
Firebase is a framework that is integrated in your phone already. It's part of the Google Cloud Messaging Service. That is a service that runs on your phone with a higher privilege and is therefore able to do things normal apps would not be able to do, like having a constant connection to Google servers. And the way push notification works on most applications is that they have these apps with push, they have a server somewhere in the internet, and this server talks to the Google server directly, and only the Google server is getting all the messages, and this Google server can then push information to your phone so that the app on your phone does not have to constantly fetch the actual server which it should connect to. But this, of course, requires the Google server to be available, and without this Google server, you will not be able to make push notification work for most applications. Even if you had some sort of open replacement, you would still need to replace that Google server. But in the background, these services that work together with the applications then also need to change away from the Google server. And for most official apps, this might not happen. If you're intentionally creating an open source application that is where you want to target develop this for F-Droid, you of course could create a version with a open build or open push notification server yourself. But yeah, we're not really far on this topic. There are ideas and development. There used to be a talk about open source push notification server at the last FOSDEM at 2020 last year. Yeah, we'll see how this progresses in the future. But you're right, this is one of the main issues we're having currently.
I remember, I think, I don't know if they still do it. I think the Telegram client was having some background daemon that was always running just so they can push the notifications.
Yeah, this is the downside of many applications on F-Droid, that they have to fetch since push doesn't work. Yeah, they always need to be active and running in the background in order to be able to fetch all the time, which eventually leads to drain of battery quicker than with Google.
Yeah, I think that's one of the excuses that Google might have again around this, right? Not letting people do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very informative. And yeah, I would really love to keep talking, but I think we are running out of time. Maybe next year we can do a workshop about this. That will be pretty interesting.
Sure.
Some packaging for F-Droid. That would be pretty nice as a workshop. Again, thank you very much for your time and for the content. And I guess we're going to move on to the closing notes.
All right. Bye.
All right. Thank you very much. Bye. And I think we're coming close to the end of this event. And I guess I would like to invite Mario and Honfu to get started with the closing notes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the closing of FOSSASIA Summit 2021. Here with me is Mario Belling.
Hello.
So we prepare a small report for you. We're gonna show you quickly some information about the entire week. We also have a recap of what's going on during the last 9 days. But before that, let me take a moment to
so this session is called solving world problems, right? That's what we want to do. So what we'll share in this session is a bit like what we've done here at the FOSSASIA Summit. What are our thoughts on the current situation? We share like what activities were there, who participated, who were the speakers, who were the attendees, and of course who was in the team. So Hong-Fook will go into detail in a moment, but at the end, we'll come back to this question: how can we solve the world problems together? So over to Hong-Fook.
Yes, so and first of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our partners and sponsors and all the supporters of the event, Lifelong Learning Institute Singapore, so who been a big supporter to us, our organizing partner, and who also hosted the on-site workshop in Singapore. And of course, Open Tech company in Germany, where Mario is the CEO.
Yeah, so with Open Tech, basically, we try to work with different communities together. We try to bring the projects to a stage where they can be used commercially by everyone around the world. So yeah, that's a great cooperation here, of course, with the company here.
Thank you. And our lead sponsor, Microsoft. Thank you. MySQL, Oracle. Our bronze sponsors, Linux Professional Institute, OpenTab, Keysight, Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and Elasticsearch. Our supporters, Open Source Business Alliance Europe, UNESCO Bangkok, FreeBSD Foundation, and UI Leases. The community partners, Open Source Hong Kong, Open Vista, Mozilla Philippines, OpenStack Indonesia, and Ubuntu Korea community. Once again, thank you very much, all the sponsors, our supporter and partner.
So yeah, I mean, it's been a great cooperation. Also, like right at other events, often you see like the sponsors give some money, have a lot of demands. But at the FOSSASIA Summit, I think I'm really proud that we have a partnership with the sponsors. I mean, like Microsoft, for example, for many years it wasn't known as an open source company, but actually we had a presentation here where we learned more about it. And also the last few years already, they have been a great cooperating partner, contributing to the content and really helping us to have a good event. So I think Microsoft is one of the top companies, and I wish like some open source companies who claim that they are really like into free and open source would like also engage with our community more. And then we have Oracle MySQL. Oracle, again, a company that is not really known and like seen as a company like that's for free and open source. But they have the project here, MySQL. They bought it many years ago, and definitely Oracle has been a continuous supporter for many years. And thank you very much, and especially, by the way, thank you very much to Lenka, who is always coordinating with us on this, and shout out to you. And of course, all the others. I think you've seen the session, so no need to go too much into detail because there's still a lot to come over. What's next?
Yes, so of course, the FOSSASIA Summit can happen with our volunteers and the team members from all over the world. So I would like to shout out for, so the name you see on the screen based on alphabetic order. Ambrose Chua, based in Singapore. Arif Chama from India. Daniel Bluman, Singapore. Eden Dang, based in Vietnam, Gui Sung Chi, Singapore, Chio Leo, Singapore, Marco Antonio, who is also based in Singapore, Marcus Liu, Michael Downey from the US, so all the way from the US, he also participated and supported us a lot in moderating the session. Minh Chia Tzu, Bishari Mukbil from Thailand, Roland Turner of Singapore, Ching Chiu Hong, also Singapore, Sian Pei, Singapore, Supam Patel from India, Siyam Shiha from Singapore, and Yuri Bushmeli, Russian but based in Singapore. Guys, thank you very much. We really appreciate your support to the FOSSASIA Summit. We're gonna meet some of you later in this call.
Can we go to say hello from the team room there in LA?
Okay, hello Dan. Yes, so we'll get you to turn on the camera in a moment. So moving on, I'm gonna show you just a recap of what's going on the last 9 days. I have prepared a video for you. So let me just quickly play this video. Okay, so as you remember, on the first day, Mario and I calling in from Berlin and Roland in Singapore together with the team. So we had the kick-off of the event. The half of the morning, we have a lot of workshops related to open robotics with Marco and his colleagues from the open robotics team in Singapore. Very interesting session and hands-on workshop. And later that day, we have the data visualization workshop with Pocket Science Lab from Daniel and Sarah, all the way from Germany. So basically, in this workshop, they show us how to collect data with the Pocket Science Lab and a lot of send-on visualization. Day 2. Again, Marco started day 2 with his workshop on open robotics, and then we have the fabulous open firmware panel where we talk about the future of open source firmware. With the author of Core Boot, Bunny Huang. Mario was there as well, and we have Jean-Marie and Daniel, and I believe that we still remember the keynote of Bunny Huang. We have a guest from China, CEO of SIT Studio, Eric, and a group of researcher professors from Brazil talking to us about open source ventilator, the Inspired project. Yes, and then we have a biologist from Germany who show us the intersection between biology and technology. And our lead Pocket Science Lab Python developer give a very impressive demo on the Python app. At the end of the day, we have a workshop on Event Yay, where the lead development, Arif Jamal, get together with a group of young developers and show them how to install Open Event Server. So it was really an interactive workshop. Day 3. We have the keynote from Brian, the GM of Hyperledger. We have a free cat demo, so a lot of interest for KiCat. And at the same time, we have workshop going on in Lifelong Learning Institute, organized by Building Block. As you can see here on the screen, this is a picture taken in the Lifelong Learning Institute. They also invited online participants to join them on GC Room. Day 4. Day 4, kickstart with a workshop on Fluentd, a project of Cloud Native Computing Foundation. It also happened in the workshop space, and we have the keynote of the day, which is Greg Kaha, the maintainer, Linux kernel maintainer, have a conversation interview chat with Mario, and we receive a lot of questions from the internet for Greg. We also hear Microsoft explain how they're doing open source inside the company, and we met Matthew Chinese from IBM Research, who talk about quantum computing, and this is a big photo recall his previous participation in the FOSSASIA Summit. It was taken in his first year at the FOSSASIA Summit. And we have the famous Rasterman, the founder of Enlightenment. So here, who told us how to develop graphic user interface for devices. And then move on to day 5, database day. This is a snapshot of the support room where Supom supported a speaker to get ready for his talk, and we have multiple MySQL related sessions. At the end of the day, we also hear from Bruce Momchan on Postgres and AI in AI landscape. This is a photo taken in one of the booths during the virtual booth during the exhibition tour. Day 6. Focus on security privacy, beginning with Michael Downey and Phuket, the beginning of the privacy check. And then we have the keynote of Frank on Nextcloud, from Nextcloud, and Roland finished his check with Take Back Your Privacy with Hush. Day 7, so many days, focus on AI. The highlight is the panel on diversity and inclusion, where we learn about AI initiative of Microsoft, and then we have the developer from PyTorch with us from Facebook Research. We have Nova talking about scikit-learn and how they use scikit-learn in Fujitsu, and this is a picture taken in the discussion room. Wisdom project of FOSSASIA. This Wisdom project, the data visualization tool got transferred to us from Facebook a few weeks ago. And the highlight of the evening, we have the Debian packaging workshop where we managed to package the BS Lab Python to Debian. Day 8, yesterday. What happened yesterday? So we have 2 lovely ladies from Taiwan talk to us about their open source journey in the morning with Michael, and the highlight of the day, open source licensing panel with Roland Bruce Parents, the author of the open source definition. I also see here. Okay, so moving on. Moving on to the open source journey at Daimler with the CEO of Daimler Tech Company, and we have Ben talking to us from the Philippines about smart cities. Yes, at the same time in LI, again, we have on-site workshop organized by Singapore. Okay, this is too fast for me. I cannot keep up with all the slides. So the blockchain, and also a workshop happening in LI with the blockchain. At the end of the day, Marco showed us the hackerspace in Singapore, and that was yesterday. today, the final days of the summit. So a lot of topics related to COVID-19 solution, and this is a do-it-yourself thermometer that we hear early today, and we have the news Cooper joining us from all the way from Texas. We hear Takasu talking about open source community in China, and one thing very special, the hub in Bangkok. So you see that our people getting together in coffee salon at the warehouse in Bangkok, organized by our team member, Mishari. And this is also the recap of the entire 9 days. And I need a break. So many. Going back to Mario, you wanted to continue?
Yeah, so lots of activities, and of course we didn't cover everything. So there were a lot of sessions, and we had altogether 191 speakers from 38 countries. Here's an overview where most of the speakers come from. A lot, from of course from Asia, or all kinds of different countries. And Hongfu, can you explain that a bit?
It's been one. So I think that is Singapore. I don't know why it doesn't show here in the picture. So that is Singapore.
Yeah. So we are starting here on the left with India, and then we have Singapore as actually so the most speakers come from, which is natural. We had on-site workshops, and the Singapore community is a big supporter of the FOSSASIA project and of the FOSSASIA organization. So pretty nice overview, but we have a lot more numbers, and let's have a look here. So there is a short recapture of like who are the speakers. Hongfu, can you show us again?
So this video, I think I have a video of all the speakers. Can I go back to it later while I look for it, Mario? We can go back to it.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Okay, so we definitely show you the speakers in a moment, and so let's have a look here at the next slides then. So we had 186 sessions, and here's an overview how the sessions are distributed. So as you can see, most of the sessions are talks. There were 25 minutes, half an hour slots. And then like we have these talks followed by 40-minute talks. There were 31 40-minute talks. And of course, we had a lot of lightning talks, 29 lightning talks. So a lot of people want to share about the project who have some kind of starting idea. We had a lot of projects from the UNESCO where people participate in the Ideathon that we had like last year and this year. And many people like to share something. Then connect sessions. So connect sessions were sessions where we connected exhibitors with the team, with the project, and with the participants. 26 sessions here. And on-site workshops. So in the end, not just 11 on-site workshops, which what we announced at the beginning, but actually we then came up even with 12 on-site workshops together organized here with building blocks. Great support here of Mr. Gee. A big shout out to you. Thank you very much. And of course, SUTD, all our friends from SUTD. So that was a great collaboration here, even in challenging times. 5 panels as well. Then all will be online soon. So how are the numbers then? We had a lot of registrations, and there's a big questions to all these registrations. So first, let me share this number. So we had 2,247 registrations until 13th of March when we started the event. So already like a huge number for an online event. But then like we had 9 days of an event, and every day people could still register. We have this where some people are mainly interested in like one topic, for example, database, and they mainly want to visit the sessions of the database track. So all together in the end, we had 3,152 registrations and nearly like approaching 1,000 registrations during the event week. So what are these numbers, right? Like we will go more into detail. So the question is, Then what other numbers we have? How many people joined us, for example, on LinkedIn? Because, right, like in an online system, you can just send an email, register over and over again, you forgot it, and so on. So it's good to like compare numbers across different platforms. So on LinkedIn, actually, we had 3,719 people who registered here for the event. And yeah, that's pretty impressive because all these people show up with a picture, they're real, showing their participation in the event and communicated with us there. So that was a great way to connect on another platform. Again, how many sessions on in LLI? I already shared that, 12 workshops. Then the next question is, how many hubs did we have? So we had 10 hubs, one hub in Singapore, there where the on-site sessions took place, and one hub in Thailand, one hub in Vietnam, one hub in Pakistan, and we had 6 hubs in India. So thanks a lot for being part of the FOSSASIA Summit network, everyone. And we really appreciate that you bring the community together locally. 43 exhibitors then, we had exhibitor sessions where you could learn about the exhibitors. And now we come to the question of incidents, right? It's always a big thing. What happened? What went wrong? And so on. So we are still like putting information together. We are still collecting something, but it looks like there was no major incident. We could run the event smoothly. People could log in right from the first day. And yeah, we had some challenges here though with the video systems, with the recordings. That was a new experience for us because like it's not just like setting up a server somewhere in the world. It's like really like the question, how can we connect different speakers, different attendees all over the world and still keep the system fast and responsive for them? So there was one incident though where we had lost 1 hour of recording on the 19th of March. Yeah, but that's the only thing. It seems like everything else we have, even though sometimes one of the systems didn't respond. We have backup systems. We have different ways to collect data, and yeah, we definitely appreciate here the work of Ambrose and of Daniel. Daniel already said hi a few moments ago, and we'll go back to the team then later on. So they really like did a major work here with the video systems and keeping everything running in this area. And next question is then, how many issues have been solved? Because we shouldn't forget, like the entire system, we worked for many months, and actually we already started to develop ideas and so on after last year's FOSSASIA Summit, where we realized that we weren't able to run this event on site. Yeah. And so we had to implement video, we had to connect the chat system and so on. So more than 5,000 pull requests were solved by our team and by the community in the Open Event project. Big thanks here to Arif Jamal in India, who's leading our development team. Okay, to the next slide, and I will hand to you for a moment. Who are the participants? What are their job functions? So we collected some data. Hongfu, could you share a bit like about this?
Yes, so as you can see, majority of the participants are software developers. So we also have many students joining us in the workshop. A lot of founders of tech company. We have other job functions like business strategists, executive directors, sales personnel, information technology consultant, tech manager, and an engineer. I think that's interesting because they distinguish between software developer and engineer here.
Yeah. So engineer could also be hardware and so on. So of course we get the picture. We're very proud that we actually reached the tech community. So that's a cool thing here. Then participants, where did they come from? So you made this chart yesterday, Hongfuk, and what did you find out?
So I found out that the participant came from 77 countries from all over the world, and this graph that you see here actually emphasized the location where the participant came from. Mario also wanted to have the flag of each country for all the participants, but I did not manage to have it on time. So I will share it later on this week when I will publish the information online.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing. We never claimed that we have to reach the entire world, and I'm especially proud that we also like have participants even from Africa, where we know they're in a challenging situation, and you know, it's like in the Singapore time zone and so on. So there are a lot of challenges to actually participate in the event. So it's pretty cool. I mean, 77 countries covers a huge part of the world population, and yeah, I couldn't believe it myself. I thought like maybe 30, 40, and I thought maybe we have more speakers from different countries. So this is really amazing. This map was generated from the actual speakers' data.
Participants
sorry, participants' data. And now you want, let's go a bit more into detail, but which are the top countries?
So these are the top countries. As you can see, number one is India. So welcome a participant from India. And
big shout out, India.
And the second biggest group of participants are from Singapore. So I think it's obvious that it's Singapore. We also have a lot of people joining us from Vietnam, from Germany, from the US, and also other countries in around Asia, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, the Philippines, yeah, and also from China and Australia.
Yeah, so very nice to see everyone participating. Of course, like the big question is, how can we engage more community? We had the talk here of Takasu-san just like this afternoon, where he outlined a bit what's the challenge, for example, to connect with the community in Japan and China. Of course, the Great Firewall in China is a challenge, but we see that, for example, Taiwanese are presented here. And yeah, we love like what the Taiwanese community is doing. So
I want to answer to Harris. Actually, there are people from Cambodia. This is so this pie chart that you see only show the top countries. Harris.
Yeah, shows the top countries, and
because this you see that it's not 77 countries here. We cannot feature 77 countries on this chart.
Okay, so and then like some other numbers. The event was streamed on YouTube, and Hongfu, could you explain this number? 3,691 stream viewers.
So this is the people who view the stream on live. So we have the live stream showing during the event. This is the number I got from yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe a few more today, and so this is until day 8, and the social media posts.
So the same. So social media posts, 1,041 posts generated from yesterday report as well. There might be more today.
Okay, nice, good. And now I'm seeing a white slide. Okay, it just needs a little bit time to load. So here is a a screenshot from our Grafana board that was set up by Ambrose and Daniel Blumen. So what do we see here on this? On this dashboard, on this board. So basically, it shows the Big Blue Button server instance. We have different components here from the Eventia system. Many people log into Eventia directly, access different components, their chat and so on. And the question is like, how many people participated on that day in the streams, right? I mean, like we have also a Jitsi stream, we have the chat, we have the schedule, we have different components, but this chart here shows what's happening on the stream. And that is the chart from the opening day, day 1. And we started in the afternoon at 2 p.m. Singapore time. And this chart shows a bit like how did the users go up and down, how many users did we have over time. It doesn't show the users like as far as I understand, right? I mean, Ambrose, maybe you can explain a bit more to us later how you set up these dashboards, but it doesn't show like which user is unique and which is not unique. It shows more like the overall number of people participating at a certain time. So the system shows us like that we had a minimum participants of 29. So I guess that was rather to the end of day 1. And we had a maximum of 110. That was at the beginning of the day. And this day, for example, had an average number of participants of 69. So we see the first day, actually, a lot of people joined at the beginning, wanted to get an overview, and then probably decided then which sessions they would visit and which workshops they would participate in. So now we have another slide here, which is then some other information about the opening day. We as tech people, we want to know a little bit what's going on in the system. And I find it quite interesting that, for example, here on the right bottom, you see the bandwidth versus participants. Interestingly, our resource usage and the usage of bandwidth here wasn't the biggest when we started the event. It was much bigger even later in the event when actually the number of participants went down. Definitely happy to learn more why this happened. I could imagine, for example, there was some processing for recordings that happened, or like people came in and out, maybe different people. So definitely would be interested to learn more and analyze more, but this is maybe interesting to share with you guys as well. So let's also have a look at one other day here. We had the Wednesday where we see a typical chart of the day. So it's not the same as on the opening day where most participants joined in the beginning of the sessions, but like rather than over time, over the whole day, we had like a constant kind of peak. Yeah, it's like not a peak, right? Like it's many different peaks, kind of, or however you want to call it, throughout the day. And we see there are different sessions. So sometimes it's going up, it's going down. So it seems like different people are joining at different times. We had minimum of 11 participants. So I guess that's very early in the morning, always takes some time to start. Then we have a maximum of 49 participants and an average of 36. So that was not the strongest day, but it was kind of a lower day, but we want to show you the different insights, like what happened on different days. So here's an overview of the daily main hall participants. So how many people joined us in the main hall? Not talking about the Jitsi or other rooms, I'm talking about the main hall here. So 3 days as an example. So for example, on March 16, we had 10 hours of recordings, by the way, and we had 598 people. On March 17, we had less people, 437, but then on March 18, again, 509. So it seems like something between 400 to 600. That's the number of people we reached per day, and we'll definitely look more into the server logs and try to share more with you over the upcoming weeks to analyze this. It's also probably here a hint for us. We want to know the numbers ourselves, and I guess many event organizers want to know these numbers. So this is something we could implement more in detail to see in the Eventia Open Event project. Okay, and now coming back into more questions like who were the participants, what career levels do we have? Hanfok, would you like to share a bit more about this?
Yeah, so as you can see, we also released information. So we have like entry level to the industry. We have the mixture, actually really diverse group of participants. We have senior, we have trainers, director level up to VP C level. Yeah. Yeah. Of course, this is natural. Like every company only has a few C-level executives, so it's normal that like we don't have like more partners or VPs or directors than we have entry-level participants. But I'm pretty impressed that we have high-level representatives in substantial numbers here participating in the event. So that's a cool thing to see. And that's something we should definitely share, that executives, top-level people, they are interested to connect with the community. They're interested to connect with like potential job seekers and with developers, and they want to know what's going on in open source, what's going on in free and open source technologies, and they want to learn. So really nice here to get these insights. And we have more. So which industry do the participants come from? And it overlaps a bit maybe with the positions, but it's slightly different, the take on this. Hanfok. So we're glad to see that the majority of the participants coming from the tech and software industry. Yeah, so I think that's good. Mario, looking at the time, I think that we should move on a little bit faster.
Definitely. So I think we should share these details with you, and the slides are available in a few minutes also on the Eventia system. But I want to, at this point, I find it very encouraging that we see more people with an electrical and electronics manufacturing background, people who are in hardware, for example. So that's pretty cool. So we see this idea of openness and sharing is moving to all kinds of sectors. And we have a few top companies here. Who are the top companies?
Tala Consultant Services. Many people come from Red Hat, Go3 Sum of Code, Amazon, Microsoft, IBM, Google, Accenture, and Cognizant.
Yeah, so Tata, of course, is the big company from India. So I didn't know that so many people participate from Tata. So hello to Tata. We should definitely get more engaged with you as well. And it's interesting that a lot of people now joined Girl Script. Okay, you have the Summer of Code, so good to see that more and more programs are coming up. Actually, interestingly, we only have one sponsor here in the top list of participants, which is Microsoft, and it really shows the dedication of Microsoft. And unfortunately, none of the others sponsored. So what's going on with you guys? You're participating, but you're not connecting with us. Please check what you can do to support the event in future.
Norbert, I just want to answer to you that this is only the top companies, but of course there are a lot more participants from other companies. Yes.
Okay, so what we are seeing in the chat right now, people are saying why my company is not listed. Well, we're only listing the top companies where, for example, more than 25 people participated in the event. So thanks a lot for wanting that your company is on the list, and you should definitely get more people involved to be on the list.
So bring your team next time, Norbert. Bring your teammates to the event so you can appear on the list. Okay, so going back to the question from the beginning of the closing notes, how do we solve world problems with open technologies?
Yeah. So free and open source solutions technologies, I think like this term of free and open source software might get outdated as we see like the idea of sharing and openness is going to other areas. So why not call it free and open source solutions? And yeah, just as a recap, most of us understand and most of you know that there are a lot of advantages, but I want to state a few to what are the advantages to free and open source. We have all the freedoms, like the ability to study the code, but we can also now study schematics, for example, like in Pocket Science Lab from our organization. We allow people to use our software to set up the software locally, to set it up on their own server, to set up wherever they want. They can deploy it. And this, of course, enables people to provide local solutions to people. And as we're looking at production now, it provides people the opportunity with local productions. We had talks here about this. And we had, for example, our friend Kiwi showcase his project again. So that's really, really nice. And then free and open source allows people a different approach. It is privacy enhancing. It is potentially energy saving because you don't need the big data center somewhere in the world and like that needs to be run all around the clock. You can run software on your own computer, only keep the computer on when you need it. And of course, like that saves energy. If you don't switch it on, then you don't need it. And you don't have to depend on local cloud, on global cloud providers. So that's really nice, and that's why we need more of free and open source solutions. And it allows you your own income models. There are a lot of more advantages. These are just a few to state here. So this is a bit about the motivation, why we do of what we are doing. And yeah, most importantly also, it allows us to work together. We can collaborate on FOSS technologies and solve problems together with people all around the world. And that's what we did this year by, for example, developing the Pocket Science Lab. We were able to develop this online with people everywhere. And we didn't have to actually sign NDAs and all these things that are necessary if you run a project that's not free and open source. So this is cool. This is why we can work together in the free and open source community. So collaborate with FOSSASIA, and here are a few ideas what we want to do in the upcoming years and how we want to tackle some of these problems. I think a lot of what we need is cooperate and with each other and meet each other, talk to each other, even if it is not possible today because of the pandemic, because we can't fly, because we can't meet. Political differences in Asia are a big topic. For example, we have this horrible situation in Myanmar where our friends who we just visited a year ago at the Myanmar bar camp, now they are suffering, but like we need to continue. And of course, our contribution is modest, but we try what we can do, and we try this like to work in our areas and in our projects. So would you like to share a few of these points? What's our plan for the next year? How we want to collaborate to solve some of the problems in the world?
Yes, and after the summit, we learned a lot how to run online event with the Eventjay system, and we hope that we can support other user groups, other community organizers to run their own event with Eventjay, because for us it's simplify the process. It helps so much, so we also have less work to do, and I think that this is really nice to share the solution to more people, more open source communities, that they can take advantage of the system as well. Another activity that I want to highlight, which is focused on documentation for various solutions that we have in FOSSASIA. So we have discussion this year about increased diversity and inclusion in the community. Of course, it's always an issue. We try every year to work on this, and I think that we can use this year as a way. We put it as a focus. We want to engage designer, writers, non-code contributors to the FOSSASIA community, and we will organize multiple documentation sprints to invite the students and participants. Another thing is the Pocket Science Lab production version 2. Maybe Mario will say, of course, there was a question about whether the chip was open from the first place. As you know, there are a lot of development have been done already, but we constantly look into the open ARM chip to redesign and restructure the Pocket Science Lab. So this is something that we want to also focus this year.
Yeah. So the great thing about ARM is, even though the chip is not open yet, there are a lot of open source tools out there, and we can develop the future versions on a completely free and open stack. And of course, there are also exciting activities happening with RISC-V. Unfortunately, it's not yet suitable for our use case here, but that's also on the future roadmap. Let's go one step at a time. So we have the next version coming up still with a microchip and with a lot of cool new features. And after that, we're already preparing for the next version with ARM. So that will be a nice development.
Please continue, Mario.
Yeah, okay. Our book is out of breath a bit. So yeah, and of course, like other projects that we have. So we have, for example, the SUSI AI projects that we continue to engage people. We just had a meeting a few days ago with Mark Sermon about speech technologies. We had sessions here at the event about VOSC and about deep speech and about the SUSI AI installation. So this project is ongoing, and you will see more activities here as well. Then we have coding programs.
Yes, so we want to establish a partnership for our coding programs. CodeHit, we will been running it for several years already. This is a call for organizations and companies. If you want to engage with open source community, want to help to educate, get more people into the open source ecosystem, you can work together with us to run coding programs. Yeah, and of course we want to hire more developers and interns to join the FOSSASIA projects.
Yeah, so there will also be outreach activities here. Happy to engage people also from the team. Homfolk just joined one of the chapters, or how you call it, right, in the IEEE. And we're also participating in more activities of the Open Source Business Alliance. It's an international alliance that focuses on small, medium-sized companies, but also other companies can join. And it represents companies that have more than 1.7 billion euros of revenue per year. And the final
I just wanted to emphasize here, so FOSSASIA, with the name, but we do not only focus only on Asia. We now increase our footprint in other part of the world, like Europe and from the US. I'm really happy with the new collaboration that we gained with partners.
Cool. And one of the projects, by the way, that the Open Source Business Alliance is working on and which we are supporting is the Sovereign Cloud Stack. There will be more news coming out over the year where, we definitely want to support. And the sovereign cloud stack, the idea is to have a stack that is completely free and open. We have a lot of free and open source software in the cloud, but unfortunately, we see that a lot of cloud providers make it difficult to move from one cloud to the other. So that will be easier in the future, and there's also some support coming in from the governments in Europe. So stay tuned for news on this side. Okay, so just a few ideas. Of course, you can also have your ideas. There's always space for you in the FOSSASIA community, but that's a short wrap-up of what's going on at the moment and a short wrap-up of the event. And I would like to say thank you to everyone, and Hofuk.
Yes, and we also come to the most exciting and important session of the closing. So I would like to invite our contributors and speaker of the FOSSASIA to join us here to share with us your impressions and talk about the future collaboration. So let me see who I can see here in the call. Perhaps I see on the top, Mr. Arif Chaman, are you here? Do you want to turn on your camera? Eden, I just looked from the list. I saw also Eden, if you want to turn on your camera and join us.
Yeah. So guys, join us. Yes, awesome. So I see already Ambrose and Daniel. Cool.
Hello. Yes, Michael, Mishari, Jinju. I also see that. I also see a few first-time speaker. Aiko, Alexandra. Hello, Eden. So Eden is supporting the event from Vietnam. So a lot of behind the scene work, constantly stay in the support room, and also work a lot on the outreach activity, taking care of the workshop. So thank you, Eden. You want to say a few words? Say hello from Vietnam.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I would like to say that actually I put on the hat because of Michael Downey, and then because he was the first one that did so, and then after that I see Mario also trying to come on.
Yeah, it's a chant of Michael. So thanks a lot, Michael. You're really a trendsetter.
Yes, I would like to thank everyone in the support team, like all the moderators and MC and everyone in the team that help us to run this summit together. And as always, it's been a great pleasure to work with everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, so and I see there's Singapore, Ambrose, Dan, do you want to share a few words? Now I see you both wearing the FOSSASIA Summit t-shirt. Awesome.
Yeah, hello from the team room here, and I don't know anything I want to say. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys for joining us. And then all the workshops, videos. Hopefully we get the videos out soon, and then hopefully they'll be all in good condition.
Yep, and then I see you guys next year as well.
Yeah, see you guys next year. If you'd like to join the volunteers team, I think we also need volunteers to help out from next year's. So if you are interested, you should also come join us.
Yeah.
And here I said thank you, Ambrose, Dan, Norbert. You would like to say something, Norbert?
Well, I want just to thank all the organizers and the great team from FOSSASIA. Thanks a lot. It was a spectacular conference online, and I'm happy that I had the time and ability to join a few sessions, and not all of them, unfortunately. And I'm looking forward for the next, for all the projects we are having within FOSSASIA, right? Where I'm participating in a few, and for the next FOSSASIA Summit, where hopefully we all can meet in person again.
Thank you. So I also see other speakers. I don't know if you want to turn on your camera and share some impression with us, Rara. I also see our hope from Sanjit. If you are here, would you like to turn on your camera? Yes, and let me see. Guys, you are more than welcome. How do you say that with this invitation? Ben, also the first time speaker from the Philippines. Ben, if you also want to say hello. Andreas from Germany. I see Alex, our Alex from the Python, BSF Python is also here. We give you a moment to activate your camera. Michael Downey, I saw you communicate on the chat. Are you here, Michael? Hello, Ben.
Hi.
That ends. Finally, Roland also here, and Ben is here. Hi, Ben.
Hello.
And our moderator, Supam, is also here. Good. I think people need some time to get on the call. So, Ben, let's hear from you. So this is your first time at the FOSSASIA Summit. Unfortunately, it's not in person, but what is your impression about the event? Did you face any difficulty joining the online system?
No. Actually, it was fairly smooth sailing for me. So, kudos to the developers of Eventia and also as well to the FOSSASIA team, because it was fairly smooth sailing on my end. And yeah, I'm looking forward to attending more, even if it's online or offline events. As I've said, I think in my session, I was hoping to attend last year's event, but then COVID happened. So hopefully by this time next year, we'll be able to see each other offline. Yeah. And yeah, looking forward to more events by FOSSASIA, especially here in the Philippines. Thank you.
Great. Sending our regards to the Philippines. Thank you, Ben. Now I see now there is something exciting going on from the side of Mishari. Mishari, what is going on? Is it in the hub in Bangkok, right? We cannot hear you, but we can see everything. Now it's you still there? So while Mr. is setting up his microphone, let's move on to the next stop. So Rara, this was also your first time as the speaker at FOSSASIA.
Yes, it was wonderful being part of FOSSASIA. I hope I can meet all of you next year in Singapore.
Which part of India you are from, Rara?
Yeah, I'm from South India.
And from which university?
BVRIT Hyderabad.
Yes, we were there before.
Okay.
Yes. And for the next year, I hope to get more students from your college to join us in the documentation sprint. We try to get more women into the FOSSASIA
yes, definitely.
community as well. Yeah. So welcome. And I see here, who else? Move on to. Let's get back to Singapore. Who do we have there in Singapore? Roland. Yes, Roland. Roland, please talk to us.
Hello. It's been a beautiful marathon this year. It's been good to have most things in one track, but of course that means that things unwound over 9 days. It's been fun, but a little tiring.
A little tired, yes. So I know that you also spend so much time after your work. You still stay up very late in the evening to moderate the session. So thank you so much, Roland. For that, I see here on the call. I want to also introduce Siyam, which is the organizer of the on-site workshop from SUTD. Siyam, how is it over there?
These past few days for the FOSSASIA Summit have been surreal, and so thank you very much for the opportunity. I think I speak on behalf of all SUTD students who participated. The entire experience was amazing. We got to learn a lot, especially from the creators of the technology themselves. And the opportunity to really present and give workshops also were really fun, and it was really enriching.
Yes, and we're very glad to have you guys with us, and we're looking forward for more collaboration with the SUTD in the future. And talk about SUTD, I see Jingju is here. Actually, Jingju is the person who make all the connection. Jingju, would you like to say hello?
Hi everyone, Sham is my direct junior from SUTD. So I went to FOSSASIA in 2019, and Thorsten introduced me to HP, and then from then on, that's how I ended up moderating so many panels in the middle of a Sunday. But I think it's been great. I learned a lot personally, and even though I couldn't go for a lot of the sessions, I want to watch them on YouTube later on. Yeah, especially because you've got quite a few heavyweights that I've been hoping to connect over COVID or post-COVID. Yeah. Thanks so much for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Chingju, moderating. So I see I would like to invite our most handsome moderator to say a few words. You know who you are, right? No, I get Marco and Super Boss Chicken. No, that's not you. You did not moderate.
I didn't moderate, so how could this happen?
Super, you want to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you, for the punchline. I think I'll share my stage with Marco too. He's also done so many good sessions, and it was an awesome experience. Like being a moderator, supporter, speaker, and like having all three roles. It's a thriller and very nice experience. It was my first time at FOSSASIA, and I really enjoyed it and got to learn so many new things. And I'm really pumped up to attend in-person events and meet you all awesome people. Like the team at FOSSASIA is so awesome. Like I want to see you all in person. So yes.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Yeah, and then let's go to the next handsome person. Mark, you? No, please. Okay, so we have a speaker, a moderator, an event organizer, everything, and also to run several workshops himself. Marco, do you still have the energy to say something?
Yeah, no, thank you very much for everybody. Thank you I want to thank you all the speakers, like all the, a lot of the talks that I moderated. I'm very proud to be a moderator for them. It was great. I learned a lot. So thank you all for your talks, and thank you all for your work, because every day, as it happened with the last speaker, but it happens with a lot of the software that you guys work on, to learn from Norbert, like all the stuff that you guys are doing. It's making my life easier, and it's making I really have a great benefit of all the open source work that is being done by all of you guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco. And I see here in the call why I'm calling out for Mr. Alex. I would like to invite other people. If you are in the call, please also join us here. Alex, first time at FOSSASIA Summit, what is your impression?
It's been fun. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. It's been a lot of fun and a lot of interesting talks. So thank you so much to all the speakers for all of the interesting discussions. Especially, I think Andreas already left, unfortunately, but I must say, for me, the highlight was the Debian packaging workshop. That was something special. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next event. Thanks.
Yes, that was also the highlight for me. We got the Python, BSLab Python to Debian, so that was great. And Norbert was there to support the workshop as well. So thank you also, Norbert. Unfortunately, Andreas already left, but I will send your message to him.
Yeah, and we didn't add that actually in the wrap up, because
actually we did.
Did we? Okay, good,
yeah,
good. Yeah, I missed it myself. So much information. Yeah, so much outcome here. So I think there will be more data that we will share over the upcoming weeks, and there's also still this point upcoming that you said there will be a popular session announcement and so on. So we'll probably go through that as well. How will that work?
Yes, I actually saw Andreas is still here. So Andreas, yes, so if you want, I hope that you hear what Alex just said. Thank you very much for that. I see Aiko from Taiwan. Actually, Aiko is also here. I don't know if they have, they can turn on their camera. Harris Pillay, you've been a big supporter. You are always there, always be in all the sessions. Actually, always very interactive. So Harris is a great example how open source participant should be like. Always interact, always have other people. Downey, Mr. Downey, I saw you typing. Could we see you?
No, it's
maybe
night.
It's too late. Yeah,
it's night
too
for
late.
so Downey, and yeah, maybe he's already in bed.
He's still typing though.
Yeah, he's typing. So great dedication from your side. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's see. Do we want to wait another minute if people want to join, or should we wrap it up?
Yeah, I think we leave the channel open, definitely, but we can wrap up the session. People got an impression how things worked out. Of course, there are a lot of things to solve still, for example, on the software side, and yeah, things to improve. But actually, we ran the event from beginning to the end, and people could join, so that was cool.
Yeah, so I just want to see, I see Gio Leo. I want to see, I actually want to see him as well because he organized the workshop from building blocks side in LLI, and this is a very young group of students. We've been working with them for a few years already.
Yeah.
I wonder if he want to turn on his camera.
Joel, but like Joel seems to have some issues with the sound, so yeah, can't join right now.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's cool. Usually we have final words at the end of the meeting. Do we want to do that? Alex tries to switch off, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. What's the plan for next year? Like, how about like everyone shares their final words? Marco, you're smiling, so want to go?
Okay, I can go with my final words. I think it was a really great event. Another year for FOSSASIA, despite all the challenges and despite everything that the situation has brought us. I think the team did a great job, and we managed to have like an awesome event. So yeah, I want to thank the entire team, thanks the speakers, and thanks the participants, because all of them are a big part of FOSSASIA. And I hope to see you everyone next year, and hopefully this time in person. Do we pick a next person like we do in the meetings?
Good idea.
All right.
Good idea.
Next person is going to be Alexander.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure I have so much to add, but yeah, this was a lot of fun, very interesting, and I'm looking forward to next year. So over to Norbert.
On the microphone. Norbert has to turn on the microphone. I just said my final words really. Like, I'm sitting here in my room since 1.5 years, more or less. So I'm looking forward to actually join and meet you all and get out and talk. Because the nice thing of conferences, the talks are of course nice, to be honest, but meeting all the people you normally only communicate by email, this is the much better part, I have to say. So I really like to chat up and meet with people, and that is something I'm barely missing. But I mean, we have seen what a great conference we can do, and for sure next year will be even better. Thanks.
You want to pick the next person, Norbert?
Sorry, I forgot I have to take the next one. Leslie. Sorry, I just pointed.
Can you hear me right now for the moment? Okay. I really want to demonstrate thanks for FOSSASIA for providing me this open, this talk experience, talk opportunity for me to illustrate, yes, my passion about open source. Thank you. Great.
Leslie, do you want to pick the next person to go, Leslie?
Maybe I can pick the. All right, Mr. I forgot your name. Subhahan Patel, yes? Would you?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Leslie. No problem. Okay, Shubham. So thank you, FOSSASIA, for giving me such a good opportunity. I really enjoyed the sessions and the talks by the speakers. The speakers were awesome, and so were the audience. And I hope next year will be more awesome, and we'll get to learn more new things next year. Thank you. Take care. And I will pick Raga.
Yeah, thank you, Shubham. So thank you, Hong Fook and Mario and everybody else for this amazing event. And I definitely look forward for next year. And it was a really good experience, and I hope more people from my college also come next year. Yeah, thank you. I would pick Eden next.
Yeah, like people already said most of the thing I want to say. Like Marco, he says like thank you to speakers, partners, and team and participants. And I also want to say the same. And I'm really looking forward to meet you all in person next year, hopefully. Thank you. Next, I would like to hear from Ambrose and Dan, please.
Hey guys, yeah, so many talks, so much content, absolutely a huge amount of effort at the back, and of course many people don't see how much preparation is going into the talk, so hats off to the speakers. I guess we can look forward to like building on the experience for next year, hopefully in person.
Hopefully in person. And I would like to just again, thanks Hong Fook, thanks Mario, thanks all the organizers, everyone.
Excellent teamwork.
Excellent work. Yes.
Exactly. And see you guys next year.
See you guys next
hopefully
year.
Hopefully in person.
In person.
Let's pick Qingzi.
Yeah, I think thanks everyone, especially for those who had to stay up super late. I realized that it's like in the middle of the morning for like half of you here. So kudos to surviving, and good job coffee industry for supplying everyone. I think I had a lot of fun today. Hopefully in 2022 we'll be able to meet up in person. I think it's also a completely different experience. Probably it'll be a hybrid. We're gonna see what Hippie wants to do. Yeah. I'll take Sham next.
Thank you very much to the entire FOSSASIA team for giving this opportunity to all of us to be part of the summit. I definitely did learn a lot, both in terms of technical skills through listening to the talks, and as well as more soft skills, also getting a chance to host some workshops, getting to interact with the participants. And it's been a wonderful experience, and I really look forward to next year's summit and any other events and exciting opportunities that FOSSASIA has for us. Thank you. I think I will next pick Joel to go.
All right, so I'm Joel. Thanks for the opportunity to allow building blocks to conduct workshops at FOSSASIA. It was really enjoyable and fun. Yeah, hopefully the next few years will be the same as well. All right. Who else?
Joe, we cannot hear you so well, but I can still hear a bit. I just want also to thank Joe actually to did all the Chinese translation. You know that we have article in Chinese, we promote the event in China, and he and Raphael review and do the website translation to Chinese. So thank you very much for that. Not only to conduct the workshop, but also to help us with the promotion in different languages. Thank you. Okay, so I would pick Mario to go next. Roland, actually, I would like to pick Roland. So he's been so quiet.
just hiding in the corner. Yes, well, so I didn't manage to make time this year to do anything about radio. So I'm fairly determined to do a radio talk and some actual demos or a working station or something at the venue next year. However, after yesterday's panel, I think perhaps we have to raise our sights a bit. So the argument is that it really is time for us as a community to switch our perspective from like doing stuff for other engineers, which is great and important, to looking at broader problems in the world, both for those we are contributing to and those that we are not, and finding ways to improve them. And so I think that's a much larger scope of work for me individually, and perhaps for FOSSASIA more broadly. But watch this space.
Roland, I must say that today you have the best audio. So this is the first day of the conference that I could hear you so well.
I had to succeed eventually.
finally, so so Roland is prepared for the next year. Have everything working. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So with that, I would like to officially close the FOSSASIA Summit 2021. Thank you again very much, everyone, and see you next year. Bye.
See you guys next year. Excellent work.
Yes, now you could do that. Please sit down. Yeah, I know we can do the clapping.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
See you all soon.
Thanks, you too.
No, but you are alone.
Thank you, Nova.
Thank you, Norbert.
We did like a lot of sessions, so triple thanks.